Over 100 years ago, a sudden mutation turned the world upside down, spreading like wildfire and transforming the dead into twisted abominations that rose against the living. Civilization crumbled, and nightmares became reality. In the midst of this chaos, a rare few awakened humans born with extraordinary powers. They became the final shield standing between mankind and total annihilation. Then, in the year 2145 years after the first outbreak, the mutants did the unthinkable. They united. For the first time, they formed a global force so powerful, it pushed humanity back to a single last refuge. And on that final battlefield, the horror reached its peak. Humans were torn apart like shattered blades, lifeless bodies strewn across the war-torn capital of Huaxia. Towering flesh monsters, grotesque with scattered eyes and jagged teeth, marched across the field. To them, humans were nothing more than tiny, fragile dolls. "These things won't stop coming," muttered a third-order mechanical archer, a brown-haired teen standing beside a fellow third-order psychic supporter, a girl with long brown hair. "Most of the first and second order awakened are already down. If this keeps up, even we third orders won't last," shouted a heavy hammer warrior, struggling to hold the front line. "Watch out, that thing's hiding more than it shows," warned the archer, bow drawn as a monstrous creature surged forward. They fought back with everything they had, but it was no use. The beast's tentacles snaked around them, lifting them off the ground like rag dolls. "Boost me, sis! I'ma smash these freaks to bits!" yelled the hammer warrior, eyes locked on the creature's closing jaws. "The mucus on these third-order mutants. It's hiding psychic energy," the support girl warned, voice strained as the tentacles tightened their grip. "This is it. We're done," the archer gasped, heart pounding as panic set in. Then, slivers of golden light tore through the air, slicing clean through the creature and shredding the tentacles into countless pieces. "What was that?" they gasped as they dropped to the ground, surrounded by steaming chunks of what had just held them captive. They turned, eyes wide, blood streaked across their faces, and saw him, a young man standing before a blazing light, cape billowing in the wind, sword in hand. One of the divine level awakened. "Lord Yi Ning!" they cried out in awe. Black hair, brown eyes. He stepped forward and said calmly, "Don't throw your lives away." The trio rushed to his side. "Sir, you couldn't have come at a better time," said the archer. "Thank you for saving us, Lord Yi Ning," the support girl added. But Yi Ning's eyes sharpened. Something was wrong. The archer felt it too. He raised his weapon, shouting, "Above you, Lord Yi Ning." "There's still one more. It's a type we've never seen before." Hovering above was a nightmare made real. Multiple arms and twisting tentacles, a gaping eye surrounded by teeth embedded in its chest, horns jutting from its head, and scarlet eyes glaring down from a face striped in black and white. "How dare you hover over Lord Yi Ning? I'll crush you!" roared the hammer warrior as he launched himself toward the sky, aiming straight for the floating monstrosity. Time seemed to freeze. The creature slowly turned its chest, where an enormous eye was embedded, toward the two squad members closing in. In an instant, everything changed. The archer and warrior convulsed mid-air, blood spewing from their mouths. Their bodies twisted unnaturally, then vanished, erased from existence, as if they had been swallowed by the sky itself. Only their weapons clattered to the ground. The support girl watched in horror, paralyzed, then clenched her fists as a surge of fury ignited flames along her arms. "You monster! I'll burn you to ashes!" she screamed. But before she could even raise her hand to strike, the creature suddenly appeared behind her. One of its massive tentacles whipped forward and was stopped in a flash. Yi Ning stood between them, sword raised, blocking the blow with a clash of sparks. Two third-order attackers taken out in one move. This thing isn't just another mutant, he thought, pushing back with grit. This is no ordinary third-order threat. Keeping the monster at bay, he barked, "Fall back, I'll handle this." She hesitated for a second, then nodded, thoughts racing. "In a battle like this, I'll only hold him back." "Please be careful, Lord Yi Ning," she said, then turned and ran, vanishing into the chaos. The creature recoiled, slipping free from the deadlock. Yi Ning gripped his sword tightly, but then half of it broke away and dropped to the ground, split clean through. "Just one hit destroyed my weapon. This is just like the theoretical mutants from military simulations. The ones we thought didn't exist. This is a fourth order." Flames crackled across the field as he stepped forward, determination etched in every move. If I'm going to win this, I have to give it everything. He surged ahead, the ground erupting beneath him as he charged. The beast responded, stretching out its tentacles like a trap. With a mighty swing, he struck, energy bursting out, rocks blasting into the air as an orange beam shot down from the heavens. It should have been the finishing blow, but something was off. His eyes widened. Right before his blade could land, the creature slipped through his defense, closing the gap in a blink. It was right in front of him. "What?" he gasped, stunned. Then, a violent strike hurled him backwards. Ye Ning crashed to the ground, the sword slipping from his grasp, blood trailing from his mouth. The creature approached, slow and looming. So this is a fourth order. We knew nothing about this kind of power, he thought bitterly. I couldn't protect them. I couldn't save the world. Not like this. Tentacles lunged, spearing through him. As blood poured out and parasitic worms consumed his body, the creature stood victorious. And in the control center, the commander stood frozen, eyes locked on the battlefield feed. Ye Ning, the divine-level talent, our last hope in the Huaxia war zone. Has he truly fallen? He clenched his fists. If someone like him can't survive, how long can the rest of us hold out? If only we had found him sooner, trained him earlier, maybe this nightmare could have been avoided. But now, there was only one path left. Slamming his fist onto the control panel, he shouted, "All lines are down! Mobilize the Third Order Awakened! Arm them with the highest yield nukes!" He grit his teeth, voice unwavering. "If we're going down fighting. Humanity will never stop resisting." The sky filled with the roar of helicopters, each one carrying a devastating payload. One by one, awakened warriors leapt out, no hesitation, no fear, transforming themselves into living bombs so the rest might have a chance to escape. Their comrades saluted as they vanished into fire. It didn't matter if they survived. What mattered was that they fought. The world erupted. Blast after blast tore through the land. Flames devoured the ruins of what once was a thriving planet. And then, morning news broadcast. Today marks the 61st year of the Apocalypse calendar, November 6th. Project 337, a new safe zone construction initiative, is expected to begin. Breaking news. Safe Zone 67 in the EC has come under siege by sea beasts. All local survivors, evacuate immediately. These were the first words Ye Ning heard as he came to. His vision blurred. Skin bruised, bandages wrapped around him, clothes in tatters. He sat up slowly, dazed. My head's pounding. Didn't I die back there? Voices nearby drew his attention. He's awake. What should we do? One of them asked. He turned his head. He was lying inside a locked cell. Two guards stood nearby, murmuring. I heard he was infected with some virus. That's why he couldn't take the test. He's been unconscious ever since, said one. They've already started the talent selection. If he acts up later, kill him, replied the other coldly. Loading his weapon, the second guard added, Not like he matters. He's nobody. Not an awakened descendant. If he dies, we'll just report he turned mutant. Gun in hand, he stepped forward, glaring down at Ye Ning. Stay quiet. Maybe you'll live through the day. But Ye Ning's mind was spinning. Wait this moment. Wasn't this 3 years ago? I've gone back to the day of the talent test. So that's why, in my last life, someone sabotaged my chance. The guard raised the weapon. Enough talk. Kill him. Not this time, Ye Ning thought. In a flash, he surged forward, snatching the gun from the stunned guard. Shoot him! The other shouted. Too slow. Ye Ning struck hard with his elbow, sending one flying. Then, 2 clean shots. Both guards dropped. And Ye Ning stood still, surrounded by silence and fallen bodies. Awake, alive, and ready to change everything. Ye Ning's thoughts raced as he moved through the dim corridors. In my last life, I failed the test. I ended up as a scavenger, barely surviving for 3 years until the army finally discovered I had a divine-level talent. But by then, it was too late. The Huaxia war zone had already fallen. There were no resources left, no proper support. Even though he managed to reach Third Order in just 7 months, he had still been far from the top. And even so, I threw myself into battle against a Fourth Order mutant. His steps slowed, memories flickered, His mother's face surfaced, soft and sorrowful. Head bowed, his expression darkened. Mother Shan, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. I couldn't save you. But then, his gaze hardened, determined. This time, I still have time. If I pass the test, if I become the strongest, I can protect the people who matter. I can end this nightmare once and for all. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Apocalypse God Sword System successfully linked to host Ye Ning. Mission objective: touch the test crystal within 30 minutes to activate the system. Failure to do so will result in system deletion after 31 minutes. Hint: upon successful activation, all sword-related abilities will be amplified 100x and evolve into forbidden sword techniques. Ye Ning's eyes narrowed as he read through the mission. This system, it's not like the apocalypse system everyone had in my past life. Could this be the result of reincarnation, a chance I wasn't supposed to get? Doesn't matter. Whatever system it is, as long as it makes me stronger, I'll take it. But first, I need to get to that crystal. And fast. The countdown started, 31 minutes. Just then, the sound of boots echoed through the corridor. A patrol rounded the corner. There, one shouted. Raise your weapon! An infect has escaped. Ye Ning found himself surrounded. Barrels aimed straight at him. Hands where we can see them! Don't move! He calmly scanned the squad. The one in the center! He's the only awakened. The rest are just standard guards. Best move. Take the leader. Force a way out. Without hesitation, Ye Ning fired at the closest soldier, dropping him instantly. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared behind the awakened captain, pressing the stolen weapon against his temple. Don't move, he said coldly. One step and you're dead. The other soldiers shouted, panicked. Release the captain. You're making a huge mistake. Attacking the army in a safe zone is treason. Ye Ning's voice was steady, ruthless. Take me to the testing square. You've got 3 seconds, or he dies. Shock rippled through the group. What is this kid thinking? Is he insane? The captain swallowed hard, sweat dripping down his face. What are you doing? You're just a civilian. You want to take the test? He stammered, desperately trying to defuse the situation. Wait, let's talk this through. Maybe this is all just a misunderstanding. Ye Ning didn't wait for any more talk. Move, he ordered flatly. With the cold barrel still pressed to his head, the captain walked forward, hands raised, muttering under his breath, You're risking everything on one test, kid. Even if you awaken, you won't make it out alive. Meanwhile, in an open-air arena surrounded by towering concrete walls, a large crowd had gathered. A voice rang through the speakers. 100 years ago, in 2042, the apocalypse descended. The world was plunged into chaos. Billions perished. Fewer than 1 in 10 survived. It was then that the first awakened rose, joining forces with the military to defend Huaxia. Today, you stand here to see if you hold that same spark. Pass the test, and you'll become a combat-class awakened defenders of this territory. Fail, and you'll return to the world as an ordinary civilian. The speaker, Liao Tian, a stern brown-haired officer in his 40s and a high-ranking representative of the Tianfeng safe zone, stood at the podium as testing officially began, starting with the descendants of awakened individuals. In one of the side corridors, a voice crackled through a guard's radio. Alert! Infected intruder has taken a hostage and entered the testing grounds. The guards snapped to attention, weapons raised as they turned to face the disturbance. But before they could act, boom! They were slammed to the ground. Ye Ning emerged from the corridor, calm and collected, the gun still pressed to the captain's head. The guards hesitated, surrounding him cautiously. From the stage, Liao Tian took the mic again. Drop your weapon and surrender, now. Any further resistance, and you'll be executed on the spot. The guards took aim, ready for the order to fire. The captain's face was drenched in sweat. Still, Ye Ning didn't flinch. I'm not infected, he said coolly. I'm not here to disrupt the awakening ceremony. I'm here to take the test. Enough, Liao barked. Arrest him. The guards moved in. Without resistance, Ye Ning let the gun fall from his hand. Under Article 137 of the Safe Zone Regulations, he said, voice steady, awakened individuals possess special rights. Disobeying military orders is punishable, yes, but any significant contributions made afterward can overturn such penalties. He raised his hands in surrender, not moving an inch. The moment the gun hit the ground, the captain turned on him with rage. "You think being awakened makes you special?" he spat, slamming his fist into Ye Ning's face. Other guards piled on, pinning him down and striking him repeatedly. "This is insane," the captain snapped. "Quoting regulations in a place like this?" Liao raised his hand. "Enough! Execute him, now!" A shadow loomed above Ye Ning. A man descended, sword lifted high, ready to strike. But just before the blade fell, a thunderous roar shook the air. A jet streaked through the sky, its lights blinding, engines howling as it hovered above the arena. Everyone froze. The captain looked up, stunned. "That's a psychic supersonic combat jet?" From the aircraft, a powerful figure dropped down. Supreme Commander of the Tianfeng military zone. Second Order awakened. Grand Marshal Xiao Hai. The moment the man in the overcoat landed, the impact was enough to shake the ground. One of the guards, stunned, could only think, "That pressure, the test hasn't even begun. Why is the Grand Marshal here?" Standing tall, Xiao Hai stepped forward, blue flames flickering around him, a mechanical arm gleaming in the light. He spoke coldly. "The military zone is in desperate need of high-level awakened. Since he's ready to stake his life, let's see what he's got. If he fails to awaken, execute him." Still pinned to the ground, Ye Ning looked up with a calm smile and said, "Start the test. I'm ready." Xiao Hai waved his hand. "Everyone else, clear out." Ye Ning slowly rose to his feet. Around him, whispers buzzed. "They're actually letting him take the test? As if a lowborn could awaken. Ridiculous. Ugh, it's pathetic how these commoners always think they're special." But Ye Ning wasn't listening. In his mind, a vow echoed. "Last time, I was used. I failed the test, stumbled every step of the way. Not this time. This life, I start fresh. I take control." He stepped up, reached out, and placed his palm on the test pillar. In an instant, it lit up. A pulse of deep, purple energy exploded from him. The organizers looked on, stunned. The other candidates, terrified. The pillar surged with light, shooting skyward. Spiritual energy, that sensation. "I remember this. Let's go." The wind roared as the classification began. Testing talent, current level, D. Testing talent, current level, C. Testing talent, current level, B. Watching closely, Liao's eyes widened. His level is still rising. Could this kid actually have real talent? Testing talent, current level, A. Energy surged harder. Lightning cracked from the pillar as Ye Ning felt it coursing through his organs. "Unbelievable. It's filling every part of me." He smiled. His eyes snapped open, glowing neon purple. This test crystal can take more. With that, he pushed even more energy into the pillar. A new wave erupted. Liao stared in disbelief. "A commoner? With level of talent? That's nearly impossible. Not even 1 in 10 million. Xiao narrowed his eyes. "The final result hasn't shown. Could it be even higher?" The energy spiked again. The pillar trembled. Light poured into the sky. Yennery Slate had gone all in. Every ounce of strength, every shred of focus, right here. People watched in shock. No one could believe what was happening. Ye Ning shouted, "One last surge," and the crystal blazed. Testing talent, current level, S. The candidates scrambled for cover. The force was overwhelming. Xiao stared, frozen. No, something's not right. But the crystal didn't stop glowing. No final result. No confirmation. That could only mean one thing. The test wasn't over. Everyone's eyes locked onto Ye Ning. S-rank talent. Third Order awakened potential? In a moment like this? Without hesitation, Xiao Hai grabbed his military strategy tablet and started issuing rapid orders. Deploy ground armor units. Lock down the perimeter. Mutant attacks are still a threat. Get psychic combat jets in the air on full patrol. No civilians near the square. Seal the upper airspace now. Above them, the test pillar blazed higher and hotter than ever, a beam of energy cutting through the sky. Ye Ning was still channeling, still screaming, pouring everything he had into the crystal. The force was shaking the entire area. This wasn't just rare. This was unprecedented. Then, silence. He stopped. Ye Ning remained standing, palms still on the pillar, as purple flames and thick smoke curled around him. Everyone held their breath. Then, finally, the system spoke. Test complete. No one moved. No one said a word. Just the sound of wind rushing through the air. And then, the result. Xiao Hai took a slow step forward, barely able to get the words out. He's actually... His eyes locked on Yining. A pure blood. An SS rank level. And as if on cue, the system confirmed it. Talent level, SS rank. Zhao's thoughts spun wildly. If S rank potential means third order awakened, then sulfur mono sulfide rank? Without question, he can become one. No, he will become one. Tianfeng is about to change forever. Then suddenly, Xiao burst into laughter. Amazing! Absolutely incredible! Ha ha! Tianfeng's safe zone has birthed a true monster. Meanwhile, Liao stood frozen beside him, face stiff, trying to forget he'd just ordered Ye Ning's execution minutes earlier. Did you hear that? Someone shouted from the crowd. The Grand Marshal himself praised him. Another gasped. This is insane, I'm jealous. A third scoffed. Weren't you the one calling him nauseating before? Someone else muttered. Watch your mouth. That man might be our commander one day. Ye Ning glanced at his hands, still pulsing with the remnants of raw power. SS rank, and yet the crystal didn't even go beyond that. He knew the truth. This talent of mine, it's beyond the human limit, an SSS ranked potential. Even so, SS was more than enough, for now. What really matters is the Sword God system. He opened his interface. His dashboard appeared before him. He exhaled. Mission complete. Then his eyes caught something else. Wait, in my past life, even with the nation's full support, we only reached 2 S-rank skills and 1 A-rank. But now, can this system push me all the way to SSS? His current mission lit up. Sword Skill Acquisition Mission. Objective, learn as many skills as possible. Reward, +4 attribute points. Warning, disclosing system details is forbidden. Violation equals elimination. Ye Ning's lips curled into a grin. Interesting, I've got just the test in mind for this system. But just then, a voice broke his focus. Xiao stepped up beside him and said with a grin, Student Ye Ning, congratulations on your sulfur mono sulfide ranked awakening. So, what reward do you want? Just name it. Uncle Xiao will make it happen. Ye Ning didn't respond. His eyes stayed locked on the system interface. Not even a flicker of emotion. Xiao waited. Nothing. Liao leaned in, unsure. Student Ye Ning? Still no answer. Xiao gave a small laugh, trying to play it off. No response? Well, it's probably just the shock of awakening. It's a lot to process at once. Shaking his head, he stepped closer, smiled warmly, and placed a hand on Ye Ning's shoulder. Come on now, don't be shy. Let's have a chat in my office. With a light chuckle, he motioned for Liao to follow as they guided Ye Ning inside. Once in the room, Zhao began laying everything out while a young woman quietly set down snacks, and a guard stood nearby on standby. Ye Ning, you were set up. Someone nearly cost you the chance to take the test, Xiao said seriously. I've already sent people to handle those responsible. We'll get to the bottom of this. I'll make sure of it. He leaned forward. And more than that, I'm recommending you as the first candidate for the seedling program. Once your awakening is verified, you'll get your own level 3 guide, full resources, and specialized equipment. Then he smiled, gesturing toward the couch. But first, let's talk talent, whatever your plans are. Uncle Xiao's here to help. Ye Ning sat in the armchair across from him, thoughts racing. I can't mention the system. I'll just stick to my cover. He answered calmly. It's a psychic-type talent, object telekinesis. Xiao crossed his arms, nodding slowly. Ah, psychic. That's rare. You'll need experts from the capital for that kind of training. He leaned in again. Now, back to rewards. What would you like, Ying? If possible, I'd like a book on sword techniques, Commander Xiao. Xiao didn't hesitate. He turned to the guard and said, "Easy. Go grab one. Make it a high-level copy." The guard left and returned a short while later, holding a book with care. "Commander Xiao, this is the top-grade copy from our reserves." Xiao handed it over with a pat on Ye Ning's shoulder. "Here you go. It's all yours." With the book in hand, Ye Ning bowed slightly. "Thank you, Commander. If there's nothing else, I'd like to return now." Xiao smiled. "Eager to go home and share the news with your family? I get it." Then, turning to the guards in the room, his tone sharpened. "Listen up. From now on, elite soldiers will escort Ye Ning at all times. His safety is top priority. Any issues, report directly to me." He paused, then added with a commanding edge, "And I want a full report on why he nearly lost his chance today. You've got 24 hours. Whoever was behind it, arrest them first. We'll deal with the rest later." In perfect sync, the guards bowed deeply and responded, "Yes, Supreme Commander." In Tianfeng Security Zone, over at the 6th checkpoint, a military vehicle rolled through a barren area, so dry and resource scarce, even its engine noise turned heads. Inside, with his bag slung over his shoulder, Ye Ning looked at the guards and said, "You can drop me off here. I'll head home on my own." The soldiers nodded and waved him on. Whispers followed the moment he stepped out. "Hey, isn't that Ye Ning?" "Seriously? He showed up in a military vehicle. He must be someone important now. And look at all the awakened escorts with him. Definitely a big deal." Just then, a girl appeared outside, taking out the trash. "Xian," Ye Ning called out, his voice carrying across the open space. The girl paused, looked up, and froze. "Brother?" she said in disbelief. It was Xian, his younger sister. The moment he saw her, emotion flooded his chest. "I failed to protect you before, but this time, I swear, I won't let you suffer ever again." He ran to her, wrapping her up in a tight embrace. The warmth, the relief, it all poured out at once. Confused, she looked up at him. "Brother, we haven't seen each other in over a year. I thought you were still in training. How did you get out?" With tears welling in his eyes, he smiled softly and said, "Your brother already took the test." Xian stepped back, smiling wide. "Then why are you crying?" Ye Ning wiped his face and chuckled. "It's nothing. I'm just really happy to see you." She grabbed his hand, bouncing with joy. "Come on, let's go home. Mom's been so worried about you." Ye Ning nodded. "Of course. Let's go surprise her together." She lifted the bag of scraps she was carrying and grinned. "Brother, I was lucky today. I found extra pieces. We can trade them for cake, so you can eat something nice tonight." Ye Ning laughed. "Silly girl, tonight we're all eating well." Her eyes sparkled. "Really? Even meat?" "As much as you want," he said, patting her head. Back home, Ye Ning unpacked his supplies and began preparing a proper feast. The table soon overflowed with food. Meats, vegetables, everything his family hadn't seen in ages. Shahan's jaw dropped. "Whoa, that's so much food, brother." As they sat down together, their mother looked at him, curiosity and hope in her voice. "Ye Ning, what's the awakening test like?" the neighbors keep asking. He smiled warmly. "I passed, Mom. I'm officially awakened." She gasped, placing her hands over her heart, a radiant smile breaking across her face. "Truly?" Ye Ning nodded. Xian jumped up, shouting, "Yes, my brother is amazing. I'm so proud of you." Leaning across the table, she asked with excitement, "Now that you've passed, can we eat like this every day?" He looked at her and said with a smile, "Yes, from now on, you can." Hours passed, and the house had gone quiet. Everyone was finally asli zipingpa. Ye Ning sat silently in the dark, watching his family rest peacefully. A small smile tugged at his lips. Then, gently closing the door, he turned and activated the system. A soft blue interface appeared before him, translucent, glowing. "Mission complete. You've gained 4 attribute points. Detected skill, sea-level sword technique, stabbing sword. Skill upgraded. New skill unlocked, sword storm, SSS rank." Blue energy surged around him in a calm wave, forming a sphere in the air. Inside it, Suspended, a miniature sword spun slowly, radiating power. Yining stared at it in awe. It actually upgraded, from C rank to SSS. Even with everything I've seen in my last life, nothing ever reached this level. As the energy stabilized, he sat down and began going over the system details carefully. Using this skill once takes 4,500 points of spiritual energy, he muttered. He leaned back, deep in thought. Without factoring in equipment bonuses, I'd need to reach at least intermediate tier 3 to activate it once. Thankfully, the cooldown is 48 hours. If not, I wouldn't even have the energy to use it a single time right now. His expression darkened a little. And since the system doesn't allow me to reveal anything about it, I can't explain how I gain this skill or where my power comes from. Until I'm promoted to tier 2, I should avoid using Sword Storm in front of anyone. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This is a crucial moment. The commander just placed me in the seedling program. Better to lay low and not raise any suspicion. But as he looked again at the spinning sword orb in his hand, a fire lit in his eyes. Still, I've never seen a skill like this before, not even in my past life. I want to use it. He gripped the orb with his right hand, watching the energy swirl. Then a thought struck him. His eyes lit up. Wait, isn't there a place for this? In the military zone? His lips curved into a satisfied smile. In his mind, memories returned. Flashes of the post-apocalyptic world overflowing with spiritual energy. As humanity awakened, dungeons began appearing all over. Chaotic at first, but slowly, knowledge was gathered. The military in particular began investing heavily into dungeon research and development. And from that, test dungeons were born. Unlike the natural ones, where death was almost certain, these were controlled environments. Designed for training, created for safety. Real combat without the real risk. Wearing a white hooded coat that flowed behind him, Ye Ning walked purposefully down the quiet street. A test dungeon should be perfect, he thought. Eventually, he arrived at a building made of 3 towering spires, Tianfeng's official security zone dungeon facility. Inside, the military base was quiet and sterile, humming with hidden energy. He stepped into the center of a teleportation platform surrounded by a glowing blue light. I'd like to open a low-level dungeon, solo entry. Any type will do, Yining said. One of the staff members glanced up and did a double take. That's Yining, the one with the SSS ranked awakening? The commander looked at the request, then spoke with concern. We can open a dungeon for him, sure, but solo? He frowned. With your current strength, going in alone is dangerous. Wouldn't it be safer to have backup? Yining already held the activation device in his hand. I'm just doing a quick test. I'll be right out, he said calmly. And with that, he pressed the trigger. The blue light enveloped him. His body began to fade, becoming translucent, merging with the light, until he was gone. He materialized inside the test dungeon. The system's interface appeared. Danger level, low. Looking around, he realized the environment was a replica of a city, desolate, crumbling. This must have been modeled after the early days of the apocalypse, he thought. And judging by that, the only weapon available here is probably a dagger. Off to the side, he spotted a glowing blue rectangle, an equipment station. He stepped toward it and placed his hand on the panel. A soft vibration pulsed through his palm. A dagger formed within the light. He pulled it free, a small grin forming on his face. Hand in pocket, he looked it over. Perfect. The weaker the weapon, the better I can test my skill. That's when he sensed it, something watching him from nearby. He spun around just in time to catch a shape darting from behind a wall. It leaped toward him. A grotesque creature lunged, a mass of twitching meat, rows of jagged teeth, and a giant eye on its head. You came alone? Yining thought with a smirk. He sidestepped the attack with ease and muttered, Give me points. In one swift motion, he drove the dagger into the creature's eye. The monster screeched before collapsing in a heap, dead. He stood, blade shining faintly in the dim light. Not bad. Time to hunt. Moving deeper into the dungeon, Ye Ning kept his eyes sharp. He pushed open the next door slowly and came face to face with another abomination. This one had 4 beady eyes and twin rows of lower teeth. It charged, drooling, hunger in its gaze. With precise timing, Ye Ning slammed a punch into its head, then followed up with a powerful kick. The monster flew back, crashing to the ground as black blood spilled out. Even though my body's not at its best, the combat skills I kept from my past life make this easy. But if I really want to push my limits, I'll need something more challenging. He paused, spotting an escalator nearby. Let's take the stairs, he muttered, and headed up. After weaving through a few abandoned shops, he glanced toward the square ahead. The boss should be over there. But suddenly groans echoed behind him. Then more and more. A swarm of zombies had picked up his trail. Great, he muttered. They're multiplying fast. He sprinted through the ruined streets, but no matter how fast he moved, more creatures emerged, drawn to him like moths to flame. A shame, really. No matter how many of these low-level things I kill, it won't raise my spiritual energy at all. They chased him for nearly an hour. Finally, he climbed up onto a fire truck, the undead swarming beneath. He looked down at them, calm but firm. I still need to find the boss, he said. But first, I've got to clear you all out. He ran fast, vaulting, over wall after wall, until a sharp system alert cut through the silence. Boss region detected. Warning, boss region detected. In the heart of the main square, he came to a stop. Not a single lesser zombie dared approach. Their fear was clear. Only wind and dust moved around him. Then, a thunderous roar ripped through the air, and the system chimed again. Maximum level 1 mutant, corpse chewer incoming. Spinning around, Yi Ning saw it. A hulking, crab-like monster slamming into the ground with bone-shaking force. Despite its size, it was alarmingly quick. He didn't hesitate. Sprinting forward, he muttered to himself, "If your skills fall short." In one fluid motion, he leapt onto the creature's shell, flipped high into the air, and aimed his dagger downward. As energy charged at the tip, he finished his sentence. You can always ditch the dungeon, no shame in that. The dagger blazed with glowing blue light. The system prompted, "Skill ready." Without missing a beat, Ye Ning unleashed it. A piercing beam of energy exploded from the dagger, crashing into the mutant with terrifying force. The sky lit up as the beam drilled into the monster, its massive shell melting away. A violent explosion tore through the square, kicking up clouds of dust and leaving a crater where the boss once stood. This was the storm of swords. One strike. That was all it took. Surveying the devastation, Ye Ning muttered, "If I hadn't come to test this skill, I wouldn't have known how powerful it really is. Even a weak Tier 2 mutant wouldn't survive that, and I'm still just level 0. Grinning, he pulled up his status panel. Maximum level 1 mutant slain. +5 spiritual energy. Test dungeon. 50% deduction. He chuckled. So the energy here comes from the military zone's spiritual stones, huh? Still not as good as in normal dungeons. Another reward appeared, a piece of gear labeled Agile Hand. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow. Never heard of a test dungeon dropping equipment before. In this world, even a level 2 awakened can't get a full set of basic white gear. Just getting one item is already lucky. He looked around one last time. Mission complete. Got a decent drop too, no reason to stick around. With that, he tapped the exit device. His body shimmered, fading from the dungeon and reappearing at the base. I'm done. Here's your token, Yi Ning said, handing the device to a staff member. The worker took it, eyeing him curiously. He left that fast? Must have been scared of the zombies. Just then, someone shouted in the distance, catching everyone's attention. Who let that team into the test dungeon? I said they weren't approved. That dungeon's way too hard. How many times do I have to repeat myself? The staff member scratched his cheek awkwardly and muttered, Commander, actually, no group entered. We wouldn't dare send anyone in. The commander's brow furrowed. No one? No team went in? Then how the hell did the mutant die? Even equipment was left behind. Don't tell me some bored level 2 awakened snuck in for Linlan? That's when the staff member's face went pale. A chill ran down his spine as the realization hit. He stepped forward hesitantly and said, It was Yi Ning. He was the only one in the dungeon just now. He said he was just going to test something. Could it be he went in just to see if he could take down the dungeon boss? Meanwhile, back in his own district, Ye Ning strolled through the streets of the regional market. Shouts echoed through the air. Selling weapons! Selling weapons! 7.5 kilos of flour gets you 20 cartridges of ammunition. Fried mantis, half a kilo for credit, on sale today. As he passed the stalls, Yang Ning took it all in silently. I might have crushed a maximum level 1 mutant easily, but things out here are still bleak. On a corner nearby, 3 kids were huddled around a passed-out drunk, trying to snatch his wallet. "Quick, the patrol's coming," one of them hissed. The moment sirens blared, the kids scattered like shadows. A guard yelled after them, "Out of the way! Whose kids are these? Watch yourselves!" "Run!" one of the children cried as they disappeared into the alley. Watching from a distance, Yi Ning thought grimly, and this is just the surface. A year from now, this so-called safe zone will be nothing but ashes and corpses. Level 3 mutants will tear through this place. And in just 10 days, there'll be a zombie riot in Heavenly Wind City. A massive wave will strike the safe zone head-on. Mother Shawan, they'll still be in danger. I need to get stronger, fast. That same night, inside the Central Army Group's headquarters in the capital's safe zone, an urgent meeting was underway. High-ranking leaders surrounded a long conference table. One of them addressed the room. "We've received a high-priority alert. An SS-level talent has emerged in the Heavenly Wind safe zone. Has everyone reviewed the report?" On the large screen, Ye Ning's profile appeared. Photo, stats, and status. SS-level talent, pure blood. "This is promising," one of the officers remarked. A man seated at the far end of the table nodded. "We've lost too many level 3s lately. A talent like this could really tip the scales. We need to fast-track his training," someone else chimed in. "Get him the best resources, immediately." Another officer suggested, why not just transfer him straight to the capital's military region? Assign him a top-level instructor, maybe even someone from the Commander-in-Chief's team. The mustached man across the table frowned. "You trying to leap over the chasm between level 3 and level 4? That divide isn't something you just skip." A white-bearded elder with long hair replied calmly, "Even our own Commander-in-Chief hasn't broken into level 4. That's because none of us started with top-tier resources. But maybe this one can." The mustachioed man paused and thought, then nodded. "Yes, starting him off like this might actually work. It's worth a shot." The others quickly agreed. SS-level talent Ye Ning will be enrolled in the SEED program and trained as a primary candidate, one officer proposed. "We'll transfer him to the capital's military region immediately." But just as momentum built, a voice cut in. "I object." Heads turned. Why? Why turn down someone with that much potential? One of the leaders demanded. A third official muttered under his breath, "Ugh, is the 4th military region starting trouble again?" The man who'd objected, wearing glasses and gloves, calmly stood and stated his reasoning. "Did none of you read the last paragraph of the urgent report? Ye Ning awakened a psychic system." The room fell silent. In 70 years of records, there hasn't been a single psychic who reached level 3. Their physical stats are the lowest. They're support types, not fighters. Without others backing them up, they're sitting ducks. He continued, "Promotion missions from level 1 to 2 depend on sheer luck. And from maximum level 2 to level 3, 0 success rate. Not one has made it." The tension in the room thickened. No one spoke. Then the chief commander leaned forward and made it official. "He's right. Let's not overhype this. Resources are limited. We can't afford to waste them." The next day, Commander Xiao received headquarters response. Yi Ning's candidacy was denied, his value downgraded. "Psychic system users can't reach level 3, the report stated coldly. "His evaluation barely qualifies as A rank, possibly lower." A guard turned to Xiao. "Sir, do we still provide him the support we planned?" Commander Xiao closed Ye Ning's file and set it aside. "Absolutely not. HQ's made it clear. He has no potential. Cancel everything. Pull back the personnel assigned to him." The guard hesitated. "Also, about the investigation into the person who blocked Ye Ning's test, the suspect committed suicide. Should we still pursue it?" Xiao leaned back, eyes narrowed. "I only agreed to that investigation because I thought he had promise. But now, what's the point?" The guard nodded and left the room. In Ye Ning's district, the military vehicle rolled up quietly. A guard stepped out, delivering the message with practiced caution. "Ye Ning," he began, "the final decision is in. Your potential has been assessed as level 2. The SEED program has been canceled. There's no need for further participation. All protocols have been concluded. Take care." Without another word, the guard returned to the vehicle and drove off. Ye Ning stood there, silent, unmoving, eyes fixed on the road. "Level 2? They think my potential stops at level 2? My talent is SSS level. Even if the results show SS, that alone should be proof enough. So, the Heavenly Wind safe zone is already being closed in on, swarmed by mutants. Right now, nobody takes psychic awakening seriously. They're treated like trash, and no one has figured it out yet. The reason awakened ones can't reach level 4 is because their psychic stats are too weak. They've been ignoring the one system they should have been training from the start. I didn't expect such a simple truth to go unnoticed in this world. Even veterans can't see my real value. Should I head to the capital? Tell them I'm an SSS level talent? That psychic awakening is the key to breaking through? Forget it, no one would believe me. First things first, restore my strength. Once I hit level 3 again, everything will change. I've got the Sword God system, I've got the Storm of Swords. Compared to my last life, this beginning is already miles ahead. Yining pulled his hood up and quietly disappeared into the distance. Deep in the wild forest, a small team of awakened ones spotted him entering the woods. "Hey, you with the shotgun," one of them shouted. "Wanna team up? We're hunting level 1 mutants. Safer in numbers, you'll get some experience too." Yosling turned slightly, shotgun slung across his back. With a small wave of his hand, he declined. "Level 1 mutants barely give any express. With so many of you, there won't be enough to go around. I'll pass." The lead guy frowned. "You're bold, huh? We saw you alone and thought we'd help out. And this is the thanks we get?" He stepped forward, voice rising. "Listen up. The world's changed. You think just because you awakened, you're untouchable? We were trying to do you a favor." The group began to close in. But Yining stopped. He turned his gaze on them, cold, sharp, merciless. A chilling aura surged out around him. "Leave," he said flatly. That single word hit harder than any threat. The boy's face went pale. "What is that? That looked like I'm being hunted by a predator." The three of them backed off instinctively, watching in silence as Yining walked away. "Only someone who's been to the edge and back could have eyes like that," one of them murmured. "He's not ordinary." Yining continued, stepping deeper into the shadowy forest. A faint, sinister energy hung in the air like mist. "This rotting forest," he said aloud. "It's one of the most dangerous places outside Heavenly Wind. If I'm right, there should be 2 level 1 mutants ahead, one of them being a max level variant. To reach level 1 from 0, I need 3 confirmed kills. I already took down a max level mutant in the test dungeon. Even with the express cut in half, that still counts for 1. 2 more mutants to go, then I level up." Just as that thought crossed his mind, a sudden surge of killing intent rushed toward him. Yining reacted instantly, grabbing his shotgun and spinning around. "I need to avoid using the sword. Storm of Swords could end this in a second, but I need more than just psychic strength. I have to push my physical limits too." With one swift swing, he smashed the butt of his gun into the mutant's skull, crushing it on impact. Thick black blood splattered across the ground. More enemies closed in, zombies sprinting from every direction. Without hesitation, Yining launched himself into the fray. He kicked one aside, punched another square in the jaw, and fired clean shots as they lunged. Not once did he use his psychic powers. Psychic awakeners are known for being physically weak. I have to destroy that belief. If we want anyone to reach level 3, awakening the psychic system is the only path forward. Otherwise, when a level 4 mutant arrives, it'll be too late. That terrifying memory flashed again, the mutant that ended his life in his last timeline. I have to make the veterans see it. They need to understand what the psychic system really means. Outside the forest, the team from earlier was still lingering near the edge. "Did you hear that? Gunfire?" one of them asked, eyes wide. "Was that him?" Another pointed toward the source. "Sounds like it's coming from the direction of the demon tree." "Forget that," their leader shouted. "Let's get out of here." "He's got a death wish. Don't go chasing trouble." Back in the forest, Yining had cleared out the last wave when suddenly, thud! 2 massive roots slammed down from above, sending him crashing to the ground. The system beeped in warning. Maximum level 1 mutant, demon tree, approaching. Mid-level 1 mutant, binder, approaching. 2 of them? At the same time? From the shadows emerged a towering figure, an abomination of twisted branches, teeth, and blood-red eyes. The demon tree roared as it moved toward him. "Where's the other one?" Yining scanned the area. "I can't see or sense anything else." just this one. But something feels off. The demon struck, roots whipping through the air like spears. Ye Ning jumped, dodged, rolled, barely staying ahead of the onslaught. The ground split where the roots landed, branches crashing down in relentless fury. It's fast. Way too fast for something so huge. He kept moving, slipping between strikes until suddenly, the demon vanished. Where'd it go? He looked up. The monster was in mid-air, crashing down like a meteor. Yi Ning rolled out of the way just in time, the impact blasting dirt and debris into the air. Sliding along the ground, he thought, that thing can jump? With that size? And the second one still hasn't shown itself. A sneak attack, maybe? No time to run, no time to think. I have only one choice now. Survive. Gripping the shotgun's handle tight, Ye Ning swung it hard, slamming the barrel into the demon's body. The impact made the monster recoil, and in that instant, a second figure appeared. A small, spiky creature with a glowing red eye emerged from beneath the mouth of the massive green tree-like demon, instantly catching Ye Ning's eye. As the little creature withdrew, a gush of black blood burst from the towering demon, evidence of the blow Yi Ning had just landed. Hitting the ground, Yi Ning's thoughts raced. That thing I just saw. Our squad took down a mid-tier level 2 mutant without much trouble. But we didn't expect 2 level 1 mutants at once. Everyone was badly hurt. We even lost teammates. If that second one hadn't been hidden so well, things wouldn't have ended like this. Back in my past life, it took an elite military unit to bring down the tree demon and the binder. I misunderstood what they said back then. I thought the binder was hiding somewhere nearby, but the truth was right in front of me. The binder was inside the tree demon. The tree demon, a grotesque mesh of roots, branches, razor teeth, and blood-red eyes, continued to roar. And right there, on its neck, glowed a faint blue dot. Watching closely, Yi Ning pieced it together. So that roar from the binder, it's a power boost for the tree demon. But it doesn't last long. And every time the boost resets, the tree demon steps back. Its movements don't change. It still follows the same pattern. If I'm right, it's about to jump at me again. Just as predicted, the massive creature lunged. A grin broke across Yi Ning's face. Now that I've figured you out, that trick of yours is your biggest weakness, Binder. With a powerful leap, he climbed onto the demon's body and sprinted across its back toward the center, toward the binder. Drawing a dagger, he focused his energy. A crackle of golden lightning surged through the blade, and with a single thrust, he drove it straight into the smaller creature, cutting off its connection to the demon. Bit by bit, he sliced through the tendons linking the two monsters until he tore them apart. The binder was now in his grasp, no bigger than a hand, looking like an oversized eyeball. You're nothing without your host, Yi Ning said coldly, clenching his fist and crushing the creature into a pulp. The tree demon let out a furious roar, flinging its roots toward him in a wild attack. Without hesitation, Yi Ning unsheathed his dagger once more, golden energy still blazing from the blade. His eyes locked onto the roots, and with a single swing, he shredded them into 1,000 flying pieces. Calmly walking toward the demon's core, he spoke again. Who would have thought? Without the binder's buff, your power doesn't even reach peak level 1. Sensing its doom, the demon launched itself forward in a desperate final assault, its roots lashing out in one last frenzy. Yi Ning was soaked in the demon's black blood, dripping from his last strike. But he didn't stop. Slash after slash, he kept cutting until the towering monster was reduced to nothing more than a hacked-up tree trunk. Standing before it, he spoke calmly. Enough. It's over. Goodbye, tree demon. With one final, clean strike, he plunged his dagger into the creature's eye. The moment the blade hit, the eye burst, sending out a radiant flash. A system alert followed instantly. You have killed a medium level 1 mutant. Binder. Psychic experience gained. You have killed a maximum level 1 mutant, tree demon. Psychic experience gained. You've obtained white tree demon bark, material, dead tree armor, white equipment, giant claw, white equipment, and a psychic fruit, corpse fruit. Scanning through his loot, Ye Ning muttered, Not exactly how I wanted this to go, but decent training, and some solid rewards, and that fruit's a nice bonus. The corpse fruit's description read, Psychic fruit, corpse fruit white, effects, permanently increases constitution by 1 point. Also boosts HP recovery rate by 20%. Use item? Without hesitation, Yening answered, yes. The fruit materialized in his hand, like a shimmering orb of water. As he activated it, his mind wandered. Most awakened only get 4 stat points per main level. After taking down those 2 bosses, I've already gained more than I expected. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, back at the edge of the battlefield, the group of young allies who had planned to assist Yening were still hiding among the trees. Was that the gunshot we heard earlier? One of them whispered. The boss's psychic pressure. It's gone, another said, eyes wide. A third, crouching low to the ground, asked, could he be a level 2 awakened? But there's nobody else here but us, one replied. Just that kid. The crouching one narrowed his eyes. That boy, when we first saw him, he gave off this weird vibe. You really think it was him? That's just impossible. Half an hour later, Yening was already in Celestial City, walking through the wind safety zone, the area where mutant materials were traded. With a packed bag slung over his shoulder, he headed into a shop. Dropping the bag onto the counter, the vendor looked up and asked, are these the materials you'd like to exchange? Take everything. Give me a price, Yening replied. As the shopkeeper started evaluating the contents, Yening thought to himself, sure, I could use the system's trading channel, but at my level, every resource counts. Selling directly like this is just smarter. Another clerk joined them, a blonde woman with pale eyes. After reviewing the materials, she spoke up. Hello? 4 of these items come from a max level 1 mutant. We can use them to craft both armor and offensive gear. The estimated value is around 697 credit points. Since it's your first time selling with us, we can offer you our new customer rate, 700 credit points. Yening heard the offer and gave it some thought. In a world like this, 700 credit points was no small amount. That could buy over 200 kilos of meat, or hire 7 to 8 mercenaries. Definitely a generous payout. He nodded. All right, finalize the deal. The credits have been transferred. Please check, the merchant replied, handing over a card. Another shop assistant, who had been quietly observing, added, we also deal in weapons, equipment, and firearms. Custom orders too, if you have any special requests. Need anything else, sir? Taking the card, Yening asked, got any skill books, sword techniques? We do, the assistant replied, but they're on the lower end. Mostly D-rank skills. That's about all you'll find around this entire celestial wind safety zone. Would you like to browse them anyway? The other merchant chimed in. Yening nodded and scanned through the available skills, thinking to himself, the system can modify these skills and boost their power, but their core effects still depend on the original version. So I can't just grab any random skill. Take Swordstorm, for example. It's insanely powerful, but there's a short delay before it activates. Not ideal. It covers a wide area, but that makes it inflexible. If I ever face a fast, high-level mutant and they manage to slip out of Swordstorm's range, I'll be wide open. Seeing him hesitate, the merchant stepped closer with a polite smile. Not quite what you were looking for, dear customer. If you're not in a rush, we can have skill books transferred from other safe zones. For a small fee, of course. We can even get C-rank ones. And if you're open to other weapon types, we might have some B-rank skills too. Yening gave a light smile. No need. I'll take this sword cut skill. Let's see what kind of acceleration type ability this turns into, he thought. The merchant was a little stunned. Someone capable of selling materials from a max level 1 mutant, buying low-tier skills? Is he just rich and eccentric? Oh well, not my business. With renewed enthusiasm, the merchant announced, Sword cut skill, 600 credit points, delivering the skill book to our honored customer. He placed the book into a Silly Z Pink gift box and handed it to Yening. Here's your purchase. Thank you. As Yening walked out with his bag slung over his shoulder, the merchants called after him. Take care. Come visit us again. Strolling down the busy streets, he checked his balance. Still got 100 credits left. Let's grab something tasty for Zhawan. His status window hovered faintly in front of him as he made his way home. Back at the shelter, Zhawan's eyes lit up at the sight of the canned goods spread across the table. Brother, why'd you bring back so much yummy food again? She cheered. Yening pulled out even more supplies from his bag and replied with a smile, Didn't I tell you? I'm an awaken now. Things are only going to get better from here. I picked out some snacks just for you, Yening said with a smile. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival alone was hard enough. Snacks had become a rare luxury. Hearing that, Xiaowan's eyes lit up. Wow, brother! I heard only the higher-ups ever get snacks at home. No one around here's even seen them. Beaming with joy, she clutched a can in her hands. Ye Ning gave her a gentle pat on the head. Go on, eat. You'll have plenty more soon, I promise. Later, after tucking Xiaowan in, he watched her curled up under the blankets, still hugging her worn teddy bear. Mom's doing overtime again, he thought. She won't be back tonight. And Xiaowan's already Asli Zipingbit. Time to check out that skill. He sat down at the kitchen table and placed the skill book in front of him. Activating the Sword God system, a brilliant blue light surged from the book. D-rank skill book Sword Cut acquired. Skill slot, 2 quarters. Skill upgraded, Celestial Light / Sword Cut level, SSS. Tiny sparkles of light drifted through the air as the system displayed the skill's details. Yi Ning read through them, nodding to himself. A 600% agility boost. Even if it only lasts a second, that's huge. Definitely the right pick. But he still needed a place to test it out. Where would be best? Oh, right. He opened a drawer and pulled out a gas mask. If we're talking speed, there is no better place. Out came a Selai Z-Pink outfit, a utility belt, and the mask. He suited up and headed out. 2 hours later, he arrived at the outskirts of Celestial Wind, the ruins of an old city battered by violent gusts. The wind howled through crumbling buildings, and water slicked the ground like a thin, endless film. Creatures had become part of the broken architecture, twisted into the wreckage. This is it, Yi Ning muttered as he walked deeper into the zone. Doesn't matter if it's my past life or this one. No one comes here. It's a dead zone. The place was known as Jinyuan Middle District, a ghost town. His mind drifted back to a memory, the time he fought a massive worm here in his previous life. But what stood out most was what came after. That day, I stumbled onto a level 2 mutant, incredibly fast, borderline maxed out in speed and agility. It also dropped a rare blue-grade piece of gear. As he stepped forward, something felt off. His feet weren't moving right. Looking down, he saw it. The water below had thickened, transforming into sticky slime. I'm stuck. A presence flared behind him. Whipping around, Yi Ning spotted it, a grotesque mutant covered in moss with purplish skin, rising from the shadows. It moved fast, lunging toward him with a mouth that split open in all directions, a tooth-lined maw blooming like a monstrous flower. Without hesitation, Yi Ning drew his dagger and executed a sharp Trantane-style slash, cleanly beheading the creature in a single motion. The head rolled away as he watched the body collapse. Lucky. Just a zombie type. If that had been a crawler, things could have gone very wrong. Fighting anything in this toxic swamp would have been a nightmare. Yi Ning slipped into an old warehouse nearby, glancing around. We'll need to switch locations fast, he muttered. But tucked away in the shadows, a massive worm was already lying in wait. It struck without warning, swinging its huge tail straight at him. Yi Ning ducked, narrowly dodging the blow, his thoughts racing. Back in my previous life, I was already level 2 and geared up with blue-grade equipment when I faced this thing. Even then, every hit left a mark. With its raw strength, even the slightest hesitation could get you torn to pieces by the climber. He darted outside, scanning his surroundings. If I remember right, the climber should be nearby. How could I have missed that in my past life? Maybe I just didn't notice. But this time, this could actually work to my advantage. Spotting a loose metal fence on the wall, he yanked it down and quickly bent the bars outward into jagged spikes, turning it into a deadly trap. Then, he waited. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed behind him. The giant worm reappeared, roaring in fury. Bingo! Hidden elite mutant, just like I remembered. Yan Ning positioned himself in front of the spiked wall, luring the worm in. The creature charged straight at him, only to slam into the trap at full speed. The sharpened metal teeth pierced deep into its flesh, pinning it against the wall as Ye Ning dodged to the side. This worked better than expected, he said under his breath. Didn't think you'd fall for it that easily. But then, something moved. His senses sharpened. Another presence. Something darted between the crumbling buildings at incredible speed. The system alert confirmed his fear. Medium level 2 mutant detected climber. Yi Ning turned, only to see another worm, this one with blood-red eyes, long claws, and bluish skin. It moved like a blur. "Damn it," he hissed. "Both of them at once?" The climber zipped through the ruins with frightening agility. Yening barely kept up, pushing his focus to the limit. Why is it faster than it was in my last life? He remembered something else, the principle of darkness under the lamp. When you're too close to a climber, it actually becomes easier to predict their next strike. But the timing of their charged attacks, that was always the wild card. No time to strategize. One misstep could be fatal. One mutant's attack had to be dodged, the other could only be endured. The elite purple-skinned worm lunged, slamming its head into Ye Ning with full force. He crossed both arms in front of him to brace, but it wasn't enough. Pain tore through his body as he flew backward. Blood sprayed from the impact. "Damn it, this trap just made things worse," he groaned. The very spikes that had pinned the monster were now crashing into him, and one jagged piece embedded itself deep in his side. Gritting his teeth, he ripped it out, blood dripping down his waist. "I came here to test my new skill, but this is turning into a disaster. Swordstorm would be ideal right now, but no way I can clear both of them with it. The climber's just too fast. It'll slip right through. Dodging attacks from two high-level mutants at the same time with base-level strength? Impossible. I've only got one real option left, Celestial Light Rift. But just like Swordcut, it's single target only." The two beasts let out deafening roars across the battlefield. Then suddenly, something clicked in Yening's mind. Hold on. Didn't the skill description mention that the attack carries the sword's aura? Without hesitation, he took off at full speed, charging straight at the climber. I'm not sure how long the sword aura lasts, he thought, but it's better to assume the shortest possible range. If I add the length of my arm to the minimum reach of the aura, even if it's a single target skill, it might just be enough to hit two mutants at once. With perfect timing, Ye Ning leapt into the air, spun mid-air, and unleashed Swordcut, Celestial Light Rift. A brilliant blue arc erupted from his blade, slicing outward like a wave of light, surging toward the monsters. The impact was devastating. Both creatures burst apart, splattering black goo in every direction. Ye Ning landed right at the center of the glowing scar his attack had left on the battlefield. "I got them both," he muttered. "This move's a game-changer. The initial strike crushes the first enemy, but the sword aura spreads wide enough to hit others too. I shouldn't have gambled like that, though. Wait, maybe the special effect didn't even activate. I need to dig into this skill more before relying on it." Just then, a translucent blue system window blinked into view. You have exceeded your level and defeated a mid-level climber mutant. Gained significant psychic experience. You have slain a high-level earthworm mutant. Gained psychic experience. Acquired material, crawling feet, white. Acquired material, agile core, blue. Equipment obtained, ripping windclaw, superior blue. Looking over his loot, Ye Ning cracked a small smile. Risky? Yeah, but these rewards? Totally worth it. Back at Celestial Wind's military guard station, chaos was brewing in the control center. "Unidentified energy surge detected," someone shouted. "We've never recorded anything like this before. Sound the alarm?" Another technician rushed over. "What's going on? Why did the alarm go off?" "Massive energy fluctuations just showed up in the suburbs. Could it be a level 3 awakened out there?" One officer's expression darkened. "None of our level 3s reported leaving base today. This has to be an outsider, either from another military region, or maybe even a covert op from a foreign force. We need boots on the ground immediately." 20 minutes later, a squad in full decontamination suits arrived at the exact location where Ye Ning had fought. Surveying the devastation, one investigator said, "I've never seen battle traces like this." Another added, "There's no one in any nearby regions at level 2 who could pull off a move like that." Just then, one of the investigators collecting samples paused and called out, "Wait, hold on, take a look at this. Based on the residual energy, whoever used this skill unleashed at least 4,000 units of psychic force." The other leaned closer to the monitor. That much power, only a solid mid-level tier 3 awakened could pull that off without dropping to the ground from overload. The first man stood up straight. "This is way beyond our department's clearance. We need to report this straight to the commander." Meanwhile, Ye Ning was making his way through the Celestial Wind security zone. The streets were cluttered with garbage, and passers-by huddled in coats, shielding themselves from the relentless wind. As he checked his stats, he muttered, "With these stats and your build, This gear was the best thing 60,000 credits could buy in my last life. Let's see if I can cash in even better this time around. Night had fallen. Once home, he sat down in front of his computer. It's late. Time to check the marketplace. He logged into a trading forum and posted his item. Barely a second later, a notification popped up. Someone was already interested. That was fast, he thought. This one might sell even better than the last. The message read, "Hi, I want to buy the Ripping Windclaw. Can you give me a good price?" Yin-Ning didn't waste words. 60,000 credits. No bargaining. But the buyer didn't quite get the message. "Friend, can I trade other items? Equipment, skills, maybe food, partial payments?" More messages rolled in. "Is it still available? Add me." "Let's talk. I'll make you a deal you'll like." 30,000 credits. Final offer. Seeing the flood of offers, Yin-Ning smirked. "Guess I won't have any trouble selling this thing." Finally, he relented. "Just a little. If you really want it, credits can't go below 30,000. I'll also consider trades, but the gear has to be solid, only sword-related skills. Psychic fruits are the best offers." Across the screen, a muscular man sat shirtless beneath a spiked shoulder jacket, long brown hair flowing. A wicked grin spread across his face. "This kind of high-tier gear, I need it, even if it costs me everything." He spun around and shouted to his crew. "Check our inventory. I want any equipment, especially anything a swordsman can use." His squad, all wearing matching reddish-brown jackets, responded without hesitation. "Yes, boss." 30 minutes later, they returned, frustrated and empty-handed, standing beside a pile of mismatched gear. "Boss, this is all we've got." The muscular man rested his chin on his hands, then said firmly, "This won't cut it. I'll need to make a deposit to lock in the equipment." He gave a quick order. "Go get the money. Don't waste time." Not long after, Yin-Ning's phone buzzed. Deposit sent. Leaning back in his chair, a faint smile played on Yin-Ning's lips. He's really into this gear. "In my past life, Mom and Shaoan lived in constant fear, never had a single peaceful day. If things are the same now, what's the point of coming back? No, with the resources I have now, they deserve to live better than anyone." Another message lit up his screen. "Boss, I'm gathering the rest. It'll be there by tomorrow." The next day, Yin-Ning stepped into Celestial Wind Real Estate. A brown-haired assistant welcomed him with a warm smile. "Hello. Are you looking for something specific? Have you already browsed any listings?" "I want your best property," Yin-Ning said without hesitation. "Time's short, so let's make this quick. What do you have available?" As he spoke, his little sister looked around, wide-eyed. "This place is luxurious." The salesperson glanced Yin-Ning over, unimpressed. "A level 0 awakened? Coming here? You can't even afford a single tile here." She forced a polite tone. "Our best property goes for 40,000 credits. It's quite pricey. Feel free to check out the 2,000 credit units yourself. I've got other clients waiting." Yin-Ning smiled. "Only 40,000? I can transfer that now." Even his sister was stunned. She'd never heard him speak about money like that. The salesperson narrowed her eyes. "If you're serious, let's do a direct transfer. Ready?" she asked, extending the credit machine toward him, clearly skeptical. "He looks broke, but talks big. If you don't have it, stop wasting my time." Yin-Ning opened his bank app. 13,000 credits. He looked up. "Give me just a few minutes." The woman rolled her eyes. "Really? Don't tell me you're trying to scam me. Like you could pull together tens of thousands in a few minutes." But just then, ding, another message. "Boss, time's tight. I've got 39,375 credits, some equipment, and a few psychic fruits. Can you check if it's enough?" Yin-Ning quickly looked it over. "All white-grade gear, but nearly a full set. That'll do." He nodded, then turned his screen toward the shopkeeper. She glanced at it, and her eyes widened in disbelief. As the notification popped up, "Your 39,375 credits have been sent," Yin-Ning calmly said, "I can pay now." In an instant, the saleswoman's attitude flipped. Her cold demeanor melted into a bright, eager smile. "Oh, big brother, you're truly impressive. So young and already so successful. I was honestly stunned for a second. Are you going to make the transfer now? If not, I'll need to move on to the next client." She leaned in, her tone turning syrupy. "Big brother, whatever you need, I'm here for you. Just say the word." "Please, Come with me to the VIP room. I'll make sure everything meets your expectations. The transaction went through. Yi Ning and his sister stepped into their new home, a palace-like apartment fitted with golden finishes, porcelain decor, elegant archways, and glimmering chandeliers. The place radiated luxury. His sister looked around in awe. "Brother, are we really going to live here now?" "Yes," he replied. "You won't have to dig through trash ever again. Here, take the key. We'll bring Mother here later." As he handed her the key, she hesitated. "But brother, aren't you coming with me?" He gently replied, "There's something I have to take care of. I'll be back soon." Leaping across rooftops, Ye Ning moved swiftly. "After fighting the climber, I used up most of my resources. I can't waste any more time. I need to recover fast. The only shot I've got now is the Corpse Academy. It's the only wild dungeon outside the safety zone that still drops psychic fruits. The high-level mutants around Celestial Wind were already cleared by the army. There are still a few low-tier drops left, but only good for lower-level awakened. No one has cleared Corpse Academy to its final stage yet, which means all the rewards are still untouched. With SSS-level skills, I can claim them." He landed from a high ledge in front of the massive, eerie-looking academy. A system prompt appeared. "Do you want to enter the Level C Dungeon Corpse Academy? Current dungeon restriction Level 2. Without hesitation, Ye Ning confirmed. Combination successful. Total participants, 14. A glowing blue light enveloped him as the dungeon portal opened. A large area in the sky expanded into a visible battlefield while the system declared, "Corpse Academy. Dungeon starts in 1 minute." Inside the academy, other awakened were already waiting. Ye Ning's thoughts focused. No irregularities this time. Standard layout. Mutants. Zombies. A few surviving humans. This dungeon takes place 7 days after the outbreak. Most humans have already turned and now roam the academy. Once the initial dungeon setup was complete, the system chimed in. Basic mission. Survive inside the academy for 12 hours. You cannot leave during this time. Rewards. 1 random white-grade equipment and +4 psychic experience. Then it listed the optional objectives. Optional missions. Eliminate the fragmented corpse maiden. Difficulty D. Defeat the butcher mutant. Difficulty C. Exterminate all zombies. Difficulty C. Standing alone in the corner, Yi Ning silently took it all in, scanning the board with the mission details. Nearby, a blonde youth stepped forward confidently. "Hey everyone, I'm Gao Yun. Has anyone cleared this dungeon before? I've been through it once. If no one else has experience, I'd be willing to lead the group." Another guy chimed in, "I heard this place is brutal. If you've done it before, then yeah, you lead." Gao nodded, his voice calm, but serious. "Among level 2 dungeons, this one ranks from medium to high in difficulty. If we don't work together, we're dead." His mind flashed back to the gruesome scenes. Twisted zombies, nightmarish creatures. He'd seen it all firsthand. People seemed convinced, until Gao's eyes fell on someone standing apart from the group. "Hey you, level 0, right?" Yi Ning didn't respond, didn't even look at him. Annoyed but curious, Gao walked over with a mocking grin. "What are you doing here, kid? Got a death wish or something? This is a level 2 dungeon, in case you missed the sign." Yi Ning lifted his gaze, his stare ice-cold, carrying a quiet menace. Gao paused, a nervous drop of sweat forming on his forehead. What the hell? Why does this guy give off such a creepy vibe, and he's just a level 0? Trying to recover, Gao muttered, "Look, no one's gonna babysit you in here. If it gets rough, run. Just don't get in our way. But stick around if you want to gain some experience. You'll need it eventually." He turned back to the group and raised his voice. "Listen up! I'm guessing most of you are here for the harder missions. Let me give you one piece of advice. Don't take them on a whim." His tone darkened as he recalled the past. "I made that mistake once. Took on 2 boss fights without thinking and lost almost my entire squad. Only 2 of us made it out alive, and they were top-tier awakened. We barely survived." The memory of fallen teammates and blood-soaked ground flickered in his eyes. "It was hell. Still haunts me." Then, cutting right through the atmosphere, Yi Ning muttered to himself, analyzing calmly. "Looking at the stats, they're still too low. If that's the case, I doubt I'll be able to preserve the psychic fruit. From what I've seen, most level 2 awakened only hit 18 strength points after using a psychic fruit, and here I am already at 17. Ye Ning clenched his fist as a soft blue glow surged from his body, He smiled, confidence building. That's almost on par with them, and with my 2 SSS level skills, I can crush this dungeon. Meanwhile, Gao continued rallying the others. The protective shield is fading soon. I suggest we all target the fragmented corpse maiden. She's a mid-level 2 mutant. If all 14 of us work together, we can handle her without much trouble. Understood, leader, one awakened replied promptly. A black-haired woman with sharp bangs and bright eyes stepped forward with a gentle tone. Leader, if things get dangerous later, will you protect me? Gao's cheeks flushed as he smiled back. Of course, I'll keep you safe. Then, with a firm voice, he called out, Everyone, prepare to move. Follow me. The group fell in line, heading down one of the dungeon's winding paths, until something made them all stop. Wait, isn't that the guy from earlier? The black-haired woman pointed ahead. They all looked. Ye Ning. He was already sprinting forward on his own. Is that level 0 seriously charging ahead? What is he thinking? Is he trying to die? Someone asked anxiously, Is this going to mess things up for us? Gao tightened his grip on his shield, raising his hand to calm the group. Ignore him. He's just a level 0. Stick to the plan. Don't break formation. Let's move. While the others hesitated, Ye Ning raced through the corridors alone, leaping up the stairs without stopping. The bosses are up top. That's where I'll find the Butcher Mutant, and from there, I can trigger the hidden boss. If I hit him with Sword Storm, I can finish this fast. Suddenly, from the top of the staircase, 2 human girls called out. Big brother, help us please. But before he could react, one of them began to twist, transform, her body morphing into a grotesque, shark-headed mutant that let out guttural snarls. We're trapped up here. Can you help us, please? Behind them, the floor was littered with torn-up mutant bodies, false humans, nothing more. Back in my last life, my team thought these things were NPCs. They believed they were side quests and stopped to help. They were torn apart right in front of me. I've never forgotten that scene. Yi Ning ignored the cries and charged past without a second glance. The best loot in this dungeon comes from the Butcher Mutant. If I can get to the rooftop and lure him out, I can trigger the hidden boss. One sword storm and it's done. Back on the lower floor, Gao's squad crouched behind a wall, taking cover. He whispered, This junkyard area is where the fragmented corpse maiden spawns. Before we do anything, we avoid engaging with the other enemies. Gao led the team forward, moving carefully from cover to cover. His voice stayed low, steady, as he explained the strategy. The more monsters we kill near the dungeon entrance, the more aggressive the ones deeper inside become, so instead of clearing them out, we go straight for the boss. After we take down the first boss, all monsters in the dungeon will enter a berserk state. When that happens, don't fight, just hide and wait it out. Once the buff wears off, we keep moving. As they reached the junkyard, weaving between rusted cars and broken parts, they spotted their target. The masked woman smiled beneath her veil. With a leader like ours, this dungeon should be a breeze. The archer snapped back. Quiet! Look! Over there! Is that the boss? At that moment, the system issued a warning. Mid-level 2 mutant, fragmented corpse maiden approaching. Atop a pile of crushed vehicles stood a towering, muscular woman bathed in a red aura. Her hair flowed wildly, but her body was riddled with holes. Her crimson eyes glowed with an eerie light, and her rotting teeth dripped blood as she clutched a human skull in her hands. She's seen us. No time to wait. Let's move, someone shouted. I'm defensive. I'll draw her attention. The rest of you, go, Gao barked, stepping to the front with his shield raised. I'll take the lead, said the archer, knocking his arrows as the 2 psychic users flanked him. The last fighter, claws and blades at the ready, called out, Leader, shift right a bit, or you might get caught in my swings. They launched their attacks, all aimed at the boss. Gao stayed planted, shielding the group as the pressure mounted. Now's my chance, he thought, smirking. He stepped back slightly, then released the ghost. It shot upward, paused in midair, and then dropped like a predator. It landed directly on the archer. Leader, what's happening? Before he could react, the ghost clamped down on his head, devouring it in one savage bite. Why did the boss target us? The others shouted in panic. Feigning innocence, Gao replied, Sorry, I lost control. But the archer was already dead. His twisted body collapsed in a pool of blood. Gao stood firm again, raising his shield as if nothing had happened. All right, everything's under control. Keep attacking. Meanwhile, atop the academy roof, Ye Ning scanned the area. The butcher mutant should be here, so where is he? He checked the mission log and froze. Wait, the butcher mutant mission? It's gone? I didn't accept it. So who did? Back in the junkyard, a series of explosions rocked the battlefield. From the smoke, something emerged, its sword dragging across the ground, sending sparks flying. Everyone stared in horror as a monstrous figure stepped into view, a towering mutant, dragging a giant blade, its head shaped like a jagged pyramid of steel. It looked like something straight out of a nightmare. The awakened ones stood frozen, their voices trembling. Is that the butcher mutant? The second boss had arrived. With a massive swing, the mutant's colossal sword tore through everything in sight. The battlefield became a slaughterhouse. Why are you here? Someone cried out in shock. Amidst the chaos, Gao grinned, eyes gleaming with malice. Because I secretly took the mission. As a defensive awakened, I'm never the one dealing heavy damage. It's tough to get good loot through normal clears. But if the others die and the boss is left barely breathing, I can land the final hit. Even with a low score, that's enough for a rare piece of gear. Still standing tall, Gao suddenly pointed and shouted, Who accepted the mission? Was it that level 0 who ran off earlier? He kicked the ghost beside him in frustration. Damn it, that guy's trying to get us killed. Someone cursed, backing away in fear. But Gao pressed forward, running toward the butcher mutant with his shield raised. Aye, Gaoyin won't lose to that brat. Come on, let's go. Channeling energy into his arm, he prepared to launch an attack. He turned back to the group. Don't worry about anything. Just do your best. Still oblivious to his betrayal, the team echoed back. Yes, leader. The black-haired woman flushed slightly, whispering, Leader, you're so kind. From high above, Ye Ning watched the madness unfold from atop the wall. He quickly pieced it all together. So, trying to pin this on me and grab the reward for yourself? Not a bad scheme. Too bad you picked the wrong target. He opened his system panel. There are 2 hidden bosses in this dungeon. Suddenly, 2 additional missions lit up on his screen. He accepted them both. 2 monstrous figures appeared near him, one with a skeletal, demonic form, and another like a massive worm with 3 glaring eyes. Unsheathing his dagger, Ye Ning smiled. What are you waiting for? Come play. The bosses let out a guttural roar and charged at him. With perfect timing, Ye Ning jumped, free-falling from the rooftop. Chasing me in berserk mode, huh? Good. Down in the junkyard, Gao sensed something and looked up, only to see Ye Ning plummeting from the sky with the 2 bosses hot on his trail. The awakened below were being overwhelmed. Tentacles from the hidden monsters wrapped around their limbs and mouths, muffling their screams and snapping bones like twigs. Gao froze. Sweat poured down his face. WH, what is this? A hand landed on his shoulder. He turned. Ye Ning was standing beside him, smiling. Didn't you want to play? Well, let's play with all 4 bosses. Gao backed away, terrified. Why, you? You accepted all the missions? Ye Ning's grin widened. What kind of scapegoat would I be if I didn't go all the way? Panicked, Gao stumbled back. You're insane. I was going to play them all, wait out the last 3 hours, then finish off the boss and take the reward. But this damn level 0 ruined everything. Gao suddenly turned and bolted. Everyone follow your leader, run, get to the rooftop, he shouted. Confused, the entire group hesitated. Even the bosses paused for a moment, thrown off by the sudden shift. So they're all gathering inside the school now. Makes things easier for me, Ye Ning thought as he watched Gao lead the panicked, awakened into the building. Once inside, they slammed the doors shut. But as they looked out into the courtyard, they froze. Ye Ning stood there, completely calm. You damn level 0? You're fast, I'll give you that, one of them snarled. If you want to die, I'll gladly help you. Just don't drag us down with you. A blonde awakened, wearing a headband, drew his twin swords. Eyes blazing with fury, he lunged straight at Ye Ning. But Ye Ning didn't flinch. He took a single step to the side, and the attack missed completely. The blonde staggered past, eyes wide in disbelief. What? How? How did a level 0 dodge my strike? That's impossible. Ye Ning didn't even glance at him. He turned to Gao and addressed him loud enough for everyone to hear. Your friend, was he killed by the butcher mutant? Because I didn't take that mission. The room fell silent. The others started to piece it together. You let the fragmented corpse maiden kill Zhang Tao on purpose? You used us as bait, so you could take all the rewards for yourself? Gao broke into a cold sweat as the group began surrounding him, their expressions filled with anger and betrayal. He tried to regain control. Wait! This isn't the time to fight amongst ourselves. That guy, he accepted all the boss missions. The mutants are coming for us. If we don't defend this building, we're done for. A woman spoke up, eyes wide with panic. Defend? Against 4 level 2 mutants? One of them is the Lord of Corpses. He's already at peak level 2. One of the warriors snapped. Shut it! This building won't go down unless a level 3 shows up. And except for that fragmented corpse woman, the other 3 are too big to even fit through the halls. They can only climb from the outside. Outside, the ground trembled. The mutants had started scaling the building, fast. Hammer raised, one of the awakened shouted, We'll split into 2 teams. One holds the windows and rooftops, stop the ranged attacks from the 3 big ones. The other holds the entrance, brace for the corpse maiden and the incoming zombie horde. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Disfigured mutants came flooding in. Spinning his hammer and roaring, the awakened charged forward, his body glowing with energy. If we make it out of this alive, I swear I'm crushing Gao Yun and that damn level 0 with my own hands. Yi Ning, standing calmly behind, turned his head and said, If you want to survive, you'd better hold out to the very end. From above and below, the bosses descended, each unleashing their ultimate moves. Flame explosion! Relentless impact! Ice strike! Balls of fire and shards of ice lit up the battlefield, chaos erupting as their hands glowed with power, and the real battle for survival began. They unleashed everything they had, pouring every ounce of strength into stopping the advancing bosses. The impact rocked the building. Dust exploded into the air. Stones shattered and scattered across the floor. But as the dust settled, the bosses stood tall, unharmed. They're not even scratched, someone whispered, frozen in disbelief. All of us, and we still couldn't stop them? Roars echoed as more grotesque mutants closed in, their jaws gaping, eyes wild. The awakened tried to hold their ground, but one thought kept creeping into their minds. No, my energy's almost gone. I can't hold out. Shield raised, but spirit broken, Gao muttered under his breath. It's over this time. We're really finished. Just then, a voice cut through the chaos. Calm, but full of intent. Yan Ning, standing at the parapet of the building, wind whipping around him, turned with a faint smile. Everything's ready. He glanced back at the stunned group. If you want to live, jump with me. Everyone stared. What? Did he just say, jump? Then Ye Ning leaped. No way he really jumped. Damn, he's lost it. Crazy coward trash, someone spat. But mid-air, Ye Ning twisted into a clean backflip, then activated his ability. Blue lightning surged around him, crackling through the sky with a deafening hum. A wave of power exploded outward, stopping even the wind for a second. The pressure was overwhelming. From below, the woman gasped. That force, it's incredible. The level 0 got away with that power, another shouted. How is this even possible? Gao asked, eyes wide in shock. The one with the hammer suddenly shouted, We're gonna die if we stay here anyway. Let's take a chance. Follow him. Without waiting, he sprinted toward the ledge and leapt. One by one, the awakened followed, diving after Ye Ning. Gao stood frozen, trembling. Thoughts raced through his mind. If I jump, I could die a worse death. But if I stay, maybe I'll survive. I'm defensive. I can take it. From above, Ye Ning looked down at the motionless Gao, now alone in a sea of mutants. You're right not to jump, Gao Yun. He raised his dagger. Sword storm! A massive wave of raw blue lightning burst from the sky, slamming directly into the building. The blast tore through everything. Gao's shield shattered instantly, and the blinding light consumed the air around him. This is, Gao cried out, his voice lost in the storm. Below, the bosses were obliterated one by one, vaporized by the sheer force of the attack. The group barely held on as the ground quaked and the wind roared. Is this really a level 0? One of them muttered, holding on to debris for dear life. As the lightning faded, Yening landed gracefully on the ground, dust settling around him. He gave a small wave. You all okay? The boy with the headband dropped to one knee, bowing deeply. Master, I didn't realize. I spoke to you so rudely before. Please forgive me. The hammer-wielding awakened approached, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. About that 0-level dog thing I said earlier. Yeah, that wasn't about you. Yening waved it off casually. Don't worry about it. He looked around, then added, Now, can you handle rounding up the rest of the escaped zombies? Without hesitation, the group bowed. Yes, sir. And with that, Yening turned, leapt from the rubble, and walked away. It's time to go. Everyone watched in stunned silence, especially those who definitely didn't have an active gaydar. The archer's face turned red as he touched his chin, voice soft and hesitant. He's handsome, strong, and young. The girls whipped around, glaring at him in disbelief. Seriously, big brother, that's your type. Let's just go. Meanwhile, Yening landed lightly on the ground, his eyes scanning the area. In my past life, I heard a rumor. The fragmented corpse maiden hides a piece of blue-grade equipment. Her skull, the skull itself. He looked around. The battlefield was huge. Finding it wouldn't be easy. Then, off in the distance, something flickered, a faint glowing blue light. There, he moved toward it. As soon as he touched it, the system spoke. Blue equipment obtained. Skull of resentment. Effect, psychic control, psychic examination. Instructions, place on forehead to activate. Yening smirked. Perfect. This is made for the psychic system. The reason psychics are underestimated is simple. They lack visual, explosive power like the others. He placed the skull on his forehead. But with this buff that's about to change. Soft blue lights danced from his palms. Then suddenly, a surge. A flood of power rushed into his mind, his eyes turning into glowing orbs of deep, light blue. He staggered slightly as the energy poured through his body. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth as the raw force overloaded his system. Until finally, he adapted. Raising his head, his gaze now burning with blue fire, he focused. Psychic control. A nearby stone lifted into the air, without a single hand movement, only his eyes. Next, he tested the infamous cursed speech technique. Break. The stone shattered into 1,000 shards. He lifted a hand. Hold. The fragments froze mid-air, each one suspended exactly where it had broken. Then, advance. The shards launched downward in a deadly barrage, piercing the ground below and leaving a cratered impact zone. Yening observed quietly. Not bad, and this is just the beginning. Once I level up, the psychic system will show its true power. He touched his forehead with 2 glowing fingers, channeling his next skill. Psychic examination. His eyes closed as a pulse of blue fire circled his head. Then, data appeared before him, nearby awakened, their positions, outlines, even images, clear and detailed. Looks like the current range is around 29 meters. That'll do for now. Just then, a final system announcement arrived. All zombies in the Academy of the Dead have been eliminated. All dungeon missions complete. Exit unlocked. Upon exit, rewards will be calculated based on overall performance. Yening stepped through the gate and was transported out. More notifications followed. Dungeon completed by Yening. Completion rate 100%. Dungeon rank SSS. Looking through the list of rewards, he nodded in approval. Not bad, the rewards are generous, and I can flip all the white gear online for a solid profit. And then, the moment finally arrived. The system notification popped up. You've reached peak level 1. Please select your level up mission immediately. Yening didn't waste a second. Before picking the mission, let's see what this blue gear gives me. A swirling black vortex materialized in front of him. From it, he pulled out the thunder boots. Inspecting them closely, he muttered, 10 more points to agility, Am I becoming an agility type awakened? Alright then, boots on. Let's get moving to the level 2 mission. Yaning wasn't the type to waste time Esli Jiping. Without delay, he headed straight into the next phase. The Celestial Wind Mission, Central District, Night. At the central building, he was greeted by a receptionist. Welcome, what mission are you here for? Level up mission, he said flatly. Still yawning, the girl replied. Going from level 0 to 1, right? Yaning opened the mission menu and said, without hesitation, I want all 4 level 2 missions. The receptionist blinked, stunned. Wait, what? All 4? Are you out of your mind, or am I dreaming? Aren't you still level 0? She chuckled awkwardly while checking his profile. Looks like you're the one dreaming. You can't just skip levels like that. And taking all 4 at once? What are you trying to do? Die? Only dual system awakened. Even try that. And regulars like you take 1 mission at a time. You do know the penalty for failing, right? Without responding, Ye Ning walked over and touched the blue classification sphere. Calmly, he recited, fail a mission and I lose 50% of my main stat points. Fail them all and I'm finished. Maybe even dead. I'll take the risk. He began channeling power into the orb. Boom! A blinding blue burst exploded outward. The girl stumbled back, shielding herself from the shockwave. The sphere cracked. The system confirmed. Peak level 1 achieved. Ye Ning stared into her stunned eyes. Can I take them now? Shaken, she nodded. Yes. That's when someone new appeared. Well, if it isn't the famous sulfur monosulfide level talent, Ye Ning. Ye Ning turned around. A man wearing a cap and cape stood before him. Shirtless, muscles on full display. It's late, and you're still here grinding missions? What's the point? No matter how hard you push, your psychic system won't get you far, the man said. It was Huang Xiao, captain of the Celestial Wind Safe Zone's investigation unit. The receptionist flailed her arms nervously. Captain, wait! Senior Yening is actually... Before she could finish, a team of young operatives showed up, standing at attention. Reporting in, sir! All present! Captain Huang Xiao turned to them and barked. Level 3 battle traces have been discovered at the Academy of the Dead. The higher-ups have issued an urgent command. This is an emergency investigation. Stay sharp. Let's move out. After some time, some people reached an abandoned place. Once, this place had been a zoo. Now it was a graveyard crawling with death. Corpses littered the grounds, and overhead, crows and vultures circled, waiting for their next feast. The team moved forward in silence, following the commander as he strode toward the rusted gates. One student finally spoke up. Commander, why aren't we teaming up with Celestial Wind's Safe Zone? Lately they've been dispatching troops everywhere, like they're hunting something. Could they be after the same target as us? The man in front, Hong Zhongbin, a level 3 awakened, didn't slow his pace. He was tall, broad, and carried a massive spear. A long scar marked the side of his face. Maybe, he said bluntly, but that's not our concern. My son, Hong Sheng, just got into the program. I'm just trying to get him some blue-grade gear. That's all. He paused, then added, Celestial Wind's already been tossed aside by the higher-ups, all because of that sulfur monosulfide rank freak, Yening. A bit of power, and the place started crumbling from the inside. Right now, they're weaker than ever. He glanced at one of his men. Isn't this the perfect time to move? Yes, Commander, the soldier replied with a smirk. Hong Zhongbin looked ahead. But tell me, are we sure about the intel? Is there really a peak level 2 mutant here, about to evolve into level 3? I'm not here for a sightseeing tour. No doubt about it, another soldier replied confidently. The corpse tiger's here, and if we kill it, it should drop blue equipment. Excellent. The commander grinned. Let's go. As they passed through the gates, he gave one clear order. Keep the other monsters away. I'll take the corpse tiger myself. Yes, Commander, the team shouted in unison. From a rooftop nearby, Yening watched silently, analyzing the terrain. 2 of my level-up missions are in this area, he thought. If I play it right, I can handle both at once. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead and activated his psychic vision. His field of view expanded until he spotted the group closing in, led by a powerful presence. Damn, someone else is here, and they've brought a level 3 with them. Suddenly, the commander turned and looked straight in his direction. Yanning froze, then quickly deactivated his ability. Shit. He almost sensed me. This just got a lot harder. If they kill the target first, I'm done. Without wasting another second, he jumped from the building. This can't happen. I have to move. Now. Meanwhile, the students encountered their first threat, two massive beasts standing in their way. One was a two-headed hound with hulking limbs, the other a towering bear dripping with menace. "It's the corpse dog and the bloodthirsty bear," one of them shouted. "Form up," the archer captain barked. "Fight solo. Do not let them near the commander. We just need to stall them." The team spread out, drawing the beasts away. "Hey, ugly! You want bones?" One awakened, taunted, banging his shield to provoke the dog. "Aru and I will handle the corpse dog," another said, cold mist forming in his hand. "You take down the bear." A tremor rippled through the ground. The air grew heavier. Vision wavered, distorted by the overwhelming pressure. Commander Hong Zhangbin narrowed his eyes. This aura, it's strong. Could it be the corpse tiger? Behind him, the beast finally showed itself, a massive tiger with blood-red fur and blazing eyes that burned like fire. "Right on time," the commander muttered with a grin, blue energy flaring around him. He dropped into a stance, spear ready, just as the tiger charged forward, roaring with its jaws wide and crimson eyes locked onto him. From a distance, Yanning observed quietly. "So the level 3's really here for the corpse tiger's blue gear. I need to finish my mission too." He narrowed his eyes. "I want that equipment as badly as anyone, but it wouldn't be right to steal his kill. Fighting a level 3 head-on? That's suicide." Still, his gaze swept across the battlefield. The monsters were spread out, too far apart. "I'll only get one shot to use the celestial rift. If I'm off by even a second, everything could fall apart. I have to wait for the perfect moment." Down below, the tiger lunged with deadly force. Commander Hong Zhangbin held his ground, spear spinning. He summoned swirling tornadoes to clash against the beast's charge. The two forces collided, wind against muscle, steel against claw. The ground quaked. Explosions of light and sound burst through the air, sending clouds of dust flying. Yanning shielded his face. "He's strong, no doubt about it. A dual type, strength and speed." Hong Zhangbin didn't let up. He raised his spear and unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes. Bolts surged through the air and slammed into the tiger's body, forcing a deafening roar from the creature. Electricity danced across its frame before exploding in a flash. Using the momentum, Hong Zhangbin launched himself backward. The tiger stumbled, but quickly retaliated, its giant paw slamming into the commander and throwing him sideways. He hit the ground hard. Blood trickled from his lips. The signs of wear were showing now. "Just as I thought," he muttered. "A near level 3 beast, full of power. No way I'm winning this without pulling out all the stops." Planting his feet, he gathered every ounce of energy into his spear. "Wild flames!" he roared. His eyes lit up with a fierce neon blue glow as he charged. The spear cut through the air like fire itself. The slash ignited in a burst of blue flames, slicing into the tiger and engulfing it in a roaring inferno. The beast let out one final cry before crashing to the ground, paws up, its body consumed by fire. Panting heavily, the commander leaned on his spear. "It's done," he breathed. Elsewhere, his team was still locked in battle. But as soon as they saw the fight was over, the word spread like wildfire. "The commander did it!" one shouted. "Fall back! We're done here!" "I'll cover the retreat!" yelled another, backing away from the bloodthirsty bear. Near the two-headed dog, Aru shouted while dodging its bite. "Hurry and find the commander!" And from behind her shield, one of the awakened barked, "Stop chasing me, Mutt! This sister's out!" Hidden among the trees, Yanning watched the team regroup and nodded to himself. "This distance is perfect. Time to move." He was just about to strike when something shifted in the air. His eyes widened. No, the corpse tiger. It's already hit level 3. Down on the battlefield, all eyes turned in horror. The massive beast, cloaked in a crimson aura, slowly rose from the ground. Murderous energy pulsed from its body as red dust swirled around it like a storm. The group froze. They're in danger now, Yanning thought grimly, as the surrounding beasts began closing in on the weakened squad. He drew his dagger and whispered, "Celestial Rift." With one swift motion, a brilliant line of light tore through the air. It struck with deadly precision, cutting through multiple monsters in a single slash. Commander Hong Zongbin's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the wave of power sweep across the battlefield. What kind of ability was that, he thought. This isn't just strong. It's intermediate level 3, high level 3. Right before his eyes, two monstrous creatures collapsed, split cleanly in half. Dust and debris swirled violently, shrouding everything in a haze. Who did that?" someone shouted. As the dust settled, a shocking sight came into view. The corpse tiger's body now lay beside the commander, unmoving. One of Hong Zhangbin's subordinates gasped. "Commander, the corpse tiger! Our corpse tiger!" "Stop yelling!" Hong Zhangbin barked. "I can see it!" His fists clenched, rage bubbling inside him. Someone stole my kill. Someone stronger than me. I can't take them head on. Not now. I need answers. I'll report to Commander Shao at Celestial Wind. Meanwhile, Yaning silently dropped down from the top of the zoo wall, already making his retreat. He stayed hidden, slipping away without a sound. A chime echoed in his mind. The system had logged his rewards. He opened the panel and checked the new item. Tiger resentment gloves. Landing lightly on the ground, he scanned the stats. "These are incredible," he murmured with a grin. No wonder that level 3 commander wanted them so badly. He slid the gloves on, feeling the energy course through them as they activated. With no time to waste, he continued on his path. Elsewhere, inside the Celestial Wind Safe Zone's investigation unit, Captain Huang Shao leaned back in his chair, yawning. "Damn it. I spent the whole night checking out that corpse academy," he grumbled. "Just like in the wild forest. No sign of this mystery, level 3. Who the hell is this guy?" Suddenly, an assistant burst into the room, clearly panicked. "Captain! Right after our team left the area, we detected 2 level 3 psychic energy spikes in Corpse Paradise." Huang Xiao jumped up and slammed the desk with both hands. 2. Again. Are you telling me we've stumbled onto a level 3 nest? Captain Huang Xiao threw on his cape and began walking briskly, adjusting his cap with a sharp tug. "Sound the alert. Wake everyone up and gather them now," he ordered. "If we don't find something soon, Commander Shao will have our heads when he gets back." "Yes, Captain," his subordinate responded, sprinting off to relay the command. But before they could even act, a shout echoed up from below. "Shao! Get out here!" It was Commander Hong Zhangbin, his massive spear planted firmly on the ground, flanked by 2 of his men. His voice cut through the air like a blade. "Isn't that Commander Hong from Zhenjiang?" someone whispered. As Huang Shao approached, he called out, "Commander Shao is currently at the front lines. Why are you so worked up this early?" Hong Zhangbin scowled. "And who exactly are you supposed to be? Can I even talk to you?" "I'm Huang Zhao," Hong said smoothly, "captain of the Celestial Wind Investigation Unit, one of Commander Zhao's best men. Since he's not here, you can speak to me. I might be able to help if it's within reason." He offered a smug smile, clearly underestimating Hong Zhangbin's fury. Hong Zhangbin stepped forward, voice rising. "This morning, I went to Corpse Paradise to take down the corpse tiger. I fought for it, to get blue gear for my son. But just when I had it, a level 3 from your region swooped in and stole the kill." Hong's expression shifted slightly. "Corpse Paradise?" he thought. "That must be one of the 2 energy signals we detected earlier." Hong Zhangbin jabbed a finger into Hong's face. "I'm telling you, a level 3 from your zone has no manners. They just robbed me like a thief. You get that?" Hong calmly pushed Hong Zhangbin's hand aside, his smirk never leaving. "Commander Hong, surely you're joking. Everyone knows we only have 1 level 3 in Celestial Wind, and that's Commander Shao." Hong Zhangbin scoffed. "I knew talking to you would be useless. I'll take it up with your commander directly at the defense line. Let's move." With that, he turned and stormed off, his men trailing behind. Hong frowned as he watched them go. "This is serious. I need to report this." He quickly contacted Commander Shao. "Say that again?" Shao's voice came through the line. Sharp. "Celestial Wind might have another unknown level 3, and they stole a kill from Hong Zhangbin?" Gritting his teeth, Shao responded, "Whether it's 1 or more, unknown level 3s in our territory are a major threat. Don't waste time. Investigate. Thoroughly. Quietly. No panic." "Yes, Commander," Hong said. "I'll track the equipment sales in the area immediately." Elsewhere, at the Youth Education Center, Yanning sat casually, snacking as he reviewed his mission list. 2 left, Wind Eagle and Survival. Once they're done, I can level up. He paused to think. Wind eagle wings. Not impossible. Rare, but low tier. If someone finds them and doesn't need them, they'll probably sell. Still chewing, he sent out a message requesting to buy the wings. A reply came quickly. Hey, looking for wind eagle wings? How many do you want? I can get them for you. Yanning read the message and frowned slightly. This guy doesn't seem too trustworthy, he thought. But I don't have time to drag this out. He responded promptly. All right then, fixed price, 800. On the other side, the boy read the offer, stunned. 800? That's more than a level 1 earns in a year. He must really want them. Determined to negotiate, the boy fired back. 900. No, 1,000. I worked hard for this. Still snacking, Yining raised an eyebrow. This kid's really pushing it. He must have found them by accident. He calmly typed out his response. You're level 1, right? What are you even doing with a wind eagle? You probably picked it up off the ground. And now, you want to play games with me? I was in a rush, but not anymore. If you're not serious, keep it. The boy panicked and quickly bowed his head, sending a flurry of messages. Okay, 800 it is. Please don't leave. Let's settle it. Yanning leaned back and said coldly, A man shouldn't let greed blind him. Yanning typed his final message. Actually, I've changed my mind. I'll only offer 400. If you won't sell, someone else will. Cornered and out of options, the boy gave in, tears in his eyes. Fine. Done. As the wind stirred around him, Yanning held the feather in his hand, eyes back on his mission tracker. Only one left, the Youth Education Center dungeon. Unlike other combat dungeons, this one was different. No one had ever earned an SSS rank, not because of the fights, but because the test wasn't physical. It was entirely psychic. Standing at the building's edge, the system prompted him. Do you wish to enter the Youth Education Center dungeon? Yes, he replied instantly. A red light enveloped him, and just before he vanished, he muttered, Let's see how far I can push my limits. The moment Yanning entered, he noticed the sky had changed. It wasn't blue. It wasn't day or night. It was blood red. As he scanned the eerie landscape, he realized he wasn't alone. All around him, others were slowly trying to get up. Ow! My head, groaned Huang Sha, a girl with light hair and a lilac coat, struggling to sit upright. Nearby, a boy named Fang Yuan quietly pushed himself off the ground. This teleportation feels completely different, commented Liang Tengfei, already standing and shaking off the daze. A middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and stepped forward confidently. Hey everyone, I'm Li Zhiping. I've reached peak level 1 in the willpower system. I assume you're all from the same system. He looked around the group. The air was thick with red mist, giving the place a horror movie vibe, unnerving and unnatural. Big bro, what kind of question is that? Liang replied. Of course we're from the willpower system. No one else would take this kind of leveling mission. Yeah, another chimed in. Our system is practically useless in combat. We couldn't take down a mutant even if we all teamed up. Wang opened his mouth to say something, but Li Ziping cut in, raising his hands with an awkward smile. You're not wrong, kids. We're weak in battle, but this dungeon isn't about strength. It's about willpower. That gives us a real chance here. He adjusted his glasses again, more confident this time. I've been through 2 dungeons like this before. If you're all okay with it, I'll lead the team. Uncle Yanning has experience? That's great news, Huang said enthusiastically. Li Ziping turned, looking at the boy who had remained silent the entire time. And you, the quiet one, any objections? Yanning gave a cool, indifferent smile. None. I'm just in a hurry. Can we start already? The system chimed in. Mission triggered. Find and seal the hidden ghost in Fanghua High School. Mission hints. 1. Identify the ghost's location. 2. Do not believe any lies. 3. If the sealing amulet misses the ghost, the mission will fail and result in instant elimination. Liang trembled. A ghost? Those are real? The others immediately huddled behind him. Li Ziping calmly read the mission details aloud. Don't panic. It's called a ghost, but it's really just a person's willpower contaminated by psychic energy at the moment of death. It's still part of the willpower attribute. These things are dangerous. They can't be harmed physically, and they can control others' willpower. He looked around at the group. Our first step is to search the building for clues. If anyone finds the ghost, don't try to fight it. Run, then call for help. I have a way to seal it. As the group prepared to move out, Huang smiled and added, Uncle Yening really knows his stuff. I'm glad you're here. Yening nodded firmly. We need to check the classroom, the archive, and the teacher's room. Let's split into 3 groups. Miss, you're with me. You're not as strong. Teng Fei, pair up with Fang Yuan. Yening, you go alone. If anyone finds something, share it right away. No secrets. Yening headed straight for the archive. He combed through the room carefully, flashlight in hand. Kneeling on the floor, he muttered, There's barely anything here, just a few scraps of newspaper. He picked one up, a torn clipping read, Professor Tao suspected of harassing Wang Fang and Wang, who later committed suicide. Suddenly, a dark presence loomed above. A twisted figure with long black hair and glowing red eyes clung to the ceiling, staring down at him. She lunged, screaming. The room filled with a chilling screech. Yening didn't flinch. He looked up and thought, a female ghost. Could that be Wang Fang? Without hesitation, he crouched again and activated his power. Purple rays burst out, lighting up the room. Complete willpower! Transformation of willpower, he shouted. The energy surrounded him and surged toward the ghost. She fled, vanishing through the window, shattering the glass behind her. Was that a test? Or did she run? Yening thought as he stepped toward the broken window. Then, messages popped up in the mission group chat. Huang Xie typed, Uncle Yening and I found an old report. A fire broke out in the teacher's dorm a year ago. Several teachers died. Liang Tengfei added, There's a contract. Wang Fang's family demanded compensation for psychological trauma. Only their signature is on it. Fang Yuan chimed in. After the fire, Taoist priests were called in. The school had them seal the place with amulets. Yening replied, I found evidence of an assault from a year ago. The victim was Wang Fang. She's believed to have taken her life. The suspect? Professor Dao. Yening, flashlight in hand, stood next to Wang. After reading the updates, he declared, It all adds up. Wang Fang was assaulted. Her family pushed for justice, but got nothing. After her death, she returned as a vengeful spirit. She caused the fire, and priests sealed her afterward. But now, the amulet's seal is broken. Our mission is to find and restore it. Huang Xia, notify everyone. We're regrouping in room 201, the dorm where the fire began. The amulet must be there. Yening paused, eyebrows furrowed. That conclusion a little too neat. How did he know it's room 201? Liang spoke up. Uncle Yening's right. The ghost is Wang Fang. Let's go find her. Behind him, Fang clung to Fei, shaking. Suddenly, he let out a scream. Big bro Fei, something's following us! Liang turned pale. Run! It's Wang Fang! They bolted, yelling, Uncle Yening, help! Back at the dormitory, the others had already arrived. Yening looked around. They're not here yet. I'll wait outside. You two, go search for the amulet. Huang stepped forward. The iron door's jammed. I'll try using my willpower. Before she could act, Yening strode past and kicked the door clean off its hinges. It clattered aside. They exchanged stunned glances. That power, is he from the willpower system? Inside, Yening said flatly, This works better. Hong crouched and picked up a talisman. Smiling, she called out, Uncle Yening, we found the amulet. Yening pointed his flashlight at her, scanning the room carefully. Quietly, he thought to himself, a human-shaped trail. The amulet must have dropped in the teacher's dorm. He turned to Hong. Hey, did any of your clues mention the teacher who died in that room? Hong shook her head. No. Why? Before she could finish, 2 figures burst in, panicked and breathless, screaming, Uncle Yening, help us! The ghost's right behind us! Fang suddenly stumbled. The ghost reached out, brushing his shoulder. He let out a desperate cry as the spirit shrieked with a chilling, tormented sound. Help me, he screamed, then went silent. The ghost surged into him, pouring through his mouth like smoke. Fang Yuan, Liang shouted, watching in horror as his friend transformed. Razor-sharp teeth, claws, double irises, and hollow black eyes. Possessed? Liang gasped, stunned. Fang lunged, sinking his teeth into Liang's shoulder. Chaos erupted. Yening stepped forward, cloaked in a red aura. The ghost's taken over Fang Yuan. I'll handle him. You, get that amulet ready. We need to seal it now. Hong cracked a smile and snapped her fingers. I'm on it. Yening raised the talisman. Amulet, activate! Red chains shot out from Yining's back, wrapping around Fang's body. Willpower restriction, Yining yelled as Fang snarled and thrashed. Hurry! I can't hold him for long, Yining shouted, struggling to keep control. Here goes nothing, Yining said, smirking. Professor Tao! He slapped the talisman onto Yining's back. Blue flames flickered from it. Yining turned, sweat dripping, face twisted in rage. You idiot! You stuck it in the wrong spot. If you waste it now, we're all dead. But Yining stayed calm. Really? Then why is Fang Yuan unconscious on the floor? He asked, pointing at Fang's body. Huang looked over, eyes wide. Fang was lying still, knocked out. Wait! Uncle Yining got sealed and Fang collapsed. Then, she paused, disbelief washing over her. Could Uncle Yining be? Yining stepped forward. Professor Tao, you disguised yourself. Then you used your willpower to mimic a ghost, trying to test our strength and throw us off. You came after me first, but realized I wouldn't go down easily. So you went after Fang Yuan, someone with weaker willpower. You made it look like he was possessed. But it wasn't possession. It was your own willpower controlling him. He continued, voice sharp. You faked a fight with the ghost, made a show of trying to seal Fang Yuan. You used the chaos to sabotage the mission and get the system to eliminate us one by one. Huang dropped to the floor, head bowed, trying to process it all. If what you're saying is true, then if I had thrown the talisman at Fang Yuan... She looked up, shaken. We'd all be dead right now. Yining raised his hand, summoning glowing spheres of energy that hovered above his palm. Your power's sealed, he said coldly. Enough games. Show me who you really are. With a flick, the spheres shot forward, slamming into Yining and tearing through him with sharp, precise impact. The old man arched back as a dark aura erupted from his body. His skin blistered, cracked, and melted away, leaving behind a charred husk of what he once was. A voice like grinding rust creaked out of him. My disguise was flawless. How did you see through it? Yining's tone was flat, dismissive. You've been sealed. Mission's done. Why should I explain anything? But the ghost just smiled, darker energy leaking from his form. Heh? You didn't know, did you? There's a hidden mission in this dungeon. Without completing it, forget about that SSS rating. Yining blinked. A hidden mission? The creature's brittle skin stretched as it spoke. That's right. It's why no one's ever scored SSS here. The hidden mission is to make me vanish on my own. It leaned forward, voice low and cunning. Tell me how you figured out I was the ghost, and I'll let you complete it. Yining stood still, arms crossed, thinking it through. Back in the Academy of the Dead dungeon. I wouldn't have found the hidden mission if I didn't know about it from my past life. I was too tied up with military tasks and never got clearance for high-level dungeons like this. He looked at the ghost and said calmly, Maybe I'll believe you. But first, you need to tell me why you even care to know. The creature's eyes glimmered as it replied, Because once you awaken intelligence, everything changes. When the dungeon resets, I keep my memories. Next time, I'll fix my flaws, improve the disguise, and take out even more awakened ones. Wang's face went pale. Intelligence? That doesn't exist in solo-level dungeons. If that's true, this isn't just a standard dungeon anymore. This would be B rank or higher. That's a system-breaking glitch. The ghost grinned wide. Exactly. So, will you tell me now? Yining let out a breath and gestured. It's actually pretty simple. He began explaining. First, one of the mission clues said not to believe lies. But the ghost, this so-called female spirit, never said a word. That was your slip. Second, you never once used the group chat. That told me you weren't linked to the system like the rest of us. Third, the clue only mentioned Wang Fang, allegedly, committing suicide. It left her fate vague. But your connection as the professor? That was clear. And finally, if we were really meant to seal Wang Fang, the amulet should be in her grave, not in your dorm. Yining stepped closer, his voice sharper. So here's my guess. You assaulted her. She tried to take her own life, but survived and ended up in a psychiatric ward. With no legal action taken, you stayed hidden, and now here we are. The family tried to get compensation from the school, but failed, Yining continued. So they retaliated. They set the fire. After that, your willpower was tainted. That's when the haunting began. Not before. The school brought in Taoist priests to seal you afterward. Huang's jaw dropped. Yenning's right. We believed everything Li Jiping told us. Not once did we question him. She thought back. How he remained so calm even after encountering the female ghost. How strong is his willpower? Is he really just first level in the willpower system? With a twisted grin and cracked skin, Tao let out a low laugh. You've got most of it right, but not all. First, the female ghost might not speak until she's sealed. Second, maybe I didn't message the group because I was focused on gathering clues. I even had Huang Xia help me. Third, Wang Feng's suicide and the appearance of the ghost. That was the perfect setup. And lastly, if the dorm is where the harassment happened, of course the ghost would linger there. Yenning smirked. Fair enough. That wouldn't be enough to convince anyone. But like the clue said, we shouldn't believe lies, so I saved the most important part for the end. He raised a hand, gesturing calmly. If you want to know, disappear now. I'll tell you in the last few seconds. The ghost chuckled, entertained. Impressive, Yanning. Fine, I'll vanish. Let's hear it. The spirit began to dissolve, his body fading into the air. Hurry, he muttered, as only his head remained. Yanning stared him down. The most vital thing. Say it, you bastard, the ghost howled, now just a floating mouth. Yanning grinned, voice smooth as ice. The most vital thing is that I was just guessing. The ghost had only a moment to curse his name before vanishing completely. Still in shock, Huang looked at him. I guess you fooled that ghost with a bluff? Yanning turned toward the exit. No time to talk. We're done here. But she wasn't satisfied. Seriously, was it just a guess? Yanning let out a laugh. Of course not. His biggest mistake was saying the talisman was in dormitory 201. No clues ever pointed to that. Only the ghost could have known it. That's how I knew. But why would I tell him that? The icy look in his eyes as he said it made Huang shiver. You're scarier than the ghost, she whispered. But incredible. Without you, I never would have made it out. They left the dungeon, and the system rewards popped up. Yanning received a glowing purple bracelet, the soul bead. It blocked psychic attacks and neutralized fatal damage once. Perfect. This'll save my life one day, he thought, slipping it onto his wrist. Later that night, in the Celestial Wind safe zone, Yanning arrived at the mission center. The receptionist glanced up as he approached. You're Yanning, right? You accepted 4 level-up missions to hit level 2 just last night. Already back? Which one did you finish? Yanning didn't answer. He simply slid the documents forward. Her eyes widened in disbelief. All 4? She gasped. You completed all 4? In one day? He calmly replied. Could you please hurry up? Snapping out of it, she quickly processed the missions and handed over the results. Yanning earned a total of 7,300 credits. Yanning turned with a quiet smile, slipping on his overcoat and strolling out of the center. It hasn't even been a week, and I'm already level 2, he thought proudly. With the Sword God system, progression is way faster than in my last life. Behind him, the receptionist watched him leave, unease settling in her chest. That's way too fast. I need to alert the higher-ups. She quickly grabbed the phone to report what she'd seen. Out on the street, Yanning checked his stats while walking. Not counting my gear bonus, my base attributes are solid for level 2. But if I want to use that B-rank sword skill I bought, I still need 23 more attribute points. He calculated silently. Until each stat hits 20, I can use psychic fruits to boost them by 1 each. But past 20, it gets harder. Altogether, I'll need at least 35 more points. At 6,000 credits per fruit, that's 210,000 credits total. He revved up his new motorcycle and zipped through the city streets. That kind of money won't come easy. Most of the valuable dungeons in Celestial Wind have already been cleared. The only one left is the Death Factory near the Zhenjiang border. They've got excellent blue-tier gear there, should sell for a good price. But then, something in the sky made him slow down. A red swirl churned in the clouds. Is that? He stopped and stared, eyes narrowing at the crimson vortex above. A zombie wave signal? In his past life, the global zombie outbreak had erupted a year later, but he remembered now, Celestial Wind had suffered a siege even earlier than that. The first wave here, it should hit next week. I have to warn Commander Xiao, there's no time to lose. Without hesitation, Yanning sent a private message to the commander. Somewhere else, Commander Xiao received the alert and paused mid-step, confused as he read. Yanning, within a week, Celestial Wind will be hit by a zombie wave. Mobilize your troops immediately to protect the city. He read it aloud, frowning. Yanning zombies? A second message appeared. Tianfeng will be attacked by a massive swarm of zombies in less than a week. You need to prepare defenses immediately. Zhao stood still, staring at the warning, then waved his hand to close the projection. His tone turned cold. Didn't get an S-class treatment, so now he's trying to grab attention? Or maybe he's just weak and paranoid, jumping at shadows. Arms crossed, he muttered to himself. Since the Great War against the zombies 40 years ago, the world's been calm. Most of those monsters are locked inside dead cities. There's no way they'd get out now. We can't waste our resources on fantasy threats. Our top mission is still uncovering the hidden Third Order in Chenfang. Later, in Tianfeng's safe zone, Xiao barged into a conference room where two men were deep in investigation. Huang Xiao, you said you found leads on the Third Order. Is that true? He asked urgently. The blonde-haired subordinate stood up straight and answered, Yes, Commander. We've identified the most suspicious person, Yanning. Zhao took the tablet from him and scanned through the intel, eyes narrowing. Yanning? That doesn't make any sense. Huang replied, We didn't want to believe it either. But after a full investigation, the timeline of the Third Order's awakening and activity matches him perfectly. Right after Yanning sold the most valuable materials, Huang concluded, and just recently he bought a spiritual residence. That's not something an ordinary person can afford. Commander Xiao listened intently. Are you telling me Yanning is the mysterious Third Order awakened? That's hard to believe. Across the table sat Liao Tian, the representative of the military committee. He looked at Xiao and replied, He only awakened a week ago. Even with an SSS class talent, that kind of progress is unheard of. Take General Zhang, for example. He's a double sulfur monosulfide class in strength and agility. With all the backing and resources he's got, he's only just reached the First Order. Liao Tian stood up, slamming his hand on the table. That tells me someone stronger, likely a Third Order, is backing Yanning. Xiao met his gaze, processing the logic. That does make sense. The army may not support Yanning directly, but other Third Orders could see potential in him. SS-level talents are rare. It's possible someone's quietly grooming him, maybe as part of an experiment. He leaned back in his chair. If that's the case, no need to panic. We just need to identify who this Third Order is, and recruit them to our side. Just then, Hong burst into the room, clearly agitated. Commander Xiao, Commissioner Liao, we just got an update from the mission center. Yanning has completed 4 second-order advancement missions. Everyone in the room went still. What? Yanning again? 4 advancement missions? That's impossible. How? Xiao rubbed his chin, eyes sharpening with suspicion. Wait a minute, Liao Tian. Based on your theory, wouldn't that mean a Third Order took Yanning along, cleared the missions, and let him sweep up the rewards? He leaned forward. If he's only completing these because someone else is doing the work, doesn't that actually prove he isn't a Third Order? Liao Tian faltered. Unless... Xiao stood, cutting him off. Huang Xiao, send 2 men to monitor Yanning's residence. I want to know who he's meeting with. Also, deploy teams to scout the abandoned cities near Tanifeng. If there's even a chance of a zombie wave, we need to act before it's too late. Internally, Xiao weighed the odds. If a Third Order really is backing Yanning, maybe they warned him about the outbreak. Either way, I'm not taking chances. Hong saluted sharply. Understood, Commander. The meeting adjourned, and as they walked down the hall, Xiao suddenly stopped and turned. Oh, and get a full blue equipment set for Hong Gang. Maybe that'll finally shut him up. Late that night, at the border between the safe zones of Tianfeng and Zhangjiang, Yanning stood in the shadows of the so-called Death Factory, an abandoned industrial complex shrouded in thick, eerie mist. He checked his status screen. Swordstorm's cooldown is over. Time to move. He opened the dungeon interface, selected the entry option, and confirmed. The system chimed. Entering B-rank dungeon Death Factory. Minimum level, Second Order. Participants, 15. Dungeon type War. Objective randomized. The dungeon consists of 7 enemy waves. Rewards are given for surviving each wave. After each wave, a 3-minute vote will allow participants to exit. A 70% majority is required to trigger group exit. If not met, all 7 waves must be completed. Yanning stepped into the fog, ready for battle. The first wave hits in 5 minutes. Get ready. Surrounding him was a tense crowd, dressed in dark shades, eyes sharp and unfriendly. Yining scanned the group, thinking, these people aren't ordinary. They're clearly from the same faction, and there's a third order awakened among them. Standing ahead of him was a girl, Lin Lan. Her black hair was tied up neatly with purple-tipped chopsticks. She's a third order. Something about her feels off, like danger is just around the corner. Suddenly, one of the guys stepped forward and raised his voice. Hey everyone, I'm Zhang Lin, an advanced second order awakened. You all know teamwork is key in a war dungeon. I was thinking of taking charge as team leader, but since we've got a third order... Before he could finish, Lin Lan launched forward, her movements a blur. She struck him square in the chest with a fierce kick. The impact knocked the air out of him, blood spraying as he hit the ground. Was that her? Yining watched, stunned. She's insanely fast. With one foot planted firmly on the guy's face, she pinned him down, one hand on her hip like she owned the place. Her voice was cold and commanding. Say one more word, and you're dead. Another boy, clearly shaken, dared to speak. What did Zhang Lin even say wrong? Why are you attacking him, Third Order? Lin Lan turned her head toward her hooded teammates. A small smile crept across her face as she issued the order. You three, restrain the rest. Anyone resists, I'll deal with them myself. Her subordinates moved fast, surrounding the rest of the group with weapons raised. Don't move, one of them barked. Stick together. Song Gang, an advanced second order awakened, armed with a giant hammer and heavy armor, narrowed his eyes. I think we've just run into them. The legendary exploration squad. Beside him, Lin Teng, an older archer with silver hair, gritted his teeth. Even if we're both top of second order, there's no way we can take on a third. Yining stood silent, piecing it all together. Exploration groups. They throw awakened into the fire, let them do the dirty work, then take all the spoils. If awakened and mutants devour each other, these people treat humans as nothing but bait. Gang clenched his fists. Zhang Lin might still be alive. We should vote to leave, while we still have the numbers. But his words hadn't gone unnoticed. Before he could take another step, Lin Lan slammed her foot down on one of her own teammates, crushing his skull with a sickening crunch. Blood splattered across the floor. Gang froze. What? The hell? With calm precision, Lin Lan stepped forward, her voice echoing through the dungeon. Let me make it clear, we're the Bloodwolf Squad. And I'm your captain, Lin Lan. This operation is under my control now. Your lives? In my hands. But here's the deal. Survive all 6 waves, hand over your rewards and credit points, and I might let you live. Yining smiled quietly to himself. Spare us? Not a chance. Scum like her never lets anyone live. If only Celestial Slashing Light wasn't on cooldown. With that and Swordstorm combined, I could wipe them out in seconds. But, for now, only Swordstorm is ready. It's strong, sure, but I've got no idea how tough this Third Order really is. And if she's wearing blue-grade gear, if I don't take her out in one hit, I'm the one who'll end up dead. Best play? Lay low. Watch and wait. Just then, Lin Lan called out, taking charge again. The first wave's about to start. Roll call. Name, rank, class, and abilities. I want to know what I'm working with. Gang stepped forward. Song Gang, Second Order Advanced, Physical Class, Close Combat Specialist. Next came his companion, Lin Teng, Second Order Advanced, Agility Class, Ranged Attacker. One by one the others followed. Zhenjiang Tao, Second Order Advanced, Strength Class, Close Quarters. Hong Shao, Second Order Advanced, Agility Class, Ranged. Then it was Yining's turn. Calm and collected, he said, Yining Lin, Second Order Beginner, Willpower Class, Ranged. Lin Lan strutted toward him with a flirtatious grin, lightly brushing her fingers under his chin. A willpower user? In a dungeon like this? That's rare. Shame, though. With a face like that, it's such a waste. Yining just smiled politely, keeping his thoughts to himself. Lin Lan laughed and turned to the others. He's useless. Yining stood quietly, arms crossed, still smiling. Perfect. Let them think I'm dead weight for now. The longer I stay underestimated, the better. Just then, a system alert echoed in their ears. First wave incoming. Enemy count, 100 zombies, 2 first-order mutants. From the shattered walls of the factory, monstrous figures emerged, groaning, snarling, tearing their way into view. The group scrambled into formation. Lin Lan's voice rang out from the rear. Advanced second orders, get ready! I want everything you've got! and if I think any of you are slacking, your skulls will be the first to crack. Gang cursed under his breath. Damn it, they're not even gonna fight. We're the frontline bait, and they're just gonna hang back and watch. Zombies surged forward, while the stronger squad stayed safely behind. Tang moved fast, scaling a crumbling wall for a better vantage point. We don't have a choice, he called out. We fight through these waves or we're dead. Weapons came up, no hesitation. The monsters closed in, grotesque tongues, jagged teeth, claws ripping through the air, mouths wide and ready to feast. Tang readied an arrow, energy crackling at the tip. Gang, you take one mutant. I'll take the other. Everyone else, deal with the horde. Gang slammed his shield into the ground and gripped his war mallet tight. Let's dance, tongue face. See if you like the taste of this hammer. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the long-range awakened began their assault. Shao gathered blue energy between his palms, forming a dense sphere of ice. Beside him, Yanning summoned a faint purple flame in his left hand. Ice spikes! Shao shouted, hurling jagged shards forward. The frozen projectiles tore through the horde, impaling multiple zombies with ease. Gang charged in, swinging his massive mallet, clearing space around him. Meanwhile, Yanning held back. He raised his hand, unleashing a small but precise purple beam. It struck a single zombie dead center, dropping it instantly. But only one. Shao glanced over and scoffed. Seriously? One zombie? You're really living up to your weak little willpower class. Ying just chuckled softly, scratching his cheek in mock embarrassment, still playing the part. Above them, Lin Lan watched the chaos unfold, arms crossed, smirking. That guy, Yanning, what a joke. How'd he even survive this long? If he weren't grouped with other awakened, he'd have been a corpse in the first 10 minutes. And this is only the first wave. What's he gonna do when it gets serious? Blood soaked the ground. Zombie corpses littered the field, riddled with arrows and scorched from spells. Then the system chimed in. First wave complete. Time passed. The fighting didn't stop. One wave after another. Third wave complete. Fourth wave begins in 3 minutes. Everyone leaned against whatever they could find, catching their breath. Wounds, blood, exhaustion, it was showing. Gang, his face cut and streaked with sweat, muttered bitterly. This is getting worse. I swear the next wave's gonna have a second-order peak mutant. When the hell is Lin Lan going to do anything? Tang stood beside him, arrow ready. If she doesn't move before we drop, we'll never have a shot against her. That's when Lin Lan appeared right behind them, arms folded, that smug look back on her face. You're already tired? It's only the third wave. Are all you second orders really this weak? Or just pretending? Her voice dripped with disdain. I'm not lifting a finger until wave 6. If you want to live, then fight like it. Then her eyes shifted to Yanning. You're still breathing? He smiled and scratched his neck. Guess I got lucky. Shao stormed over, fuming. Lucky? We're the ones doing the actual work? All you've done is toss around your little purple sparks. What else can you do? The Gang narrowed his eyes, watching Yanning closely. No! He's hiding something. A willpower class doesn't make it to second order without a trump card. He's holding back, and whatever he's saving might just shift the tide. But it's probably limited. 1 or 2 shots at most. Then the system blared once more. Fourth wave begins. Enemy count. 400 zombies. 1 second order advanced mutant. 2 second order mutants. 6 first order mutants. A new wave of terror charged in. Among them, one hulking beast that towered above the rest and twisted humanoid mutants that looked eerily like something from a nightmare. Flesh-warped, mouths with rows of teeth sprawled across their chests and faces. Gang stepped forward, hammer raised. Lin Tang, focus fire on the second order advanced, the zombie king. We'll handle him together. The rest of you, keep the howling demons off us. Everyone else, take out the first orders and clear the swarm. Tang crouched low behind Gang, bow already drawn, arrow locked in place, eyes tracking the target. But the zombie king was too fast. It slammed into Gang, sending him flying like a rag doll. Brother Song, watch out! Tang shouted, panic in his voice. Without missing a beat, he fired an arrow straight at the monster. Nearby, another archer continued firing blindly, unaware of the danger creeping up behind him. A grotesque creature lunged, its claw slicing clean through the top of the boy's skull, before wrapping him in its massive tongue. Blood sprayed, and the scream was cut short. Another fighter charged forward with a spear, aiming for one of the nurse-like mutants. He struck directly into the gaping mouth on its chest, but instead of blood, a burst of blue acid sprayed out, sizzling through his armor and flesh. The awakened crumpled, clutching his face in agony as the corrosive liquid hit the ground with a hiss. "Zhenjiang Dao!" Zhao shouted, eyes wide as he saw his teammate fall. He raised his hand, unleashing another barrage of ice spikes, but the creature danced between them effortlessly. "They're too fast!" Zhao gritted his teeth. "I can't land a hit!" Inside, he was spiraling. Huang Yan's gone. Zhang Jiangdao's down. The others are pinned. This is it. We're done. From the back, Yanning watched it all. If it keeps going like this, we won't make it to Wave 6, and if I wait too long, I'll never get the chance to use my trump card. I've got to step in, now. A second-order mutant lunged at Xiao, its chest glowing with blue light, its jaws ready to clamp down. That's when Yanning moved. Sparks burst from his boots as his body vanished in a streak of light. He zipped across the battlefield in a flash and yanked Xiao out of harm's way just in time. "You?" Xiao gasped, stunned. Yang didn't answer. Still moving, he activated his telekinesis. A purple glow lit up beside his face as a cross-shaped shimmer hovered near his hand. He launched a ray of energy at the mutant. The creature dodged, but the attack curved mid-air, spinning back around and drilling straight into its skull, dropping it instantly. Xiao stood frozen, jaw hanging open. He just took down a second-order mutant in one hit? Is this the same guy we called useless? He tried to speak, but Yanning cut him off calmly. "Save it. Just think before you open your mouth next time." Yanning turned back toward the battlefield, extending his hand. A sword hovered in the air, glowing with energy, then shot forward, slashing through enemies as he guided it with his mind. "Eyes up! This fight's far from over. Focus. We've still got a horde to clear." Xiao, now at his side, nodded. "Got it. That first-order devourer is mine." From above, Lin Lan watched with growing interest, one eyebrow raised, a grin spreading across her face. "Well, well, he's been hiding some tricks. That speed, those are blue-grade boots. No wonder he had the nerve to come along." One of her subordinates leaned in with a scowl. "Boss, want me to take him out now?" "Not yet," Lin Lan said coolly. "Don't get ahead of yourself. We're low on numbers. Just keep an eye on him. We'll deal with him in the next round." She gave a faint chuckle. "That little telekinetic burst? Probably everything he had. A willpower awakened like him? Please, I could squash him like a bug." She pointed toward Gang and Tang in the distance. "Those two are the real problem. I can feel it. They're cooking something up. Focus on them." Her men answered in unison. "Yes, boss." Another 30 minutes passed. The battlefield was littered with shattered mutant limbs and burned-out husks. System alert. Fourth wave complete. Next wave begins in 3 minutes. In the middle of the carnage, Gang and Tang stood back to back, weapons at the ready. "We've already lost one melee and one ranged fighter," Gang muttered. "And another melee's barely hanging on. I've only got 2 ultimates left. I'm saving them for Wave 6, if we make it." "Same here," Tang said. "We have to last until the 6th. When Lin Lan moves, that's our window. We strike together." He glanced toward Yanning, who stood calmly with his hands on his hips. "Did you see him fight earlier? Most willpower users need time to recharge between attacks. But him? He keeps firing nonstop." Gang nodded. "Yeah, he's different. Let's just hope he's got more in reserve. For now, he stays alive, as long as it doesn't mess up the plan." Then came the system alert. 5th wave begins. Enemy count, 500 zombies. 2 advanced second-order mutants. 3 second-order mutants. 8 first-order mutants. The battlefield shook as a monstrous 2-headed giant stomped into view, flanked by flying bats the size of humans, shadowy spiders with red glowing eyes, and a massive armored centipede with metallic plating along its body. Down below, Yanning was suddenly cornered. The spider crept in close, fangs twitching, while the centipede reared up and snatched Xiao into the air. "Help!" Xiao screamed in panic. Yanning turned sharply. "Damn it, a mutant centipede!" He hurled his airborne sword at the creature, but the weapon clanged off its armored shell with no effect. "These giants, without my ultimate, finding their weak spots is a nightmare," he thought grimly. Xiao flailed in midair, screaming, "Somebody take this thing down!" "We can't help. We're being overwhelmed too," someone shouted from the chaos. Another voice rang out with fury. Those damn bloodwolf bastards! They never planned for us to survive the sixth wave. At the front line, Gang faced down the towering two-headed mutant. Lin Tang! He roared. We've got no choice! Use your ultimates, now! Tang was under siege from a giant bat, its wings blocking every path of escape. He raised his bow, energy surging. Ice arrow! He yelled, firing a massive glowing shot straight into the bat's skull. Gang's hammer began to glow with a radiant golden hue. He leaped into the air and roared, To hell with the exploration group! Spiritual warhammer! The weapon came crashing down, shattering the giant zombie's head into pieces. From her perch above, Lin Lan watched with wicked amusement. Fools, she muttered. Did you really think you could hold back and still survive? You're dumber than I thought. Meanwhile, Yining was stuck between two nightmares. The armored centipede lunged at him, slamming into the ground with such force it sent chunks of cement and steel flying. The shockwave knocked the air out of the field. Damn it! We're too late! Gang shouted, eyes locked on the crater. Is he dead? Tang asked, barely believing what he was seeing. Suddenly, from the dust and rubble, Yining burst upward, eyes glowing a brilliant cayenne blue. He launched himself straight toward the centipede mutant. What the? Gasps rippled through the group. From her perch, Lin Lan stared in disbelief. He's still hiding his real power? Her smirk faded into stunned silence. Meanwhile, Tang locked onto the red-eyed spider nearby. Let's see how you like this. Eat my arrows. He unleashed a rapid-fire storm of glowing blue arrows, raining them down on the mutant. If we focus fire on that spider, Yining might just survive this, Tang called out. Gang charged ahead, shield raised, hammer gripped tight, ready to strike. Yining sprinted along the centipede's back, his energy sword flashing beside him. As he ran, his eyes narrowed. There, its weak spot. He leaped high, hand raised to guide his blade with precision. Telekinesis. Piercing. The sword stabbed deep into the centipede's eye, spiraling with a violet swirl as it drilled into the armored flesh. With a golden glow radiating from his fists, Yining pulled his arm back and whispered through clenched teeth. Shatter. He slammed his punch into the creature's skull. Bone exploded, and the centipede's massive head shattered like glass. Tang stared in awe. He took that thing out. Alone. It took all of us just to bring down one howling demon, and he crushed that monster by himself. Gang stood atop the spider's head, equally speechless. From above, Lin Lan grinned slowly, eyes glinting. So a beginner willpower class with 2 blue-grade gear pieces. Looks like we found ourselves a nice, fat sheep. She turned to her crew. All right, boys, next wave's ours. Time to collect. Her voice dropped to a sinister purr. Don't kill the boy yet. Just break his hands and legs. I want him alive, so I can personally enjoy every scream. She raised her hand. The thugs nodded eagerly. Yes, boss. As they moved out, Gang glanced at Tang. Looks like it's just us and Yining now. Lin Lan squad will jump in next wave. That's our shot. Tang nodded. Even if we can't take her down, injuring her will be enough. Let's have Yining deliver the final blow. Then the system blared again. 6th wave begins. Enemy count, 3 advanced second-order mutants. Numerous others, including evil mutant boar, pumbas, scorpions, crawling skulls, and sword-wielding zombies. Lin Lan stepped into the fray with a wicked grin. This is it. The final wave. Give it everything you've got. If you survive, I'll just take your loot and let you live. She dove headfirst into the chaos, slicing through zombies like a blur. Her path was marked by torn throats and fountains of blood. Reaching the advanced berserker, she slammed her fist into its side, leaving a glowing red gash. The mutant howled in rage, eyes flaring red as it raised its massive sword and slammed it into the ground. The earth split under the force of the impact. Lin Lan dodged easily, then lifted her leg high and drove it down. Crack! Shattering the berserker's weapon in one clean hit. Another mutant lunged at her from behind, maw wide open, ready to devour her whole. But she turned, smiling coldly. Blood shield. A crimson dome flared to life around her, shielding against the creature's strike as its fangs slammed into the barrier, throwing out a shower of sparks. Yining's energy sword slashed toward the giant scorpion, while he quietly studied Fang's every move. She's dual class, speed and strength. Boosted speed, enhanced damage, rock-solid defense. She's leagues above that Hongang guy from earlier, and that's just what she's shown. Who knows what else she's hiding? Can't afford to rush in blindly this time. Tong kept firing his bow, calling out, "Let's keep this butcher busy! Once Lin Lan drops that berserker, she'll be gunning for our target." Up front, Gang held the line, pinning their target in place. Right. That's our cue to hit them with everything we've got. Lin Lan leapt high, spun mid-air, and finished off the mutant in one swift move. Without slowing down, she sprinted toward Tang and Gang. Tang noticed her closing in and muttered, "Here she comes. Get ready." Lin Lan was already there, smashing into the beast with a brutal blow and a follow-up kick. "You hold it down. I'll end it." Gang gave a sharp nod. "Yes, ma'am." Wasting no time, Tang shouted, "Now, spiritual flame arrow!" A glowing green arrow blazed forth, flaming with spiritual energy. Gang reacted instantly, triggering shield charge. His golden aura erupted as he raised his shield to meet the blast head-on. The arrow tore through the air, racing toward Lin Lan and the monster. Yang narrowed his eyes, watching it unfold. This isn't good. They're making their move. But Lin Lan isn't walking into that trap. She's too sharp. She's got something planned. A blinding green explosion lit up the field as the arrow hit. Yanning lifted his arm, shielding his eyes from the blast. "Brother Song!" Tong cried out, horror-struck. On the ground lay Song Gang, absorbing the full force of the attack. Lin Lan, unharmed, stood right where he had been a moment ago. "You thought I wouldn't see that coming," she said with a smirk, hand on her hip. She'd switched places with Song Gang. Some kind of damage swap ability, maybe? Yanning narrowed his gaze, tracking every movement. Lin Lan stepped onto the boar's snout, grinning darkly. "You actually made me use my trump card." Then she charged at Yanning. "Nice move, Lin Tang. But I'm not done yet." Her punch sank into Tang's stomach, sending him flying and coughing up blood. She stomped on his arm and sneered. "Let's start with that right arm. Let's see how tough you are without it." Tang screamed, thrashing in pain. Turning back, Lin Lan barked orders. "I'll handle the zombie golem. You finish these two and clean up the loot." Her squad answered in unison. "Yes, boss." One of them loomed over Tang, holding a huge needle close to his eye. "Hand over your gear and credit points, or else you'll be wishing for death before we're done." Tong trembled, drenched in sweat. Another thug grabbed Gang's arm, eyes glinting cruelly. "Talk, or that left hand's next." Gang glared defiantly. "Go ahead, kill me, but I swear I'll haunt you even in death." Meanwhile, Yanning slipped into his role as the scared, helpless kid, hands raised. All right, you can have it. Just don't kill me, and please, no torture." One thug cracked his knuckles as he stepped closer, sneering, "Smart kid. But orders are orders, and the boss said to break your ribs." Yanning leaned back, still holding his hands up, trying to keep up the act. "Wait! If you're gonna do that, at least let me transfer my credit points first." But inside, he was focused. "The next wave, that's my shot. I just need to stall until it hits." Then, as if on cue, the system rang out. "Sixth wave complete. Participants may now vote to enter the seventh wave, the final battle." Yanning's lips curled into a smirk. Perfect timing. With a subtle signal, his sword sliced forward. Clean, fast. The thug's head flew off, trailing a streak of glowing purple light. Yanning's eyes lit up with a vibrant violet hue. Requesting entry into the seventh wave. Maximum difficulty. Smiling darkly, he thought, "Here's the trick. Choose maximum difficulty, and the dungeon skips the vote. Hardly anyone knows that." The system confirmed it. One participant has voted to proceed. Seventh wave initiated. Maximum difficulty. Prepare yourselves. Confusion rippled through the enemy ranks. One thug shouted, "Wait, next stage? The boss never said anything about that." Another panicked, "I thought we needed 70% to move forward." A third yelled, "The seventh wave's full of third-order mutants. Even the boss can't handle that." Gang, bleeding and battered, laughed like a madman. "Call it karma, scum. We're all going down together." Lin Lan spun around, eyes narrowed. "Song Gang, was this your doing? I'll kill you." She charged, but the ground erupted beneath her. A massive worm burst through the earth, towering over them. its gaping maw roaring to the sky as it sucked in air and kicked up a storm of dust. Lin Lan froze, stunned by the monstrous creature. At that moment, Yening's sword flashed again, taking the head of the thug threatening Tang. Tang stared in shock as the executioner's head spun past, a violet streak in its wake. The blade didn't stop. It plunged into the last remaining thug beside Gang, cutting him down too. Yening's voice echoed through the chaos. "Song Gang! Lin Tang! If you can move, run! Get as far away as possible!" Tang grabbed Gang, hoisting him over his shoulder. "It's Yening! We've still got a shot!" As they retreated, Yening drew his eerie, bone-shaped sword. "Lin Fang, you probably don't realize this yet," he said, gaze locked on the battlefield. "Third-order mutant beasts. They're intelligent. They hunt awakeners, especially strong ones like you. And when that thing grabs you, I'll be right here to finish you off." His smile sharpened. The worm lunged for Lin Lan. She scrambled, desperate, scanning for a body. Anyone nearby to use. "Position swap," she shouted, vanishing and reappearing, swapping places with her fallen teammates one after another, trying to stay ahead of the beast. The worm twisted and tied itself in knots, trying to catch her, sliding and thrashing wildly. From above, Yening watched calmly, with Tang and Gang just behind him. "Just as I thought," he said coolly. "Her swap ability has a limited range, and from there she can't reach me." The girl kept dodging, weaving through every strike, until a single misstep gave the mutant its chance. It coiled around her torso, crushing her with brute force. Blood burst from her mouth. "Now's my shot!" Yening shouted. His sword surged with electric blue energy as he leapt forward. "Sword storm!" 1,000 glowing slashes erupted from his blade, tearing through the factory like a hurricane of light. The mutant screeched as the blades tore it apart. Limbs, head, everything cleaved into chunks mid-air. From within the chaos, Lin Lan looked up in disbelief. What kind of power is this? It's way beyond a third-order mutant. Don't tell me he's another third-order awakened? The cuts rained down, merciless and absolute. There was no escape. "I can't move. I'm completely surrounded," she realized, frozen among the blades and the dismembered remains of the monster. Then the system spoke. "Death farm cleared. Dungeon exit in 5 minutes." A massive dust cloud rose as the final waves of the sword storm faded. Yening hovered above it all, calmly watching the aftermath. Tang and Gang stood behind him, stunned. Was that a one-shot? He took down a third-order awakened and a third-order mutant, just like that. Is he an intermediate third order? No, maybe even advanced. Yening said nothing, his eyes scanning the ruins below. Then he murmured, "Is there still life down there? Could she have survived?" Raising one hand, his eyes glowed neon purple. "Psychic ability, telekinesis." A dagger wrapped in glowing energy floated into the air and shot toward Lin Lan's body. She lay unmoving, mouth slightly open, surrounded by a faint red aura. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. That dagger! Could it be? Yin just launched it? Yining's expression didn't change. She's alive, and she's got some sort of defensive gear. Guess I'll have to finish this myself. The dagger dove for her forehead, only to be halted mid-air by the red aura surrounding her. Lin Lan's eyes filled with panic as the blade pressed against the barrier. It pushed. It spun, drilling against the shield. But still, it couldn't break through. Relief washed over her face. "Good thing I used that one-time passive defense item," she thought. Yening narrowed his eyes. "So, telekinesis isn't enough. Fine." He began walking forward, sword in hand. "She's too weak to fight back now. I'll get my hands dirty." Lin Lan sat up slightly as he approached. "Was that blast really yours? Are you a hidden third order?" He swung his sword down hard. Sparks flew, but the barrier held firm. "This thing? Not even that got through?" he thought, frowning at the glowing shell. Lin Lan coughed and glared at him. "Just do it already. If you're going to kill me. Why humiliate me like this?" Yening paused, sword at his side, staring down at her. She's not afraid of dying. She's more afraid of being humiliated, he realized. That's the real weakness. A cold, satisfied smile crept across his face. "I know it's a dirty move," he thought, "but to get what I want, I'll play along." Yening crouched in front of her, lifting Lin Lan's chin with a cold grin. "Want a quick death?" he asked. You should have thought about that before torturing all those awakened. Lin Lan leaned in, cheeks flushed, and snapped, You bastard, what are you trying to pull? He inched closer, smile growing darker. Giving up already? I haven't even shown you what real humiliation looks like. Biting her lip, she glared at him and muttered, Fine. How do I get the quick death? His expression turned cruel. Simple. Just like you used to do. Hand over all your gear, every item, and every last credit point. Then I'll make it fast. Lin Lan hesitated. And how do I know you'll keep your word? Yanning ran his hand up her thigh and smirked. You don't. But you don't have a choice either. Her face turned redder as she looked at the boy she once admired. Fine, I'll give you everything. But if you trick me, you'll regret it. One by one, her equipment vanished into his inventory, along with 13,000 credit points. Damn, Yanning thought as he checked the haul. So many items. Robbery really is the fastest way to get rich. Lin Lan lowered her head in defeat. There, I've given you everything. Now finish it. But Yanning just smiled wider. That's all? You expect me to believe 13,000 is everything you've got? You know what happens if I find out you're lying. He gripped her shoulders tightly. Lin Lan gritted her teeth. I told you, it's all I have. Believe it or not. Yanning locked her down, flipping her onto her back with a harsh glare. Still playing tough, huh? Don't blame me for what's coming next. Lin Lan shot back with fire in her voice. Go on, do it, I dare you. Let's see what kind of monster you really are. But just as she expected his next move, he stopped. Yanning paused, eyes narrowing. She's trying to provoke me, to distract me. He let her go and turned away. Lin Lan sat up, blushing, flustered. What are you doing? Don't walk away from me. She composed herself, face cooling into a sly expression. Wait, you didn't kill me. You didn't even try. That explosion from earlier. You can only use it once, can't you? Then she smirked. You're not a third order awakened. You're second order. That's why you can't get through my defenses. Right then the system interrupted. Dungeon exit in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Lin Lan stood, laughing bitterly. Unbelievable. I actually fell for it. I thought you were some hidden powerhouse. Yanning said nothing. She figured it out, he thought, cold and silent. She's right. I can't kill her. Not right now. Lin Lan's gaze darkened. Bloodshot eyes locked onto him as she snarled. Yanning, I'll remember this. I don't care where you run. I'll find you. I'll tear you apart piece by piece. You'll beg for death. She laughed as the timer ticked down. Yanning turned and walked away, smiling faintly. Remember Yin all you want, he thought. Because when you find out who I really am, Yanning, it'll be you begging for mercy, and I won't give it. With the dungeon closed, Yanning returned to his original entry point. The system kicked into gear, calculating his rewards, items, titles, buffs, all neatly added to his status window. Glancing over the results with a smirk, Yanning thought, this haul, plus what I snagged off Lin Lan, I can sell it all, grab some psionic fruits, and push every stat to 25. Slipping on his motorcycle goggles, he hopped onto his bike and roared off down the open road. Tonight, I'll find a place to stay in Zhenjiang. Time to master Shadow Assault, that B-rank blade skill. Tomorrow, I'm heading for that lost battlefield everyone's been whispering about. I'll gear up and get used to the zombie horde combat zones. The motorcycle kicked up a cloud of dust as he sped ahead, but just as he approached a truck, a pedestrian stumbled into the road, waving him down. Please help. Our car overturned. We need help. Yanning braked to a stop, jumped off the bike, and removed his goggles, walking toward the vehicle. Are you sure this just happened? He asked, eyes scanning the scene. Behind him, the man's demeanor shifted. His face twisted into a malicious grin as a group of accomplices stepped out from hiding. This is a robbery, one of them said, raising a crowbar. Yanning blinked. A robbery? He repeated, almost amused. Beside the masked ringleader stood a guy holding a baton, and on the other side, a burly man with a face full of scars. Cut the chatter, the leader snapped. Hand over your credits and no one gets hurt. Yanning moved instantly. One leap and he sent all three crashing to the ground, unconscious. You're right, he said calmly. No need for small talk. The last one, the pudgy guy who played bait, panicked and bolted. But Yanning turned, tracking him with precision. One left. Think you can run? He muttered. Let's see you get away from this. He launched his dagger with telekinetic force, slicing into the man's calf. The man tumbled forward, face slamming into the pavement, scattering bits of concrete. But something caught Yanning's attention. No blood? He thought, narrowing his eyes. He's not human, but he's no zombie or mutant either. The man writhed, trying to crawl, tears streaming down his cheeks. Please, don't kill me. I'll talk. I know where the loot is hidden. They forced me into this. I swear. Yanning yanked him up by the collar, face cold and unreadable. First off, what the hell are you? Terrified, the man scrambled to respond. Please, don't kill me. I'll show you. Look at my status plate. A translucent screen flickered into view before Yanning. Name, Li Fu Gui. Class, Dungeon NPC. Subphase, Level 0. Talent, Golden Ear. Title, Cheerful Trader, Treasure Explorer. Skills, Expert at identifying rare items. Can locate hidden treasures. Passive buff, increases item prices by 10% during trades. Negotiation effect, decreases chance of refusal by 5% even if the deal is unfair. Yanning scanned the status plate and narrowed his eyes. An NPC. How did you escape the subphase? Have you developed self-awareness? Li Fu Gui looked confused. Honestly, I have no idea. Ever since I woke up, I was just outside. Please, can you let me go now? But Yanning glanced to the side, a spark of ambition flickering in his gaze. 3 negotiation abilities like that. They're basically system exploits. No awakened could ever master skills like those. If I get them on my side, for trades and managing my finances, I won't just save money, I'll make money. He pulled out a scroll and unrolled it in front of Li Fu Gui. Sign this contract, do that, and I guarantee you'll live. Li Fu Gui read the terms aloud. Main contract. Upon signing, any betrayal will be punished instantly. With death? Yanning stepped closer, voice low and firm. If you don't sign, I'll kill you, right here. Terrified, Li Fu Gui jumped up. I'll sign! I'll sign! He pressed his index finger to the scroll. The system interface blinked into view. Li Fu Gui has agreed to sign the contract. Team mode activated. Team leader, Yanning, level 2. Initial team member, Li Fu Gui, NPC. Loyalty, 6100ths. Yanning smiled. From now on, you'll follow me. Let's call it a partnership. Li Fu Gui crouched, groaning miserably. A partnership? This is blatant coercion. I'm always getting stuck with tyrants or lunatics. Yanning waved a hand. Go recover the commissioner's stash. You can have all of it. Eyes lighting up like stars, the small man latched onto Yanning's leg. Really? Thank you, Master. You're the most generous master in the world. The system chimed in. Li Fu Gui's loyalty has increased. Yanning nodded. This level of loyalty will do. Now, sell all the equipment, except the blood armor and chain destroyer. Use the funds to buy spiritual fruits in a larger storage space. That'll be your office. You'll live there and manage my finances. Yanning straightened with enthusiasm. Yes, Master, leave it all to me. Back at his luxurious residence, Yanning lounged on a sofa surrounded by piles of spiritual fruits, small green orbs gleaming in the light. He devoured them casually, one after another. Yanning's hologram flickered into view. Master, I've never seen anyone eat spiritual fruits like this. Most awakened can't afford a single one their entire lives, yet you're snacking on them. Yanning gave him a light shove. Stop talking and come settle the accounts. His strength, constitution, and agility rose steadily until they each hit 25. Stretching, Yanning rubbed his stomach and burped. Finally, all stats capped at 25. Time to train Shadow, my B-level sword technique. The system brought up the skill tab. Without hesitation, Yanning upgraded it. Skill upgrade, Shadow right pointing arrow SSS level. New skill, Dimensional Cut. Effect, unleashes a spatial rift. Upon entry, gain 1 second invulnerability. Ignores all defenses. Yanning read it with interest. Dimensional Cut, Spatial Rift, and Invulnerability. This is insane. Tomorrow, I'll test it in the War Ruins dungeon. The next day, he stood at the entrance to a war-torn battlefield filled with towering ruins. Do you want to enter the blood arena of the ruins? Current difficulty, B, the system asked. Yaning confirmed his entry and landed beside two other awakened fighters. A young man with long brown hair and a weapon slung across his back stepped forward. "Hey there, I'm Chen Young. This is my sister, Chen Young Chen Yao. We're both level 2 beginners," he said with a friendly smile. "I saw in the team matching system that one of us is already an advanced level 2. Is that you? But you look way too young. You sure you're not bluffing about your skills?" The girl with matching hair to her brother gave Yaning a skeptical glance. "Don't say things like that," her brother Chen Yong quickly stepped in. "She's always been a bit blunt." Yaning kept quiet, analyzing them both. Judging by their outfits, they've got to be from at least the second, maybe even third generation of warriors. Better tread carefully. Chen Yong walked over with a smile. "Don't mind her. My sister's been spoiled since day one." "You can call me Yening," Yening replied simply. Suddenly the system chimed in. "Next round starts in 3 minutes. Monster wave incoming. Prepare yourselves." Yening's eyes narrowed. "A special event?" "I've only dealt with spiritual and simulated ones in the main 3 categories. Never seen anything like this before." Chen Young gave a reassuring nod. "Don't stress, Brother Yening. Special events are all about supernatural power surges. But compared to others, the battlefield in these ruins is considered one of the safer ones. No mission limits. You can pull out any time. The whole event just loops the chaos from the final days. The enemies are your basic zombies and mutants." "I see," Yanning replied. Right on cue, a wave of zombies charged in, led by 2 hulking mutants. The trio moved to the building's edge for a better view. Gripping his spear, Chen Yong grinned. "Let's head down and handle the big ones." But Yanning was already ahead. "Chen Yong Chen Yao is up there," he muttered before launching himself off the edge. Startled, Chen Yong blinked. "He just jumped?" His sister crossed her arms. "So rude." Landing among the horde, Yanning didn't hesitate. Sword flashing, he slashed a glowing blue X through the air, cleaving the bigger mutant in 2. Chen Yong quickly followed, slicing through zombies with his spear. Brother Yanning really is top tier. That was quick. But we're not exactly pushovers either. Let's hold out as long as we can, and if things get hairy, I'll summon the spirits of fallen soldiers to keep us in the fight. Maximize our gains. Yanning narrowed his eyes. Summoning the dead? I'd only ever heard whispers of that tech in my past life. Never thought it actually existed. Chen Yong leaned in, speaking low. "Top military secret, by the way. Let's keep this between us." "Yeah, just casually spilling government secrets to a stranger." Suddenly, Yanning flung a dagger. "Behind you." The blade whistled through the air and embedded itself in a creature lunging at Chen Yong's back, its head bursting after several precise hits. Eyes wide, Chen Yong stared, controlling a weapon in mid-air. That's no rookie move. That's expert-level precision. A moment later, the system voice returned. "Preliminary battle complete. Major conflict phase begins in 3 minutes." With the short break, Chen Yong pulled out a cigarette, lighting one casually before offering the pack to Yanning. "Want one? Special military supply. And, hey, thanks for saving me back there." Yanning waved off the cigarette with a polite nod. "I don't smoke. Thanks, though. But cigarettes like those are a rare sight these days. You must come from a pretty impressive background." Chen Yong grinned, puffing lightly. "Well, to be honest, my grandfather's the deputy commander of the North China War Zone. My dad leads the 191st Security Zone. Both of them are at 3rd level strength. I'm building up my own force now." He gave Yening a meaningful look. "I noticed you're alone. No faction, right? So how about it?" But Yening cut him off. "Sorry, I prefer working solo." Chen Yong nearly dropped his cigarette in surprise. "Wait, what? I haven't even finished." "Listen, if you join me as my assistant, you'll start with the benefits of a regimental commander. That's 3,000 credits a month, plus a 1,000 credit bonus. I can even get you a top-grade blue weapon for free. And if you've got any family, they'll get positions in the military too." His sister stepped in, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Brother, are you serious? No matter how skilled he is, this is overkill." But Yanning didn't even look back. He turned, leapt from the terrace, and said over his shoulder, "Not interested. Worry about the incoming zombie wave instead." As he disappeared into the distance, Yanning thought to himself, "Trying to recruit me? Wait until I hit 3rd level. Then I'll be the one doing the recruiting." Chen Yong watched him go, looking deflated. That was the best offer I've made, and he turned it down just like that. I've refused so many others. His sister scowled. Ungrateful, who does he think he is? There are tons of advanced levels out there, and plenty stronger than him. 30 minutes later, Chen Yong was in the thick of battle, clashing head-on with a massive mutant, spear in hand. Brother Yaning, I'm almost at my limit. As soon as the soldiers are up, we retreat. Meanwhile, Yaning crushed a zombie's skull with a glowing blow, leaving a trail of neon blue. Hold on! Lure the monster toward me! Chen Yong nodded. Got it! Everyone, fall back to the wall! As the siblings retreated, Yaning surged forward. His blades swept across the battlefield, a brilliant arc of blue light, cutting through the sea of undead below. The two siblings stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. Wait, he's not just advanced level. That power is on par with a third-level warrior, Chen Yong muttered. Even then, third levels don't take out multiple mutants in a single strike. And there's a level 2 up there too. No wonder he turned me down. His sister was stunned. This technique, it's stronger than anything my father or grandfather can do. Yuning walked up to them, calm and direct. Wake the soldiers, now. Chen Yao frowned. Why? With power like yours, we don't need to call them out until the last second. But Chen Yong lowered his head. Master Ye Ning gave the order. We follow it. She stayed quiet as Chen Yong grabbed her arm and stepped forward. Raising his hands, he began chanting. A blue aura lit up around him as he invoked. Morans, Morans, Morans. One by one, soldier spirits emerged, their bodies burning with jade-green spiritual fire. We hold the line, they shouted. First Artillery Battalion, ready to fire! Kill! Explosions tore across the battlefield as the summoned troops surged forward. The ground shook under the force of their assault. Chen Yong and Chen Yao stood beside Yaning, eyes fixed ahead. From now on, Master Yaning, we'll just follow your lead, Chen Yong said solemnly. But even these spirit soldiers, they won't hold out for long. After mowing down the latest zombie wave, Chen Yong commented, they'll vanish once we clear them. Yaning didn't reply. He simply said, wait here, and headed off on his own. He made his way through a wrecked, debris-strewn area, silent and deserted. Coming to a halt, he focused his telekinetic energy. I just took down a peak-level second-tier mutant. Still no sign of that legendary blue item. Maybe it only appears after the Earth soldiers are awakened. Something's pulling me toward that trench. His eyes flared with purple light. There it is. He moved closer, and sure enough, nestled in the rubble was an ancient relic, an object bound by chains, a small glowing blue orb hovering above it. A system notification popped up. Special mission triggered, last will. Objective, uncover the truth behind the ruins battlefield. Reward, unique item upon completion. A special mission, last will? Could it be tied to this notebook? Yaning wondered aloud. He sat down on a nearby manhole cover, opening the worn journal. This belonged to a defense registrar from the first zombie outbreak. 60 years ago. He flipped to the first page. June 7th. The battalion commander gave me my orders. I'm heading to Zhenjiang. This is where we'll make our strongest stand. July 7th. Word is, the horde already hit Junga. Some battalions are moving to intercept. We've taken in a group of new recruits. Sharp kids, but they struggle with our dialect. I've still got a lot to learn. July 20th. Yan told me there's a girl he likes in the safe zone behind our lines. Kid's only 17, already talking marriage. Says it's tradition where he's from. July 24th. The interception failed. The commander told me that if things go south, I'm allowed to retreat early since I'm a civilian. July 25th. The first wave hit today. I wasn't ready. None of us were. Jan's gone. We couldn't even retrieve his body. July 26th. This morning, the commander asked me to check on the other units. I found them. All gone. I never got to ask about their final moments. I'm scared, but I'm not leaving. If I run now, I'll have nowhere to return to. July 27th. This is it. We can't escape. With the time I have left, I asked everyone what they wanted me to remember. They didn't say much. Just one phrase. Moranz's. Go home. Closing the notebook, Yaning stared down at the pendant in his hand, lost in thought. Last will. Oath. Meaning truth? He clenched his fist tightly around the relic and stood. walking off with silent resolve. Back on the rooftop, his siblings watched the chaos unfold below. "Hey," Chen Yao asked, arms crossed. "What if Lin isn't actually third level? Maybe he's got some rare artifact or a one-time use power." Her brother nodded. "It's possible, but we've got no proof, and if he's working under someone's orders, we'll never trace it back to this moment." Chen Yao frowned. "Would he really dare to kill us? With grandfather still in power, the entire North China war zone would come down on him." Chen Yang sighed and glanced at his sister. "Chen Yao, you really need to work on that attitude. One day it's going to land you in serious trouble." Then his tone shifted, more serious. "But still, the idea that he might be capable of killing someone like our father, that's what really worries me. If he's that kind of person, someone who'll do whatever it takes to win, grandfather and father would probably be proud of him." Suddenly, Yaning landed silently behind them. Chen Yang turned with a smile. "Yaning, ready to move out?" He gestured toward the battlefield. "These spirit soldiers won't hold much longer. Once third-order mutants show up, they'll get wiped out fast. We need to leave before they vanish, or we'll be their next target." Yaning didn't respond right away. He stared at Chen Yang and asked, "Do you know what happened to the real soldiers who fought here before? Did any of them survive?" Chen Yang's smile faded. "That battle, it was a complete wipeout. My dad wasn't even born then, but grandfather told us no one made it out alive. The soldiers on the front line sacrificed everything just to buy time for the rear guard to escape. My grandfather was one of the lucky few who made it to the safe zone." Yaning pressed further. "If the battle ended in total defeat, then how was the horde eventually destroyed?" Chen Yang paused. "Honestly, no one knows for sure. Some say the zombies just vanished on their own." Yaning lowered his gaze. "Vanished on their own, I see." Chen Yang looked puzzled. "What's going on, Yaning?" Chen Yao jumped in, suspicious. "Why do you keep asking about ancient history?" Yaning turned to them again. "Do you know what manhwas means?" Chen Yang nodded. "It's a secret term passed down through the army, but as for what it actually means, I've got no clue." Chen Yao cut in sharply. "All we know is that when we shout that word, the dead soldiers come and fight for us. It's military classified info. My brother only shared it because he respects you, so don't go spreading it around." She crossed her arms, her expression stern. Chen Yang quickly tried to defuse the tension. "Sister, stop." Yaning, unfazed, continued his line of questioning. "How many times have you used it?" Chen Yang looked surprised. A few hundred times, probably. Mostly to get items. But each person can only use it once. If someone tries to use it a second time, it doesn't work." Yaning turned his gaze back to the battlefield. "A few hundred times. So you helped these soldiers take down the last waves of mutants?" Chen Yang shook his head. "No, only second-level awakeners ever come here. Third levels don't bother with this battlefield. You're the first third-order awakened person to step foot here." Yaning stepped off the rooftop, leaping down toward the battlefield below. "So that's the truth behind this relic battlefield," he thought as he landed. Chen Yao's voice rang out behind him. "Brother? What's he doing? I thought we were leaving." On the battlefield below, the spirits of fallen warriors surged forward, phantom figures cloaked in jade-green light, outfitted in combat gear, blades, and rifles in hand. Their captain raised his voice above the chaos. "March, protect our home. We must have something to return to." With that, he drove his dagger deep into a massive zombie. Yaning darted through the undead, slicing cleanly through them. These are the souls of our heroes," he thought, watching the spirits fight with unwavering resolve. 60 years ago, the military left them to die, and still, they gave everything to defend this land. A trumpet blast echoed through the ruins as one spirit sounded it over a fallen enemy. Yaning pushed forward. For 6 decades, they've been nothing but a footnote in military history. No one remembers their names. And the idea that the zombie horde just vanished on its own? He slashed another mutant down. No. Their sorrow turned them into guardian spirits. They're the reason this battlefield became a special event. Their willpower has locked this horde here, trapped for eternity. They know the truth. Yaning leapt toward the next creature, sword ready. If a third-class mutant is defeated here, the spell breaks. Moran's will lose its power, and they'll never rise again to fight for anyone. His blade flashed through the storm. Thunder cracked above as rain poured from the heavens. They've been used, lied to, again and again. Moran's isn't just a chant. It's the last hope of an entire generation. And now, the military exploits them, summoning them hundreds, thousands of times like tools. Lightning arced overhead as Yining plunged his sword into another mutant with a blinding strike. But this time, even if I die, he shouted through the rain, I'll bring every one of you home. From the rooftop, Chen Yao stood frozen, rain soaking her hair as she stared at the battlefield. Brother, is he insane? Is he really going after the last third-class mutant alone? Chen Yang rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Something's not adding up. If his goal was just to kill the third-class mutant, he wouldn't have awakened the spirit soldiers. He doesn't need their help, unless he's planning something bigger. Chen Yao grabbed his arm, urgency in her voice. Brother, that mutant's about to appear. Even with our strength, there's a chance we won't survive it. We should pull back now. He didn't respond immediately. He looked down at her, then out at the battlefield, rain dripping from his brow. Is now really the time to retreat? But if we leave, we lose any chance of winning Yining over. After a pause, he said, Let's wait. We can escape in 10 seconds if we need to. If he can't beat that thing, we'll fall back. Chen Yao glanced at him anxiously but didn't argue. Then, a thunderous rumble rolled across the land. Both of them snapped their heads up at the sound. What is that? In the distance, through the fog and falling rain, a towering figure emerged. Massive, monstrous, its footsteps shaking the earth. A mutant of impossible size was stomping across the battlefield. The third-class mutant? It's here? Chen Yao whispered in disbelief. Chen Yong's eyes widened. That thing, it's enormous. The soldier's spirits barely reached the height of the mutant's foot. Yining stood still, dust swirling around him, keeping a safe distance. I've only got one move left. Dimensional cut, he muttered to himself. But I don't know if it's enough. I can't land a clean hit from here. I'll wait till it's closer. He raised his sword and shifted into a fighting stance, inhaling deeply as the giant beast lumbered toward him. 70 meters, 59, 40. The mutant lifted its massive arm, a heavy club attached at the end. Yining's eyes lit up. Now! In a flash, he struck. His sword carved through the air, leaving behind a glowing violet slash. Dimensional cut! The world froze. Time came to a halt. Absolutely everything stopped. This is it, dimensional space, Yining thought, now surrounded by a dull, colorless void. The mutant before him stood completely still, locked in place. My time flows differently here, and I can see through everything. Looking up, he scanned the monster's skeletal frame. Then, stepping forward, a realization hit him. I can move freely in this space, even through solid matter. He walked right through the mutant's body and landed atop its head. No wonder the system said all defenses are meaningless here. Without hesitation, he drove his sword into the mutant's skull. A surge of blue light burst out like a bomb. In this space, I'm untouchable. Spinning his blade, Yining launched into the air. A beam of brilliant light shot from the mutant's head. Then came the explosion. The giant creature collapsed, his body crashing through buildings, burying the streets in rubble and smoke as rain poured down. Watching in disbelief, Chen Yang shouted, It's dead! That was a third-order mutant, one strong enough to destroy a whole zone. How? His sister stood frozen. It was over in an instant. I didn't even see what happened. It's already gone. Clutching her mouth, she added, Brother, I was wrong. He really is a third order, and not just that, he's stronger than Grandpa and even Dad. Chen Yang was still trying to process it. I've seen plenty of third orders, but nothing like this. Could Yining be beyond that? A superior third order, 1 in a million? Just then, the system chimed in. Event concluded. Please exit within 10 seconds. The battlefield will permanently disappear. Startled, both siblings turned. The relic battlefield, it's vanishing? What does that even mean? Yining landed in front of them. Chen Yang called out, Brother Yining! Yining raised a necklace with a green pendant high above his head, his voice echoing from the rooftop. Marans, Marans! M-A-R-A-N-Z! The fallen soldier's spirits stood tall, saluting him in silence. Their eyes filled with gratitude. One of the captains spoke softly. Thank you. Behind Yining, Brother Chen Yang called out, Brother Yining, why did you use the summoning spell? Wasn't it already? Yining lowered his gaze. We'll talk once we're out. This place is vanishing. Just then, the system chimed in. Dungeon cleared. Completion, 91%. Rank, SSS. Experience gained, 100%. Sitting among the crumbling remains, Yanning muttered to himself, "So, I've finally reached level 2. He stared at the dust settling around him. I should be happy, but all I feel is emptiness. Besides giving these heroes peace, what else can I do for them? As if in response, a new message flashed before him. Event complete. Mission Last Wish updated. Option 1. Continue the mission. Return home for the fallen soldiers. Option 2. End mission and receive current rewards. Warning. Continuing the mission will change reward outcomes. The oath necklace will also be altered. Please choose carefully. Yanning smiled. Mission or not, I'd still do it. At that moment, the Chen Yong siblings appeared behind him. Chen Yong stepped forward. Brother Yanning, I'm glad you're still here. We didn't enter from the same gate. I thought I lost you. He tapped his panel. I just transferred all the rewards I earned inside. You should have received them. Ying gave him a nod. Thanks. Chen Yong turned to his sister, then back to Yanning. My sister and I wanted to invite you to lunch. Join us? Yanning shook his head. Not now. There's something I need to do first. Can you help me with it? Chen Yong smiled. Of course, brother. Just say the word. I want to know where the soldiers who died here were born, Yanning said. I'm going to visit them, one by one. Without hesitation, Chen Yong summoned his interface, its translucent blue glow flickering in front of him. Vice Commander Shu, he ordered, locate the hometowns of every soldier who died at the relic battlefield. Send the list to me. Yes, young Master Chen Yong, came the immediate reply. Moments later, Chen Yong turned to Yanning. Found it. It's about 300 kilometers from Zhenjiang City. I'll take you there. Helicopter's ready. Ying nodded in thanks and followed him. Not long after, Ying stepped into the military aircraft. The Chen Yong siblings stood nearby, watching the takeoff. Chen Yao frowned. You're just gonna let him leave like that? She asked. What about the relic battlefield vanishing? You know how much the army values that site. Even Grandpa had to use his name just to get the summoning qualification. She folded her arms. And let's not forget, you handed over your rewards to him, and now you're helping him cover this up. Chen Yong looked at the rising aircraft, his voice calm. I'm not just covering for him, I'm taking full responsibility. He turned toward her. And this isn't about credits or loot. Even if I gave him 10,000, 100,000, it wouldn't matter. As the helicopter disappeared into the sky, Chen Yao quietly stepped closer to her brother, concern still in her eyes. Chen Yao pressed, Brother, I know he's powerful, but he hasn't shown the slightest interest in joining us. Is it really worth trying to win him over? Chen Yong gave her a steady smile. It's worth it. He continued, Let me say this first. We can't avoid responsibility for what happened. Since our potential enemies are already watching, why not turn the situation around? Let Yanning take the fall as a favor from us. He folded his arms. The fact that he asked me to help investigate something, that tells us he has no backing, no military support. And though he doesn't say much, I can tell. He's someone who values bonds. If we want to win his trust, we need to show him ours. Inside the aircraft, Yanning sat quietly, staring out the window. The pendant rested in his hand, pressed gently to his chest. I wonder, he thought, if the seniors are flying alongside me, returning home at last. Soon, the aircraft arrived at its destination, the Zhuang clan village on Mount Wenshan. Yanning made his way to a quiet house, where he approached an elderly villager. Grandma, he asked gently, do you still remember the warriors who left 60 years ago? The old man, nearby, slowly picked up a faded photo. His wrinkled hands trembled slightly as he stared at the faces, young, bright, full of dreams that never made it back. The ones who joined the Great War, the old man murmured. His voice cracked. Ah, Yan Morans. He leaned on his cane, gazing at the photo with warmth and sorrow. Yanning stood tall. Yes, they've come home, all of them. Just then, a man sent by Chen Yong stepped forward. Mr. Yanning, we've completed the investigation. Only 5 people remain who still remember what happened here 60 years ago. We've also delivered supplies to improve their living conditions. He continued, As for the monument you requested, I've brought the village chief here to meet you. Yanning nodded in appreciation. Thank you. You're too kind, Mr. Yanning, the man replied. Young Master Chen Yong instructed me to assist you in every way possible. Turning to the village chief, Yanning pointed toward the mountaintop. Chief, I'll personally give you 4,000 credits. Please build a monument there, for the heroes who never returned. The old man looked shocked. 4,000 credits? That's far too much. Yaning smiled. Use what you need. Give the rest to the village children. The chief stepped forward and grasped Yaning's hand with both of his. Sir, leave it to us. We'll make sure each name is carved with care. No need to be so formal, Yaning replied softly. Later, as he boarded the aircraft for the return trip, he looked out the window again and whispered, Seniors, now you can finally rest. He had done what so many before him had failed to do, given peace to the heroes of the past. Moments later, the system displayed a new message. Mission Last Wish completed. Rewards obtained. +100 fame. Yaning held up the pendant and said quietly, Thank you for watching over me. I'll wear this until the war ends. Then, looking at the fame reward, he thought, This isn't something money can buy. I'll save it. Might come in handy when I start building an army of my own. His thoughts shifted to Chen Yang. Speaking of factions, maybe he's worth considering. I didn't ask what happened after the dungeon, and yet he accepted every one of my requests without hesitation. He stared out the window again. At first, I didn't trust him, but looking back, he knew nothing about that battlefield. I'll ask him more when I return, and I'll be needing his help again. Soon. Back at Chen Yang's residence, the young man lit up the moment Yaning's face appeared on his comm window. Brother Yaning, you're calling me? He exclaimed with excitement. I need to borrow 2 blue-grade swords, Yaning said with a smile, preferably ones that reduce cooldowns. Chen Yong blinked. Borrow? Yaning raised a brow. That a problem? Frantically waving his hands, Chen Yong laughed. No, that's not what I meant. I'll get them for you myself. No need to borrow a thing. Yaning gave a nod of thanks and ended the call. Meanwhile, Chen Yong couldn't contain his joy. He asked me for help already. That means he trusts me now. He grinned wide. If Father and Grandpa hear about this, they'll be thrilled. Meanwhile, in a quieter corner of the city suburbs, Yaning sat at a ramen shop with a tower of empty bowls in front of him. Chen Yong's pretty direct, he thought, while slurping the last of the broth. I earned 3 free attribute points in the dungeon, not counting what I get from the blue-grade gear. Everything but mental is sitting at 26 already. He leaned back, reflecting. I really don't want to sell my blue-grade items. The stuff I've got now isn't worth much either, and I don't have enough cash to buy spiritual fruits. Finishing his meal, he stood and walked down the street, hands in his pockets. Once I upgrade my skill and get the gear from Chen Yang, I'll try clearing some high-level dungeons. That should bring in decent money. When I reach 3rd rank, I can double my attribute gains. He frowned slightly, recalling the past. In my previous life, I jumped to 3rd rank too early, with only 20 points in each stat. It backfired. I never had the foundation I needed. His footsteps echoed as he made a silent vow. This time, I'll raise every attribute to 31 before I move up. The streets were calm, but then something shifted. His senses snapped to attention. A dark, red-tinged aura slithered out from a nearby alley like smoke. Yaning froze. That's 3rd rank, killing intent. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the area. There, got it. His heart pounded. Damn it. My ultimate skill's still on cooldown. If they attack now, I'm finished. He kept walking, forcing his heartbeat to slow, thinking hard. Who is it? Who's targeting me? This is the inner zone of Zhenjiangbin. Besides Chen Yong, no one here should know who I am. He mentally sifted through the possibilities. Did the Zhenjiangbin leadership expel me? No, unlikely. Chen Yong's trying to bring me in, not wipe me out. And they don't even know I'm the one they're looking for. Then it hit him. The bloodthirsty wolves, could they have tracked me down already? Yaning clenched his fists, keeping his pace steady. No, I have to stay calm. Even if my ultimate is down, I can't panic. His instincts kicked in. Should I use the lightning shoes? No, not yet. If I act now, I'll tip my hand. I still have the element of surprise. He analyzed the situation quickly. They don't know about my cold skill yet. That's my advantage. If I bolt now, I'll only expose myself, and that's a death sentence. His eyes narrowed further. No, best plan is to act casual and look for a weak spot. Yaning came to a stop, scanning the streets. His eyes flicked between the glowing signs and the glimmer of neon. There, he thought, locking on to what he was looking for. The lights danced in his eyes. Found it. Without hesitation, he walked toward a bar. Anyone still drinking in a place like this must be loaded, he mused. Time to drape myself in tiger skin and raise a flag. Inside the upscale bar restaurant, a girl sat with a drink in hand, flanked by 4 bodyguards. A few seats away, at the same bar, Yaning casually sipped from a mug of beer, keeping a low profile. "What's with all the drunk people tonight?" the girl muttered, brown ponytail swaying as she swirled her glass. "Is this place crawling with amateurs?" One of the bodyguards leaned over. "Miss, are you heading home after this drink?" "Relax," she waved him off without even looking. "Back up a little." She turned, and her eyes landed on Yaning. He leaned against the bar, arms crossed, avoiding eye contact. "She doesn't seem that old," Yaning thought, glancing her way. "Dyed hair, bar-hopping textbook, rebellious phase." "Hey, you!" Her voice was slightly slurred, and she stumbled closer. Her red outfit was accented with white and gold, and she wore fine gold jewelry. Yaning noticed the shine. Blue-grade earrings, rings. Those guards must be high rankers or nobles. No one else here dares approach her. She's got status. The 4 bodyguards shot sharp glances at Yaning, their postures stiff, ready for anything. The girl leaned in, resting an elbow on the counter, with an elegant grin. "Alone, are you? Let's have a drink together." Yaning stayed cool, casting a side glance. That third-rank killing intent is still nearby, he thought. Close. He replied casually, Sure, but I'm broke." The girl chuckled, placing a hand over her chest. "Don't worry about that." She flagged the bartender. "2 glasses of not going home tonight. Put it on my tab." Yaning studied her as she ordered. "Apologies for using you tonight," he thought, "but even with 4 high-level bodyguards, if you don't know my level well, I've got to tread carefully, even at 3rd rank." She handed him a glass and smiled mischievously. "So, little brother," she said with a playful tone, "got the guts to get a room with me tonight?" Yaning answered vaguely, still calculating. "She's enjoying herself, so I'll just keep playing along." Behind them, the bodyguards exchanged nervous glances while trailing closely. "Lai really needs to head home now. Should we stop her?" one whispered. "Are you insane?" another replied in a hushed tone. "Did you forget how she humiliated us in front of the boss?" "Then what do we do?" "I don't know, but stay close. Protect the young lady at all costs." The 4 guards quickened their pace, keeping a tight perimeter. Meanwhile, Yaning and the girl strolled down the street, arm in arm. Her expression was light, her steps loose, and her smile utterly carefree. As they entered the hotel, Yaning kept scanning his surroundings, instincts sharp. That killing intent is still close, lurking nearby, he thought, eyes alert behind a calm facade. With her guards around, I can't act just yet. I'll follow her inside, then figure things out. Inside the suite, the girl wasted no time. She threw herself onto the bed with a dramatic flop. Yaning watched as she tossed her coat aside. Yan Yu King, he thought, recognizing her fully now. Leader of Security Region 17, President of the Starshine Business Association, daughter of the Yan Legion. He glanced around the room. Luxury dripped from every corner. A night here costs more than an ordinary person earns in half a year, he mused. In my past life, I was just part of her business association's security team, janitorial duty, nothing more. Yaning cracked a faint smile. Technically speaking, she's still my boss. Yan Yuting sat up, cheeks flushed from the alcohol, and leaned in. Ugh, don't bring up that old man. So annoying. Come here, hug me. Yaning looked at her, irritated. His thoughts drifted to her father. This really should be between her and the old man, he thought. Clearly, she's just doing this to tick him off. I couldn't care less. She's already past the age where this should matter. He grabbed her by the wrists and gently pushed her back onto the bed, pinning her arms. You really want to play this game? He asked, voice calm. Then I'm not holding back. She stammered, cheeks turning red. You. I. Yaning smirked at her flustered reaction, but just as quickly she slipped out of his grip and darted away. I'm getting cleaned up first, she called out, running into the bathroom. Yaning watched her dash across the room. Paper tiger, he thought with a sigh. Puts on a show, but she won't even step outside like this. The sound of the shower kicked in, steam rising behind the bathroom door. Yaning stepped out onto the balcony, taking in the view of the glittering city. His eyes narrowed as he spotted movement below. An eerie black silhouette bathed in a red glow, hidden in a shadowed alley. That third-rank killing aura, it's right down there. He studied the figure. Not a woman, judging by the build, so who is it? Thoughts flooded in. I was pulled into a test before, accused of something I didn't even do. Still no real answers. Someone's being framed, but I don't even know who. None of it makes sense. He frowned, still watching the alley. If they really wanted me dead, there were easier ways. Poison, ambush, anything. Why go to these lengths? His mind wandered to Lin Lan. She's still recovering from the injuries I gave her, but she might be involved and she wouldn't be acting alone. There are 3 others, possibly part of this too. Yanning's eyes sharpened. Whoever it is, I'll deal with them first, quietly. He stepped back inside, voice low. Li Fu Hong, he said. A small blue window popped open and an NPC materialized instantly. Yes, sir. I need a disguise. Top grade, something that makes me completely unrecognizable. Right away! Yanning grabbed his coat, gave one last glance toward the bathroom, then turned and left the room. The security guards watched as Yanning left in a flash, exchanging confused looks. Huh? He's gone already? Yanning tossed a line over his shoulder without stopping. The girl from your house had a bit too much to drink. Keep an eye on her. Don't let anything happen. He entered the elevator, and once inside, opened his command window. Activate assembly tools. Equip disguise. In seconds, his appearance shifted. His features now those of a middle-aged man in a sharp suit and tie. Yanning exited the building and blended into the night. As he walked through the dimly lit streets, he thought to himself, that third-rank assassin couldn't keep up. Looks like the disguise worked. Barely made it out this time. His expression hardened. I need to break into 3rd tier soon. If not, I won't have the power to handle everything coming, hidden threats and open enemies alike. His thoughts drifted briefly. As for Yan Chen Yao Yan Yuqing, I hope she knows how to take care of herself. Back in the hotel room, Yan Yuqing sat quietly on the bed, reading the small note Yanning had left behind. I don't enter dangerous situations. Thanks for tonight. 2 days later, Yanning stood amidst ancient ruins, wind brushing past broken stone. He tapped into his communicator. Chen Yang, I can't dodge this anymore. This mission's tied to 2nd-gen military elites. Move fast. I've already got the blue outfit. Bring the long fire sword and short fish sword. Top grade gear only. In his hands, he now held the weapons, a red-bladed longsword and a sleek, glowing blue dagger. He raised the red sword, its hilt crowned with a ruby sun emblem. Enchanted Fireblade burns 270 spiritual energy points per second, he muttered. Temperature output, up to 2,000 degrees. With a swing, flames erupted from its edge, cutting the air with searing heat. Then he activated the dagger. Blue light surged from the blade. Fish Magic Blade, 240 spiritual energy points per second. Temperature hits an extreme, approaching the intensity of light itself. He slashed several times, leaving streaks of shimmering blue in the air. After a few controlled cuts, he stopped and checked his inventory. With my current spiritual reserves, this setup should be enough for a small-scale encounter. He reviewed his full kit, the fire and fish swords, lightning boots, blood soul lightning line, lightning armor, the fractured legard blade, and the warning necklace. Not to mention the 3 great cooldown artifacts and the multi-stage Gates of Hell module. This loadout should hold even in the depths. Then he turned his thoughts to the mission ahead. The Gates of Hell, an underground labyrinth crawling with mutated beasts. Each level swarms with orcs and twisted anomalies. Every 7 levels, an elite anomaly appears, and at the bottom, a triad of peak-level entities await. He tightened his grip on his sword. Besides rare loot, spiritual crystal fragments can be found here, far more valuable than anything from regular dungeons. If I land a large one, it could change everything. Just then, the system interface opened before him. Accessing Foxgate minimum entry rank, intermediate. Difficulty, secondary, high. Recommended team size 3. Yanning gave a sharp nod. Accepting mission. Current participants, 40. His aura surged, blue energy rippling outward as he leapt toward the portal with unwavering determination. This time, I'll find out whether I can finally raise my attributes to the next stage. Inside the Gate of Hell dungeon, a swarm of awakened ones had gathered. Look at all these spiritual crystals, someone said, chipping away at a crystal-studded wall. No kidding, another replied from nearby. Even a small shard goes for 8,000 credits. A few blocks of this stuff, and you're set for life. Just then, a man in a vest raised his voice. Stop right there. You can't just dig and take these crystals. Inside the Gate of Hell, the only way to claim them is by killing monsters. Yanning stood quietly nearby, arms crossed, saying nothing, just watching. This expedition had brought together 40 awakened ones. The military team alone had 21. They moved in formation behind the man in the vest, who stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "Let's not waste time," he called out. "The military team is taking the lead. Consider yourselves lucky to be here. I'm Wang Yang-ping, colonel of the Army's 7th Group and a third-degree awakened one." He gestured around. "There are 18 tunnels ahead, all packed with zombies. Survive, and you'll be rewarded. Each team will send 3 members into a different tunnel to increase the haul. The fewer the teammates, the more you earn." He paused. "Once you reach the 7th floor, we regroup and take down the elite mutant together." Wang Yang-ping glanced at his soldiers. "Among us, there are 4 third-degree awakened ones and 2 high-level second-degree awakened ones. Pair up in twos and follow one of our elites. Stick close, and you'll have a better shot at surviving." Someone from the group cheered. "This is great!" "Yeah, we really lucked out," his friend added with a grin, but Wang Yang-ping wasn't done. "Listen carefully," he said. "If you choose to follow a third-degree awakened one, we take 70% of your rewards. Second-degree awakened ones will take 50%. In return, we'll do everything we can to keep you alive. Third-degree awakened ones, step forward. Second-degree, move up as well. The rest stay back." The military moved without hesitation. "Yes, Colonel," they responded in sync. Wang Yang-ping nodded. "Begin choosing." The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. "Teaming up with the Army is smart, but that cut is huge," one of them muttered. "Yeah, I came here to earn, not hand it all over," a blue-haired boy said. "Still, rolling with a third-degree awakened one means better chances of surviving," another pointed out. Suddenly, a young man in a different vest shoved past the blue-haired boy and made his presence known. "I'm Yun Ming, first-class third-degree awakened one from the Demon Hunting Corporation," he declared. "I only take 50%, and I don't accept anyone below high-class third-degree level." Yenning's gaze sharpened. "A civilian third-degree awakened one? From the Demon Hunting Corporation, no less? Didn't expect that." Then another voice rang out. This one carried a red aura. "Huang Kai, first-class third-degree awakened one. My cut's also 50%. Only high-class second-degree awakened ones can join me." Yenning's eyes narrowed. "Huang Kai, that aura, I've felt it before." One awakened one, gripping a hammer and radiating a red aura, paused mid-thought. "Wait, is that Yenning?" Yenning stood calm, eyes locked onto the man, silently sizing him up. That killing intent? Could he be the third-degree awakened one who was tailing me 2 days ago? But why would someone from a cultivation faction show up in a dungeon like this, full of third-degree awakened ones? He's alone. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Either way, it's too late to mask my identity now. Good thing I've got my final move prepped. Running into him here is perfect. I'll just need the right moment to finish him off. Meanwhile, Huang Kai's eyes sharpened as he stared back. "Lin Lan, even though I lost your trail 2 days ago, here you are, right in front of me. I've heard the rumors. Your final move is dangerous. I'll wait for you to use it. Then I strike." Just then, Yenning stepped forward, hand resting casually on his waist, a smile playing on his lips. "Yenning, first level, third degree. I'll take 40%. No level restrictions." The crowd glanced over, murmuring, "He's offering less than the others, but something feels off." "Yeah, he's not wearing any medals, and he doesn't give off that strong third-degree presence. Could he be bluffing?" The blue-haired boy added, "Cheaper deal or not, I'm not sure it's safe going with him." Huang Kai stepped closer, flashing a smug grin. "Yenning, huh? You really expect us to believe you're a third-degree awakened one?" Yenning replied evenly, "Look, faking your level in a dungeon like this? That's suicide." A nearby soldier turned toward their leader. "Colonel, your detection skill is top-notch. Can you read Yenning's level?" Colonel Wang Yang-ping studied Yenning for a moment. "Not yet. His aura is unreadable. But judging by that blue-gray equipment, he's probably the real deal. And he's not wrong. Only an idiot would pretend to be a third degree here." Suddenly, the dungeon system echoed overhead. "Dungeon will begin in 1 minute. Prepare for entry." The commotion rose. Everyone scrambled to finalize their teams. "Mr. Huang Kai, we want to follow you." "I'm with you, Yenning." Others rallied behind the colonel. Groups quickly formed until only 3 remained. Yenning, a young man, and a girl. Yenning looked around, scratched his head, and muttered, "Huh? No one picking me?" Huang Kai couldn't resist, pointing and laughing. "Some third-degree awakened one you are. Not a single taker. Why don't you just join the Army's second degrees, or take those 2 rejects with you? The remaining pair approached. My name's Lee Kay, the light brown-haired girl said. I'm a long-range mage. Mind if I join you? The scruffy guy next to her added, Zhang Bin, I'm a mentalist. Yining smiled gently. Sure, you 2 are with me. Both teammates thanked him at once. Then Colonel Wang Yangping's voice rang out. Now that everyone's teamed up, pick your tunnel and move out. Yining stepped forward. Let's go. We're taking Tunnel 18. As they walked, he asked, Tell me about your abilities. The girl spoke first. I'm a mage. I can cast 3 spells, but they're all from my first year of training, so they're not very strong. The boy revealed a weapon. I'm a mentalist, but I've got this spirit-powered submachine gun. First-class mutants aren't a problem for me. Without turning, Yining said, I see. That's enough for now. Lim Kay looked a little embarrassed. Sorry. Zhang Bin sighed, eyes downcast. We shouldn't even be here. It's only because of a mission. Yining finally turned and offered a reassuring smile. You're not weak, and since I'm taking a cut of your reward, I'll make sure both of you make it out alive. Mr. Yining, they both exclaimed. Suddenly, a sound in the distance caught Yining's attention. He spun around. Get ready, they're coming. A massive horde charged toward them. There are 273 zombies and 2 first-class mutants, Yining said, reaching back for his sword. The 2 stared in shock. How'd he count them so fast? That must be a 3rd-degree awakened ability. Yining dashed forward, sword flashing as he sliced through the oncoming wave. I need to conserve as much spiritual energy as I can, he thought. No ultimate skills. No special gear. Not until the 7th floor. Li Qi watched, eyes wide. He's so fast. Yining's blade plunged into the skull of a mutant, clean and precise. Zhang Bin watched, stunned. Is he not even using spiritual power? Within moments, it was over. 1st floor complete. Proceed to the 2nd floor. The system's announcement echoed. The 2 stared at the scattered bodies, dust still rising around them. Wait, it's over already? We didn't even do anything. Then came another message. First-class fireworm defeated, 170 spiritual crystal stones earned. First-class two-headed wolf defeated, 20 spiritual crystal stones earned. Mission clear. Each team member receives 100 spiritual crystal stones. Li Kay gasped, covering her mouth as her status window popped up. 60 stones? And we didn't lift a finger. Zhang Bin looked over at Yining, grinning. Coming here turned out to be the best decision we've made, and following him, even better. Yining checked his own gains and did the math out loud. 1 spiritual crystal is worth 10 credits. That's 4,800 credits for me, and that's not even counting the commissions. Meanwhile, up on the 7th floor, 3 high-level awakened ones stood waiting. It's been 5 minutes already, one of them muttered. Where is this Yining guy? Yun Ming asked, resting his axe on his shoulder. I'm telling you, he's not a 3rd-degree awakened one. He's a fake, Huang Kai said with a scoff. That doesn't make sense, Colonel Wang Yangping replied, arms crossed. Even the top 2nd-tier awakened ones are already here. Huang Kai just smiled smugly, thinking to himself, looks like that kid couldn't even handle first-class mutants without going all out. When it comes to high-tier 2nd-class ones, he'll either die to them or I'll take him out myself. Just then, Yining appeared, walking calmly toward the group. His black sword and dagger gleamed in his hands, with Li Kay and Zhang Bin right behind him. We're here, he announced. The colonel stepped forward. Now that everyone's here, listen up. We need to eliminate at least 5 high-tier 2nd-class mutants to clear the floor. To maximize rewards, groups of 3 3rd-degree awakened can take on 1 each. Others can team up as needed. If you run into trouble, call for backup. Just be ready to share your rewards. Yining gave a polite wave. Appreciate it, but we'll manage on our own. Li Kay and Zhang Bin exchanged uneasy looks. He's fast, sure, the girl whispered. But remember how hard it was for him to take down that crystal ant on the 6th floor? Maybe he's still holding back, Zhang Bin replied. We'll just have to trust him. Suddenly, the system echoed. 8 high-tier 2nd-class mutants have been awakened. Prepare for battle. A line of massive creatures emerged, marching toward them in perfect formation. Yining smiled at the sight. All lined up for me? If I take them all out before anyone else can react, Well, that's not really a problem, right? But not far behind him, Huang Kai gripped his hammer and shield tightly, eyes sharp. Yanning, after this mutant's down, I'm coming for you. In a flash, Yanning leapt forward. Flames erupted around his blade. If I go all out now, I won't get to deal with Huang Kai, but I don't want any misunderstandings with the military either. So I'll let him walk, for now. He unleashed his skill, Heavenly Split Strike, sending a blazing rift of fire tearing across the battlefield. The others stood frozen, watching in disbelief. That was a 1-second takedown, someone exclaimed. Is that even possible? Third-class mutants usually take way longer to beat, said another. My God, his host must be insanely strong. Huang Kai held his shield up, stunned. Can he really be that powerful? Is this what it means to truly advance? Li Kei gasped, hand over her mouth. Unbelievable. Is this the real power of Yanning? Zhang Bin just stared, wide-eyed. Told you, he was just saving his strength. After cutting down the entire line of mutants, Yang landed cleanly on the ground. He glanced up, sharp-eyed. That bat mutant alone should be worth around 50 to 60,000 credits. Behind him, Li Qi and Zhang Bin threw their arms around each other, smiling from ear to ear. Zhang Bin, tell me I'm not dreaming, the girl laughed. We're actually having a great day, right? He grinned. You're not dreaming. I made 900 times more than usual. We don't even earn that halfway through the year. Colonel Wang Yangping stepped over, raising a hand. All right, everyone, settle down. Just a small heads up. Yanning turned his way. A small warning, huh? That was unexpected. Are the others getting the same message? Nearby, Huang Kai watched with that same smug expression. Having fun is one thing, but don't get carried away, especially in front of soldiers, he said coolly. Yanning stared him down, keeping his thoughts to himself. He's clearly trying to provoke me. Huang Kai met his gaze, grinning. Your little performance is over. Now the 3rd Division deserves the spotlight. Turning toward the group, Yanning addressed everyone. Let's be real. At this stage, there's no rule stopping us from being excited. But let's make one thing clear. I had nothing to do with whatever monster peak problem you're worried about. If things get out of hand again, don't expect me to step in. That hit a nerve. Huang Kai stepped forward, visibly annoyed. Hey, watch your mouth. Do you even know who you're talking to? Don't forget who our real allies are. But before the tension could spike, Colonel Wang Yangping intervened, his tone sharp and controlled. The battle team's facing the hardest part right now. Having someone like Yang here is a huge advantage. He's right, let's focus and push forward. Huang Kai turned toward the colonel. Sure, but if we don't shore up defenses, we'll need to handle these peak-level threats one at a time. Everyone needs to be ready. He stood firm, hand on his hip, still not backing down. Seeing the back and forth going nowhere, Colonel Wang Yangping turned to Yanning. For the sake of teamwork, Yanning, why not strike again? His talent is unreal, he thought. Let's see how he handles a real challenge. Yanning smirked slightly. Sorry, he replied aloud, while thinking, if I can't get rid of Huang Kai yet, I might as well take on a peak-level mutant to get back in the rhythm. The slicing wind ability should be at least level 14 now. Next time, I'll be more prepared. Suddenly, the system broadcast blared. After the last 8 matches, the transformation system is fully activated. Prepare for battle. From the shadows, new mutants roared to life. Smoke poured across the floor as monstrous figures began advancing. Yanning looked ahead. All right, this time I'll use abilities and gear. This mutant shouldn't be a problem. Maybe I can force Huang Kai to show his hand too. One of the incoming beasts, huge, with a crocodile-like maw, lunged from above, teeth gleaming. Yanning drew his sword and dagger, eyes focused, a tough defensive type. I'll have to meet it head on. Let's do this. The ground shook as the mutant stomped down. Yanning moved fast, slashing an X-shaped mark across its hide. But as the strike landed, he frowned. No way. Even with a direct hit that broke its defenses, it barely took any damage. My power still not enough. As Yanning battled the crocodile mutant, Huang Kai spotted his opening. With a wicked grin, he swung his hammer, unleashing a bolt of yellow lightning. There it is, he thought. A full power spell. Now's my chance. Once this beast is down, Yanning, you're next. The mutant let out another roar, and Yanning surged forward, crossing his blades in front of him. Fire magic. Fish magic, he chanted in his mind, activating the spells. A streak of blue energy zipped past the crocodile, but all it left was a shallow scratch on its leg. Seriously? That skin's like steel, Yaning muttered. Not even blue armor magic can slice clean through. With a growl, the mutant whipped its heavy, green-scaled tail toward him. Yaning braced himself, arms crossed, taking the hit head-on. The creature roared again and lunged. "Yaning, are you okay?" Lin Kei shouted from behind. Zhang Bin raised his spirit-powered submachine gun. "Spiritual energy boost. Now," he called out, firing at the mutant. Lin Kei joined in, hands raised. "Freeze!" Their attacks landed, barely, but the monster kept charging, unaffected. "We're not doing anything to it," Zhang Bin said, frustrated. Lin Kei's face fell. He's done for." Suddenly, Yining reappeared in front of the beast, a golden arc slashing across its side. "Relax, I've got this," he said calmly. He leapt above the creature, thinking, "This skill comes at a cost, but it hits harder. I can take it down like this." In a flurry, Yining rained strikes on the mutant, not giving it a second to fight back. From across the battlefield, Colonel Wang Yangping destroyed another mutant and muttered, "What a menace!" "Heaven help us," Yunming grunted, swinging at the same beast. "This is cursed," Huang Kai spat, locked in his own fight. "3 of them are already finished," Li Kei observed. "And Yaning's still fighting?" "His power is insane," Zhang Bin added. "He can summon 8 creatures at once, and yet this one monster is still holding him back?" The soldiers watched, puzzled. "How's he doing so little damage now?" one asked. "If not for that armor, he'd be unstoppable in this phase. It doesn't add up." Still, Yaning didn't let up. He kept his guard high, not just for the mutant, but also for Huang Kai. The others are done, but Huang Kai is still moving. "I'd better stay alert." Right then, Huang Kai rushed in, calling out, "Yining, don't hold back so much, I'll help." Yining spotted him and thought, "Here we go, let's wrap this up." "You're getting impatient, huh?" He slammed his boot into the ground, releasing a surge of blue lightning. "Activate magical gear! Lightning boots!" In a flash, he launched onto the creature's back and raised his blades. "Strike serpent claws!" he shouted. Behind him, Huang Kai jumped, hammer raised to strike the creature's skull. "Golden hammer!" Just before impact, Yining activated his blood helmet defense, forming a red dome of energy around himself. The hammer hit and rebounded off the dome, flinging Huang Kai backward. Then, in one fluid motion, Yining drove both blades deep into the mutant and twisted them outward in a scissor slash. "Broken blade sword!" he yelled. A surge of lightning burst from his feet, and with a final leap, the crocodile's head was cleaved clean off. Blood sprayed as the beast collapsed in a heap. Another kill. Secured. Huang Kai dug his heels into the ground, slowing his momentum after being tossed aside. "Looks like Yaning didn't need you after all," Wang Yangping said. Arms crossed as Huang Kai came to a stop beside him. Huang shot him a look of annoyance, then turned back to Yining, shifting into a ready stance. "That gear, it's Lin Lan's. There's no way his spiritual energy can keep up with that kind of strain. He won't last much longer in this dungeon. I need to shut him down before he gets out of here." Yaning stepped forward. "Seems like you won't rest until we throw hands today, huh, Huang Kai?" Wang Yangping lightly tapped Huang Kai's shoulder. "Come on, Yaning already handled the monster. Don't get greedy." "Back off, Colonel Wang Yangping," Huang snapped. "This is between me and him." Yaning slung his sword over his back. "No clue what you're worked up about, but if this is personal, why not take it to the 14th floor? No need to waste everyone's time here." Huang Kai frowned, confused by the offer. "Wait, you're just going to walk away?" He narrowed his eyes, studying Yaning carefully. He's used up all his best techniques. Banking on enchanted gear to carry him through the next round, that's a death wish. Either he's a fool, or he's hiding something. Yining stepped up until they were face to face, wearing a smug grin. "Relax, I'm not going anywhere, until the 14th floor. "Fine," Huang Kai replied, refusing to back down. "Let's finish this there, if you survive that long." Wang Yangping's voice rang out across the group. "Enough! Everyone, pick a tunnel! We're moving to the next floor!" "Yes, Colonel Wang Yangping," the group replied in unison. Tunnel 9, 10th floor. Huang Kai sprinted ahead with the team that chose to follow him. Strange creatures peered at them from crater holes in the walls, their eyes gleaming with malice. "Damn it!" Huang cursed under his breath. "It's been non-stop with these claw devils since floor 8. They're everywhere. Stick close, or don't blame me if you die out here." "Yes, Mr. Huang Kai," the boys called back, scrambling to keep up. Suddenly, a claw whipped out from the wall, slashing one boy's arm and sending him crashing to the floor. The creature spun toward the next target, ready to strike. But Huang Kai leaped between them, shield raised. "Damn it! Another one!" With a swing of his hammer, he shattered the creature's claw, sparks flying as it crashed to the ground. "Behind you, sir!" one of the boys shouted. Huang turned. Too late. A second claw lunged straight at him. "Spiritual bullets, fire fast!" the boy yelled, unleashing a barrage of green energy that tore into the monster. Huang wiped his face and glared at the boy. "That thing almost took my eye. I'm calling it 90% of the loot's mine. If you don't like it, go solo." The boy who had just saved him protested. "Sir, with all due respect, if I hadn't stepped in." "Save it." Huang cut him off. "That was your last move, wasn't it? And your backup skill's dead now. All you've got left is me." The boy clenched his fists. "This is betrayal, plain and simple." The boy who'd taken a hit to the arm spoke up. "Sir, if I turn back now, I'm as good as dead. But if I go back with nothing—" Huang cut him off, raising his hammer. "Enough! Decide what you want, your life or the loot. Choose wisely." Then, without waiting for a response, he turned and bolted ahead, leaving the boys in his dust. They scrambled to follow, but when Huang glanced back, there was no one. Just shadows flickering in the tunnel behind him. He was completely alone. Elsewhere, Lieutenant Wang Yangping led 2 awakened companions through another passage. "This dungeon's been a cakewalk," one of them said casually. "Yeah, the next floor is right up ahead. Just 2 more to go," the other added. "Focus. Quiet," the lieutenant snapped, halting suddenly. A blur shot down from above. Crack, slamming into one of the boys' heads. A massive ray with a razor tail hovered above them. "Zombie ray!" the lieutenant barked. "Above you, dodge!" Tunnel 18, 12th floor. Yaning dashed ahead, leading the 2 who'd chosen to follow him. "Left turn, then right. Keep tight." "Don't fall behind," he ordered, his pace steady. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the maze, someone from another tunnel crying out for help. "Sounds like chaos in the other routes," Lin Kei said, breathlessly. Zhang Bin, still close behind her, added, "Yeah, but honestly, this is way easier than the first 7 floors." "Maybe our path just has fewer monsters," the girl suggested. "No way," Zhang Bin replied. "It's gotta be Yanning. He's sensing the enemies somehow and steering us away from them." Suddenly, Yanning skidded to a stop, foot stomping the ground. The others halted too. "What is it, Mr. Yanning?" Zhang Bin asked, confused. Yanning's eyes lit up with Tian flames. "There's no dodging this one. There's a ghoul up ahead," he said calmly, pointing. 97 degrees. Clinging to the ceiling. We can't sneak past it." He motioned again. "Second tunnel to the left, 16 meters out. Female bloodsucker waiting in ambush. And to the right, a bone rodent's heading straight for us." Both followers froze in shock. "No way! He's not sensing them," Zhang Bin whispered. "He's seeing everything." Li Kei's eyes widened. "Oh my god, that kind of skill actually exists?" Yaning took off again. "I'll take the ghoul first. Follow me in 3 seconds." He didn't slow down. "I'll draw the bone rodent away. Meet me at the 3rd fork to the right in 30 seconds. As he reached the ceiling-bound creature, his twin swords ignited, red and blue light, slashing in an X. He roared, sword blazing. "Go! Move! No matter what you hear, don't look back." The 2 trailing behind Yining took off without hesitation. "Yes, Mr. Yining," they called out in unison. 14th floor, meeting point. The awakened teams were regrouping. Lieutenant Wang Yangping scanned the arriving stragglers and asked, "Where are your team leaders?" 2 boys staggered forward, one barely standing, leaning on the other. "They're gone," one of them said grimly. "All dead. Who'd have guessed low-level monsters lying in wait would be worse than the big ones up front? I burned through almost every skill just to save him." He glanced over. "Anyone here from the Agile class?" Lieutenant Wang Yangping frowned. "That's not good. The higher-ups are pushing for massive spiritual crystal collections, and from the looks of things, that's not happening. Another soldier beside him muttered, "If we can't collect enough ourselves, we might need to buy from the other third orders." Just then, Huang Kai's squad stumbled in. The three looked battered, barely on their feet. "Hey look, Yun Ming and Huang Kai made it back," someone shouted. "Yun Ming even brought someone. Huang looks beat up, though." Huang's face was bloodied and bruised. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Damn this dungeon. Where the hell did those filthy worms even come from?" Lieutenant Wang Yangping stepped to the mouth of Tunnel 18. "Now we just wait for Yenning's group. If he brought a few alive, we might still make up the losses, though, honestly, his combat ability's questionable." Huang Kai scoffed and marched up. "Questionable? Don't make me laugh. That guy's a fraud. Just a rich kid flashing fancy gear and acting like he's third order. That monster slaughter he pulled? A one-time trick. I'd bet my face they didn't make it." Right on cue, Yenning's team walked in, perfectly intact, not a scratch. With a smug smile, Yenning said, "Oh, sounds like you're about to lose that ugly face of yours." Huang's eyes widened. "You're still alive?" Behind him, Lieutenant Wang Yangping blinked in disbelief. "Not just alive, he's completely uninjured." Someone asked, "Wait, how? Didn't you run into any monsters?" Zhang Bin grinned and shrugged. "Why do you all look so beat up? Didn't you dodge them like we did?" Lin Qi chimed in. "Yining helped us avoid most of the mutants. Wasn't too hard if you followed his lead." As Yining walked toward Huang, a heavy silence fell. The others looked down, their earlier pride deflated. Yining suddenly pulled out a dagger and held it near Huang's face. "So who was it that said they'd bet their life on wiping out my team?" He narrowed his eyes. "You must have been through this dungeon before. Memorizing the route is cheating." Lieutenant Wang Yangping stepped closer. "That's impossible. Every generation of this hell dungeon randomizes the layout. No one can memorize it." He's got some kind of evasion skill, Wang Yangping thought to himself. If I could get him into the army, he'd be a major asset. Huang Kai stepped back, jaw clenched, mind racing. He's not cheating, so this is his real strength? Then Lin Lan's report was all wrong. I can't rush this. I'll watch him when the third-degree mutants show up. Yenning gave a mocking smirk. What's wrong, Brother Huang? Backing out now? Lieutenant Wang Yangping stepped between them. Yenning, save it. Let's focus on the third-degree mutants. We'll handle everything else later. Yenning turned to Lieutenant Wang Yangping. Since you said so, I'll follow your lead, for now. Wang Yangping crossed his arms as all the awakened fighters quieted down to listen. There are 2 first-level, third-degree mutants on this floor, he announced. The army will take on one. The rest of you will handle the second. Once we finish, we're out of this dungeon. But Huang Kai immediately objected. I don't agree with the team setup. The army has 4 third-degree awakened, and 6 high-level second-degree awakened. Our team? Only 3 third-degree awakened, and one of them might even be fake. Plus, we've got 2 deadweight second degrees in the group of 5. Lieutenant Wang Yangping responded calmly, the one you're calling a fake third degree? He took down 8 second-degree mutants in a single strike. But regardless, if your side can't handle it, the army will step in. This is a commission after all. Yening gave a confident smirk. No problems here, Lieutenant. And if your team needs backup, just say the word. Huang Kai stared at him intently. He really is hiding something. That confidence isn't just for show. Someone else murmured, Yun's real strength. It's impossible to gauge. Then Lieutenant Wang Yangping raised his fist. All right, move out. We've got 2 Tomb Raiders to deal with. The team split, each charging toward one of the massive creatures, enormous centipedes with sharp teeth and sickly green skin. The awakened fighters launched their attack as the beasts roared hungrily. Blows rained down on the monsters' bodies. Huang stepped up, using his shield to slow the advance of one of them. He glanced back. Yangning, you gonna do something or what? I'm on it. Double sword enchantment. Yangning shouted, sprinting toward the beast. Huang leaped onto the creature's head. Spiritual energy battle axe, he roared, slamming the axe into its skull, releasing a burst of golden energy. Yangning's twin sword slashed through the air, red and blue arcs crossing. But the centipede snapped toward him in retaliation. Quickly, he activated his thunder boots, flashing away in a burst of lightning. Landing mid-air, he stepped on Huang's head and shouted, Make some room, Brother Huang. Huang seethed. You trying to get yourself killed, Yanning? But in that split second of distraction, the centipede closed in. Damn it! Huang cursed, turning just in time to raise his shield. The beast slammed into him, wrapping its tail around his body. It struck again, launching him across the battlefield. Yanning turned. You all right, Brother Huang? Huang, now furious, shouted back. You bastard! You did that on purpose! The fight raged on. The awakened warriors kept up their assault. One of them stepped forward, shouting, Brother Huang, I've got your back! From a distance, Yanning assessed the field. They're about 200 meters apart. If I can close that gap to under 100, I can take both out at once. Yanning, focus on the mutant. I can't hold it alone, someone yelled. Yanning turned to his squad. All second degree awakened. Support Yun Ming. Leave the rest to us. Brother Huang and I will hold the front. The centipede charged again. Huang got to his feet and took off running beside Yanning, trying to stay ahead of the monster. You sent all the second degrees away, he shouted. Now we've got no backup. How are we supposed to win this fight? Yanning said calmly, Hold it for 3 seconds. That's all I need to finish it. Huang raised his shield, now glowing with a golden aura. I'll trust you this time, but once that thing's down, I'm coming for you next. In his mind, though, he wasn't so sure. He's still hiding something. I'll wait until he shows all his cards. Wang crashed to the ground, barely blocking another heavy blow. I held it off. Your turn now, he yelled. But Yanning didn't move in yet. Just 50 more meters. Hold on for one more hit. Still pinned with the mutant's claw pressing down on his shield, Hong yelled, Lin, damn it! Suddenly, Yanning sprinted out and shouted, Colonel Wang Yangping, watch your back. We're getting overwhelmed over here. Wang Yangping turned, startled. What? That split second was all it took. A gap opened, and the creature struck. Yanning came to a halt, gripping a dagger crackling with blue lightning in one hand and a flaming sword in the other. Everyone, fall back! I'm using my final move. Run now! But in his head, he was already scheming. Let's fool them first. I need those 2 mutants in one spot. He hurled both blades, one to the left, the other to the right. Each found its target, striking the monsters clean. Colonel Wang Yangping's eyes widened. This isn't anything like before, when he took out those other mutants. Even Huang Kai was caught off guard. That's not a final ability. The blade zipped back to Yanning's hands, and now both mutants locked onto him. Yanning shouted, They're lined up, and Huang Kai's right in the middle. This is it. Sword explosion storm! His attack tore through the battlefield, carving through everything in front of him. The mutants were cleaved down, and the shockwave knocked back everyone nearby. Some raised their arms just to shield themselves from the blast. Insane power. If he wanted, that strike could have taken us all out. He's not just stealing kills, he's saving lives, someone muttered. Looking at that, there's no way he's just 3rd grade. He might be mid, maybe even high level. We're 1st level 3rd grade. No comparison, another added. When the dust settled, Huang Kai was out cold, buried in debris alongside the creatures. Yanning walked over, picked up the shield and hammer, and said with fake concern, Brother Huang, I told you to dodge. Why'd you stay? You died for me. Don't worry, I'll take care of all your gear. No one said a word. They just stood there in the rain, watching. Then the system message echoed. Round complete. All members receive 300 spiritual crystals. Personal rewards will be based on contribution. Choose, continue, or exit. Wang Yangping approached Yanning. Mr. Yanning, if we push forward, mid-level 3rd grade mutants will appear. The army is retreating, but with your strength. Yanning cut him off, eyes closed. I'm spent. Let's leave. I've only got dimensional cut left. I need to save that. Wang Yangping nodded, then raised his voice. Everyone, gather up! Before we go, there's something you need to know. The army wants to buy your spiritual crystals. Market rate is 10 credits per piece. We're offering 11. The response was instant and unanimous. Sounds good. More than market price? No complaints here. I'm selling mine anyway. Wang Yangping motioned to his team. If you agree, come talk to us. Then you're free to exit the dungeon. He turned to Yanning. And you, Mr. Yanning, you've got the biggest stash. The army's counting on you. But Yanning wasn't ready to hand over the crystals just yet. How about you tell me why the army needs so many spiritual crystals in the first place? Wang Yangping nodded. We're launching the Seed Project. It's designed to help low-level awakened rise faster. We've been buying up every crystal on the market, but even that's not enough. Yaning went quiet, lost in thought. Spiritual crystals do boost strength, but the gains aren't linear. A first grade awakened might need 10,000 just to hit mid-level. To push into high-level second grade, we're talking millions in credits, and the army's investing all that into the Seed Project? His thoughts were interrupted. Mr. Yaning? Wang Yangping called out. Yaning rubbed his chin. Hold on. I've got 27,000 spiritual crystals on me. Let's round that up to 300,000 credits, sound fair? Wang Yangping smiled. Sure. Honestly, I'd have rounded up myself, even if you hadn't asked. By the way, any interest in running this dungeon a few more times? Yaning shook his head. No need. Running the same dungeon with the same group reduces the loot and rewards. Not worth it. Still, Wang Yangping pressed. If you're willing to bring in different people each time, it could get General Tang's attention. Truth is, all these crystals, they're for General Tang's second son. He just entered the third sequence and will soon be a third grade awakened. Honestly, I think he might break into fourth. Shut up, Yaning snapped. Finish the deal and get out. Wang Yangping froze, confused by the outburst. But he didn't argue. He simply nodded and stepped away. Yaning exited the dungeon. Soon he was tearing down the streets on his motorcycle, heading home. I thought I was earning fast enough, he reflected. But compared to what the army's pouring into the Seed Project, my haul's nothing. Those who rely on the Seed Project won't last in a real fight. Their strength is hollow. The army's wasting everything on this. In my last life, I thought I had plenty of resources. But looking back, everything was already scraped clean. Compared to what's still available now, what I used back then was like dust on a mountain. Right now, in the first third sequence, no one's burning through resources faster than me. It's insane. I need to push every attribute to its max, and take the third grade test as soon as possible. Once I make it into the first sequence, I'll finally have the power to change everything. Back at his lavish home, Yaning sat at the dining table, casually picking up a handful of spiritual fruits. Almost all my stats are sitting at 26, except willpower, he muttered while chewing. The higher these numbers get, the more fruits I need just to raise them. Let's see if this batch is enough. He kept eating, one fruit after another. Ugh, I'm stuffed. Just one more. Gotta push it past 30, he said, forcing down the last bite. With a final burp, a message popped up in front of him. Constitution +1. All attributes are now maxed out. Starting gotcha once. A glowing prize roulette appeared with a single button in the center. Yaning raised an eyebrow. So I get a gotcha pull for maxing out my stats? Alright then. Let's hope it's something good. Maybe an epic gear set, or at least a top-tier sword. That'd give my power a serious boost. He hit the button. The wheels spun. When it stopped, the system chimed in. Epic equipment acquired. Ring of Serendipity. Yaning leaned in, eyes narrowing. Just a ring, huh? Not a whole set, but I'll take it. Ring-type gear is rare anyway. He picked it up. A small band with a radiant blue gem. The item description read, Storage feature. Grants infinite cubic storage space. Cannot store living creatures. Yaning gave a short laugh. A storage ring? No added stats, but infinite space? That's insane. I could literally carry hundreds of nukes in this thing. Then, another screen popped up. Equipment maintenance. Willpower conversion activated. You can now convert willpower into any other attribute. Time limit, 3 seconds. His eyes lit up. This is broken. Willpower conversion during battle? I just hit high-level second grade. This will let me adapt in real time. Strength, speed, whatever I need. But just as he celebrated, another message appeared, and it stopped him cold. New grade detected. 5th grade. Beyond 4th grade limit. Wait, what? 5th grade? There's something past 4th? Yaning said, stunned. Could this be the ceiling for humans? Or are there 5th grade mutants out there too? Then another window opened. Item evaluation. Exclusive gear from the world of Serendipity. User will gain adventurer privileges upon entering the world of Serendipity. Warning. Class SS privilege. Use with caution. Holding the glowing ring tightly, Yaning whispered, The world of Serendipity. I've never even heard of it. Not even in the final days before humanity's fall in my last life. Could that be where 5th grade mutants come from? This ring, it's tied to something way bigger. No way I'm selling it. Turning away from the ring, he summoned his NPC, Li Fugi, sell the warhammer, the golden shield, and all the enhancement gear. Use the credits to buy more spiritual fruits. A small figure appeared in the corner of his status window and smiled. Yes, master, right away. Just then, a warning message flashed in front of them, pulling their attention away. Notice, normal spiritual fruits cannot increase attributes beyond 30. Reminder, to raise attributes past 30, high-grade spiritual fruits are required. Yanning turned to his NPC. Li Fugi, use all the credits from the gear sales to buy high-grade spiritual fruits. Yes, master, Li Fugi replied instantly. Leaning back in his chair, Yanning muttered to himself, so close, just one more point to max out the second grade. In his mind, he was already planning ahead. The zombie horde from Tianfeng's safe zone will arrive in 2 days. My skills should reset by then. I'll finish maxing my stats today. Once everyone sees my power, no one will dare question me when I ask for the 3rd grade test. Suddenly, Li Fugi popped back into the status window, this time with a troubled look. Master, there are no high-grade spiritual fruits available on the market. What? Yanning exclaimed. The army bought them all, Li Fugi explained. Yanning touched his chin, his mouth tightening. Should I contact Chen Yong? But he didn't need to. Right then, his notification window lit up. Incoming call, Chen Yong. Yanning accepted, and Chen Yong's cheerful face appeared on screen. Mr. Yanning, it's me, Chen Yong. Do you still remember me? Of course, Yanning replied, thinking, what timing I was just about to call him. Can this guy read minds? Chen Yong quickly got to the point. The Tiancheng Trading Group found a newly forming supernatural dungeon, Class A. They want me to lead a team to explore it, and I'd like you to join us. Low risk, big rewards. A Class A supernatural dungeon? Yanning echoed, intrigued. Yes, Chen Yong confirmed. Right now, the dungeon only has one edge. Its mission system hasn't fully formed yet. That means it's safer to enter now. Worst case scenario, we just retreat from the border. Plus, these dungeons are usually packed with spiritual bodies, but in this case, only one has appeared so far. The others are still developing. I get it, Yanning said. Just tell me your terms. Chen Yong nodded. If you agree to come, I'll give you 10,000 credits up front, even if we fail. If we succeed, you'll get 70% of the profit, and the Tiancheng Group will pay you another 30,000 credits. Yanning scratched his chin. That's generous. Let me guess. They want to create a clearing strategy for future use? Chen Yong gave a sheepish smile. Exactly, Mr. Yanning. If you have any other conditions, feel free to say so. Yanning smiled back. In that case, I want 20% of whatever they make from selling the guide, and a few high-grade spiritual fruits too. Later, as the sun dipped behind the mountains, Yanning stared out the car window while the vehicle rumbled through the quiet village of Hay. This view, he thought. The zombie horde outbreak in Zhenjiang is just 2 days away, Yanning thought. My ultimate skill is still on cooldown. I'll use this time to clear a dungeon, one that doesn't rely too much on physical abilities. The car pulled up to a quiet village tucked between the hills. A group was already gathered, waiting for their arrival. We've arrived, Mr. Yanning, Chen Yong said as they stepped out. They approached the group, where a young man in a green jacket stepped forward with a warm smile. You must be Mr. Yanning. I'm Wang Jiang, son of the vice president of Tian Trading Group. It's an honor. I've heard about you, Yanning replied. Chen Yong mentioned you. Wang gestured to a stern-looking man next to him. Let me introduce my team. This is Fang. He's a psychic type awakened with high agility. I brought him in at a premium price. The rest are staff from my company. Fang, he gave a slight nod. I'm just a second-tier awakened. Compared to the great Mr. Yanning, I'm worth nothing. Yanning didn't respond to the jab. Keeping his expression neutral, Wang stepped in quickly, chuckling awkwardly. Please don't mind him, Mr. Yanning. Brother Fang's just blunt, but he's experienced with supernatural dungeons. Now that introductions are done, shall we take a look inside? Yanning nodded. Lead the way. As the group moved deeper into the village, Fang He walked alongside Yanning and said, Once we enter, follow my lead. My system gives me specific instructions when I'm near clues. Ignore them, and you're asking for trouble, even if you're third tier. Don't blame me if something happens. Yanning narrowed his eyes. Instructions, but this dungeon isn't fully formed yet. There aren't supposed to be any system missions. That's my skill, Fang. He replied coolly. When I get close to a clue, I receive guidance directly from the system, like a mission preview. He turned away and kept walking. Yanning watched him, thoughtful. That's a rare ability, like seeing the blueprint of a quest without accepting it. Looks like Chen Yang and Wang Wangjiang really did their homework for this dungeon. As they moved deeper into the village, Wang pointed out the nearby river. This area relies on the river for survival. The villagers usually sell water to the safe zone to make a living. He gestured toward some old bicycles nearby. But look at the wheels, completely rusted. That means they haven't been to the safe zone in a long time. Just ahead, villagers were hunched over, scooping water into a massive barrel already filled to the brim. They don't realize they should stop, Chen Yang commented quietly. It's like they're stuck in a loop, fetching water non-stop, even though the jar's already overflowing. Suddenly a man stormed toward them, his face twisted with anger. Soldiers, where are you from? He demanded. We're from the Safe Zone Army in Zhenjiang, Wang explained. There were reports that the river water here might be contaminated. The man scoffed and looked away, clearly agitated. I knew it. That woman dying in the river is going to be the end of us. Yanning stepped forward. So the river really is polluted? When did it start? What happened? The man recoiled, nervous. No, I was just guessing. The river's clean, really. Yanning's tone sharpened. If you don't explain everything right now, we'll have no choice but to detain you. Cornered, the man finally spoke. 7 days ago, a woman named Zheng Shuiz died, but it wasn't our fault. She stole something, then jumped into the river. There was a storm that day. The current was fast. She was swept away almost instantly. Wang Yangping stepped in, pressing further. She jumped in after stealing something. Did someone force her? The man panicked. No, I swear it had nothing to do with us. Wang Yangping pointed at him, eyes narrowing. Then why are you backing away? Before it escalated, Yanning placed a hand on Wang Yangping's shoulder. Hold on. This guy seems normal, but his hands, they've clearly been soaked in water for a long time. If something is off about him and we act too fast, we'll be at a disadvantage. Just then, Feng, he stepped over with a grin. Didn't expect you to pick up on that so quickly. Turning back to the man, Yanning said calmly, Relax, just take us to the family of the deceased. If you're not involved, you have nothing to worry about. Reluctantly, the man nodded and led them through the quiet village streets. They stopped outside a small, gloomy house. The air was cold, unnaturally so. A lifeless chill clung to the place. He pointed to the doorway. That's the house. Only she and her mother, Li Ru, live here now. It's always this cold. I can't go any farther. They stepped into the yard, where several barrels overflowed with water. The ground was wet, streaked with stains. It's freezing, Wang muttered. Feels like winter. There's definitely something wrong here, Wang Yangping said, scanning the surroundings. Yanning's gaze locked onto the scattered pots and puddles. Why so many containers of water? Something's not right. Suddenly, an old woman stumbled out. Arms and head plunged deep into one of the barrels. Everyone flinched, some cursing under their breath. But he remained calm. Don't worry, she's not a spiritual body, just influenced by the dungeon. The woman turned, drenched, and stared at them. Who are you? She asked, her voice trembling. We're here to investigate your daughter's death, Yanning said gently. Did someone force her into the river? If so, we'll make sure justice is done. She looked down, water dripping from her hair, and began to mutter. My daughter? She's in the water. You must help me find her. In the water. You must help me find her. Wang Yangping sighed. Mr. Yanning, she's lost. There's nothing we can get from her. But Yang wasn't giving up. Grandma, what about your granddaughter? Where is she now? The old woman looked up slowly. My granddaughter. She went to fetch water from the river. She'll be back tonight. Yanning turned to Fang. Any clues from your system yet? Fang shook his head. Not yet. My ability only activates when we're near something critical. But I think the daughter, Li Ru, she's the key. Chen Yang chimed in. Then should we head to the river and find her? But Fang immediately snapped. No. Both Chen Yang and Yanning turned to him, confused. Why not? Fang looked away, clearly uneasy. I mean, it's getting dark. Maybe we should just stay here and wait. Yanning narrowed his eyes. Fang's hiding something. Drowning, a missing body, a mother and daughter fetching water. Are the villagers stuck in some cycle? Repeating the act of drawing water because the mother's ghost is compelling them? Just then, the door creaked open. A young girl walked in, swinging a heavy bucket of water. Everyone turned. "Li Ru, you're back," Fang said quickly. As she ran inside, Yanning instinctively covered his nose. That snow? Blood? Activating his full psychic vision, his eyes lit up with deep purple. He looked into the bucket. Blood? And is that a human tongue? The girl stopped in front of them, eyeing the group suspiciously. "Who are you?" Fang turned quickly. "I just got a system hit. Don't make her angry." Yining crouched down to meet her gaze. "We're with the military investigation team from Zhenjiang's safe zone. We're here because someone reported your mother as missing." The girl snapped. "She's not missing. The villagers killed her. They spread lies about her, and it cost her life." Yanning responded gently. "I understand. I'm sorry for your loss. Can you tell us who was responsible? We'll help bring them to justice." Without hesitation, the girl handed him a slip of paper. "Of course. I wrote down all their names." Yanning accepted it. "Okay, we'll start by looking for your mother's body. Then we'll go after them." But the girl shook her head. "Mom's already home. There's no need to look for her. You can go catch them now." Yanning froze. She's home, but her body was swept away by the river. What does she mean, home? The girl tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. "Are you hesitating? Were you lying about helping me?" Yanning gave her a soft smile, subtly gesturing toward Fang. "We can't provoke her, but jumping straight into arresting people feels reckless." He spoke calmly. "Of course not. We just need to file a bit of paperwork first. I promise, we'll catch them by tomorrow morning." The girl's expression changed in an instant. A dark energy flared around her, her voice turning cold. "Fine, but if you lie to me, I'll kill every last one of you." The entire group flinched. An icy silence fell. Fang quickly said, "Let's stay here in this house tonight. Chen Yang and Wang Zhang will share a room. The rest of us will split up." Chen Yang and Wang nodded in agreement, but Yanning raised an eyebrow. "Split up? In a situation like this?" Fang explained, "Ghosts usually pick either the strongest or the weakest to target first. If one of us gets attacked, we might gain more clues." Yingning glanced at the others, then smirked. "So basically, I'm the bait." Wang Yangping stepped forward. "Mr. Yanning, you've got it wrong." But Wang interrupted, blunt and honest. "No, he's right. We brought you because you're the strongest." Yingning gave a small wave. "Either way, I'm getting paid. Doesn't matter to me. I'll do what I'm here to do." The two nodded gratefully, but Fang smirked and added with a mocking tone, "You can say that now. Let's see if you're still around to say it tomorrow." Then he turned serious, addressing the group. "Based on everything we've seen, I'm guessing she became a ghost after being killed by the villagers. But since she's still in her early phase, her abilities only affect her daughter and the villagers who wronged her. It's all about revenge." He continued, "So we've got two objectives. First, find Zhang Shu's body. I'll search Li Ru's house again tonight. If I come up empty, then Yanning, you'll check the river. Second, we help settle her revenge. After we find the body, we bring in the ones responsible and leave them to Li Ru." Yanning raised an eyebrow. "That sounds a little too easy. Doesn't match the difficulty level of a Class A dungeon." Fang shrugged. "Easy. You're forgetting. The dungeon's still forming. Right now, the clues are all out in the open. But once the dungeon fully stabilizes, we might not even know Zhang Shu is the first victim. Other villagers could already be turning into ghosts." Chen Yang looked uneasy. "So going in now is a big risk." Wang added, "Luckily, we got here early." That night, Yanning lay in his assigned room, eyes fixed on the ceiling as thoughts churned in his head. Fang's theory makes sense on the surface, but something's off. He definitely hid something when we were at the river. He told me to check it myself. And then there's his earlier attitude. He clearly tried to provoke me. I bet money he's hoping I die. Whatever's at Li Ru's house must be valuable. He's going alone to check it out tonight. But if I survive and he doesn't find it first, then whatever he's after is mine. Still, Li Ru's behavior, something doesn't feel right. That girl, Li Ru, how could she even kill someone? That tongue in the bucket. Suddenly a soft thump echoed above him, footsteps on the ceiling. He sat up, listening, then whispered, "So it's starting? Good. Let's see what you really are." With a flash, his psychic power surged to full strength. "Show yourself." His eyes blazed a vivid purple. A translucent figure phased through the ceiling. A woman, wild red eyes, mouth curled in a crazed grin full of jagged teeth. "You must be Zhang Shu," he muttered. pulling out a bracelet strung with small, ominous beads. Perfect. Time to put these grudge pearls to use. Infusing the bracelet with psychic energy, a dark purple aura began to swirl around it. System notification. Grudge pearl activated. Effect. Plus 25% psychic attack power. Special. Passively blocks one fatal blow from a supernatural being. Item will be destroyed upon use. As the grudge pearl activated, energy surged from the beads, forming into the glowing purple blade of a psychic sword. Sword form! Strike! Yanning shouted. He lunged, slicing through the space where the ghost had hovered. But the moment it sensed danger, the entity turned and fled, phasing through the window. Yanning kicked open the door. Where do you think you're going? He bolted outside into the night, but there was nothing. Only silence and the icy wind brushing past him. The cold wind again? He muttered, scanning the dark. Then a scream pierced the air. Don't come here! Yanning's head snapped toward the sound. Huh? Voices. Chen Yong and Feng He, shouting at the same time. Footsteps raced toward him as the others arrived. Mr. Yanning! Wang called out of breath. What was that scream? What's going on? The ghost came after me, Yanning said. But now, Chen Yong and Feng He might have been killed. Chen Yong's eyes widened. Killed? At the same time? Then the ghost's attack power isn't as weak as we thought. Wang frowned. Or maybe it got stronger after we entered this place. It makes sense for Chen Yong, he was the weakest, he added. But how did Feng He die? Yanning's expression darkened. We might have been wrong in our assumptions. Things are worse than we thought. You should all leave the front line. I'll stay behind to investigate further. We'll regroup tomorrow morning. Wang gave a respectful nod. Thanks for everything, Mr. Yanning. We'll pull back. Chen Yong started to protest, but Yanning cut him off. I've got a life-saving item. I'll be fine. Once alone, Yanning murmured to himself. The grudge pearl can only save me once. I need to be careful. Psychic sense. Expand. His mind stretched outward, scanning every detail of the area. Then he spotted something. Chen Yong Feng's leg. That was all that remained. He was mentally controlled and devoured. That would have taken time. Which means the ghost couldn't have killed Feng He at the same moment. Feng He's body wasn't eaten. Could it be there's more than one ghost? Then he noticed something else. A disturbed patch of ground. An iron shovel lying nearby. Was Feng He digging something up when he was attacked? Is the real clue buried here? Activating his ability again. Psychic sense. Penetrate. His vision pierced the earth, and what he saw below stunned him. A woman's body. Pale, dressed in a white shirt. It's her. The same ghost who chased me earlier. But wait. 6 fingers? That's a hereditary trait. But Li Ru doesn't have 6 fingers. This woman, she isn't Zhang Shu. Then, as if sensing his gaze, the body's eyes opened. Damn, she noticed me. He looked up and froze. There, looming above the rooftop, was a massive version of the same ghost, her eyes glowing green with malicious energy. That gaze, that's not ordinary. Could it be tied to the blue-grade item Fang he was after? Yanning acted fast. Grudge pearls, infused psychic power, web form. The pearls exploded into a vast net of purple energy, surging toward the entity. But with one sweep of her claws, the ghost tore the web apart. Yanning gritted his teeth. So, your true body is far stronger than your spirit form. Yanning gripped the bead bracelet tightly as the woman approached. Suddenly, a glowing purple shield formed around him. The grudge pearl's ultimate power just kicked in, he muttered. I've got to get out, fast. Before he could move, the woman struck. Her claws slammed into the ground, sending Yanning flying. He didn't waste a second. Activating his lightning boots, electricity crackled at his feet as he bolted away, speeding through the darkness. The woman launched after him, gliding through the air. But as she tried to follow past the house, she hit a barrier and stopped cold. Yanning kept sprinting, heading straight for his team. Phew, that was way too close, he thought, breathing heavily. I ran a different direction than Chen Yong, but at least I got away. Then it hit him. The woman in the white dress, she's not Jiang Shu. Maybe the storm dragged her here, which means the real Jiang Shu could still be downstream. She might even be alive. He glanced at the horizon. I've got to search downstream before sunrise. Back near the house, Jian Yang looked around, uneasy. Yanning's still not out, he said. Wang shook his head. The barrier's blocking our signals. Maybe we should head in and check. They entered the house. The subordinate searched every corner and returned. Chief, he's gone. No sign of Yenning anywhere. Luss's house is empty too. Wang frowned, stroking his chin. Missing? How could that be? Just then, a little girl appeared at the gate. Uncles, she said sharply, didn't you promise this morning you'd help me catch them? So why are you still standing here? The men exchanged awkward glances. We're going now, Chen Yang replied. The girl's gaze darkened. Take them to the river, she said coldly. I'll make them suffer there. Wang turned to the others. Let's move. This revenge plan is our only lead. Wang added, Thong is already dead. Yinning's vanished. We've got nothing else to go on. They gathered the men from the girl's list and marched them to the river, forcing them to kneel before her. The men began pleading. Zhang Shu took her own life. It had nothing to do with us. We didn't kill her mother. You're with the military, right? You can't just go around doing this. But the girl didn't flinch. She raised a pair of scissors, her voice ice cold. It's your fault. You pushed my mother to her death. Now you'll pay. She plunged the scissors into one man's chest. He gasped, You! She yanked out his tongue. I won't just kill you, she said, grinning. I'll rip out every last tongue. She laughed as she sliced his tongue off. Who's next? The other two broke down. I'm sorry, one cried. I never should have said anything. I swear, I didn't mean it. Xiaoru, I'm Uncle Zhang. I didn't spread any rumors. But she turned her gaze to him. You did. After my mother rejected you, you talked behind her back. She lunged with the scissors, tearing out his tongue as he screamed. The remaining men stared in horror. Chen Yang whispered, How can a 10-year-old girl even do this? Wang replied, Let's just hope it all ends after she finishes them. The girl turned to them, blood-stained and smiling. Uncles, they're not dead yet. Can you help me toss them into the river? Wang hesitated. Sure. And they did. One by one, they threw the bodies of the bound men into the river. Chen Yang turned to the little girl. Li Ru, did you get your revenge? And if you need help with your mother's body... She gave him a twisted smile. Oh, that's taken care of. My mother's here now. Then her expression darkened, and she said, All of you are going to die too. A towering woman in a soaked white shirt rose from the river. Her glowing green eyes locked onto them, razor-sharp teeth glinting as she emerged. Together they gasped, What? In a flash, she lunged forward, biting one of Wang's men. Help me! The man screamed in agony. Panic hit them like a wave. Damn it! Run! Wang shouted. But it was too late. The woman opened her mouth wide, releasing a powerful green energy. It pulled them in like a vortex, dragging their bodies toward her gaping jaws. She's too strong! One of them cried out. We can't break free. One man was the first to go, crushed between her teeth. Qin Yang watched in horror. Brother Wang, I'd rather die by my own hand than be devoured like that. He raised a knife to his neck, ready to end it all. Chen Yang! No! Wang shouted, but before the blade could touch skin, a surge of purple energy shot through the air, yanking the knife from Chen Yang's grip. Yenning had arrived. He stood beside the girl's mother, unleashing a powerful strike that blasted the monster away and freed the two men. Chen Yang dropped to his knees, breathing hard. Mr. Yenning, incredible! Yenning pointed ahead. Li Ru, look, who do you see in her arms? The little girl looked up, her eyes widened, tears welling up. Mom! The woman was holding a small, limp body, Li Ru's own. The ghost girl stared in disbelief. Mom, you're alive? Then I'm the one who died. Her mother looked down at her, grief in her voice. Xiaoru, it's all Mommy's fault. Wang Yangping's voice broke the silence. Wang Jiangshu isn't dead? Then who's the ghost in white? Wang's brow furrowed. Li Ru is dead? So Li Ru is just a spirit, too? What's going on here? Yanning stepped forward. It's a long story, but for now, we need to get out of here. This place is still dangerous. Suddenly, the woman in white reappeared. She launched herself into the air, grabbing Li Ru's mother in her jaws. No! Mom! Li Ru screamed. She reached for her own chest, and instantly her entire body was engulfed in a powerful green glow. In a flash, she transformed, her figure massive, ethereal, and shimmering like green mist. Yanning's eyes locked onto her. Leroux's awakened. We're a lot safer now. The ghostly woman held Leroux's mother in her teeth as the girl charged forward, yelling her name. Leroux slammed her fist into the ghost's face, then bit into her throat. The two specters clashed, twisted, and finally exploded into a gust of wild green wind. As the dust settled, Yanning turned to explain. It happened on a stormy day. Wang Zhangshu was swept into the river but survived further downstream. Leroux, desperate to find her mother, drowned, but her spirit stayed behind, unaware of her own death. Her need for revenge poisoned the village. He continued. When Leroux later found the body in white floating in the river, she thought it was her mother. That's how this all began. The only way to stop this is for them to see the truth and let go themselves. Wang looked down, stunned. So the people we captured, they really were innocent? Chen Yong nodded slowly. That explains why Fang He and Chen Yong Fang died at the same time. There were two ghosts. Just then, a glowing object darted toward Yinning. It hovered in front of him, a small eye with a green iris. Words appeared. Ghost Eye, blue-grade item. Effect, gain insights and system hints about whatever you're looking at. Yang picked up the strange item and studied it. This power. It's similar to Fang He's ability, he thought. No wonder he risked everything to get it. This must have enhanced his skills. Wang stepped forward and bowed. The 10,000 credits that were originally meant for Fang will now go to you. Chen Yong followed with a bow. It's thanks to you, Yanning, that any of us are still alive. Yanning nodded in appreciation, though his thoughts were elsewhere. I've made around 70,000 credits this time. Not bad. But more important than that, what I really need is a high-quality spiritual fruit. Turning to them, he asked, By the way, did you find the spiritual fruit I asked for? Chen Yong hesitated. Wang stepped in. About that, you might need to wait a little while. Yanning frowned. Why? Chen Yong finally spoke. To be honest, every high-quality spiritual fruit on the market has been bought out by the army. They said it's for the seed project. Yanning gave a knowing smile. The seed project again. Looks like if I want one, I'll have to go after it myself. Then he turned to them. Chen Yong, Wang Zhang. Tonight I'm taking you all to see something special. Bring your parents, too. A show? The two asked. He smirked. Exactly. A show about the zombie epidemic. In Safe Zone 119, a flying vehicle landed. Chen Yong stepped off and approached a man in matching military attire. Uncle Zhang, where's my father? He asked. Vice Commander Zhang Tao replied, Commander Chen Yong had urgent business. He sent me in his place. Chen Yong smiled. That's fine. If you're standing in for my father, I'm sure Yining won't mind. Let's go get Wang Zhang and the others. We're heading to Tianfeng. At the headquarters of the Tian Commercial Association, tension erupted. Smack! Wang staggered back, his cheek red and swollen. Dad, what was that for? He asked. Wang Tian, the vice president of the Tianfeng Commercial Association, stood over him, fuming. You're lucky I didn't do worse, he barked, jabbing a finger in Wang's face. I agreed to meet this Yanning in Tianfeng, and then I find out you stole the spiritual fruits meant for the army in the capital? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you almost caused? Wang tried to defend himself. Dad, Mr. Yanning saved my life. I owed him. And the army requested fruits from so many groups. Missing a few won't matter that much. Silence, Wang Tian snapped. You don't know anything. You don't understand the weight of what you've done. He pointed sternly. My role in the association is already under pressure. Above me is the president. Even without him, we can't afford to offend someone the army values. That could bury us. And don't forget, Yanning was hired by you to protect you. Yes, he saved your life, but that doesn't give you the right to jeopardize ours. He sighed, trying to rein in his anger. We're not refusing to give it to him. He'll get the fruit, just not right now. Wang Tian placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his gaze drifting out the window. All right, Chen Yong's here. I'll head to Tianfeng with you first. We'll talk more after I meet Yanning in person. If he's really as strong as you say, I'll reconsider the matter of the spiritual fruit. Wang's eyes lit up. Seriously? You're not messing with me, right? Meanwhile, over in Tianfeng's safe zone, a new urgent message lit up the screen. From Yining, Tapki, Commander Xiao. The zombie horde will strike tonight. Prepare immediately. Commander Shao narrowed his eyes at the screen. He sent the same warning last week. I mobilized just in case, but nothing happened in the old city. Now he sends it again, with a specific time. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the room. Commander Shao, movement in the old city. The horde's breaking through. They've shattered the seal and are charging straight toward the safe zone. First and second level mutants spotted. We haven't seen any third level ones yet. Commander Shao shot to his feet. Yanning was right. Move. Sound the alert. Get every squad on high alert. Activate all defenses now. Alarms blared across the zone as a broadcast repeated. A zombie horde is approaching. All civilians outside the walls must retreat to the safe zone immediately. Troops scrambled into action. Lay landmines every 15 meters. Form triangular patterns. Blast holes through the crowd for the awakened to break in and clear them out. Fill the trenches with oil. Double time. In the skies above, fighter planes roared to life, sweeping over the city to secure the airspace. On top of a tall building, Yanning watched the chaos unfold. Tianfeng's no joke when it comes to defense, he commented. The NPC standing beside him nodded. Master, they seem well prepared. Yanning shook his head. They're doing what they can, but it's not enough. Not against mutant-class threats. He pointed toward the front lines. There are only around 2,000 awakened here. Half of them are in the rear, just 600 on the front lines, and only 200 of those are long-range types. He scoffed. With a formation like that, they're basically walking into death. The NPC looked uneasy. Master, then, does that mean they'll all be wiped out? Yanning's gaze stayed locked on the battlefield. No, not this time. This time they have me. The first wave crashed through the outer perimeter. Zombies, twisted, monstrous, red-eyed, came swarming in like a flood. Commander Shao's voice rang out over the radio. They've breached the barrier. Everyone to battle stations. Planes, begin bombing runs. Explosions lit up the field as bombs rained down from above, tearing into the oncoming horde. Watch out for those flying mutant hawks, the commander barked. Long range awakened. Take them down. A zombie stepped on a landmine. Boom! The blast ripped through the front line, sending nearby creatures flying through the air, but the rest kept coming. Cover us, a soldier shouted. Short range awakened. Move in and fight. The battle raged fiercely on the ground, as the leaders of the Tianfeng Company watched from the top of a nearby building. Yanning crossed his arms, glancing at the chaos below. That Yanning told us to be here 2 hours early to wait for the zombie horde. Now that the fight started, where is he? What's he even doing? Beside him, Wang Tian responded, He's probably waiting for the high-level mutants to show up. Can't exactly show off his power slaying low-tier ones, right? But so far, not a single third-level mutant in sight. He better not just be taking down second levels. Yanning chuckled. President Wang, you're hilarious. I'm thinking the same thing. He promised to impress us. So far, I'm just waiting for the punchline. Wang Yangping turned sharply. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, please. We really do respect Mr. Yanning. Don't make fun of him. The two older men went quiet. Zhang Gang placed a hand on his nephew's shoulder. Qin Yang, listen. Your uncle trusts you. Whatever happens tonight, I won't interrupt. But I've watched you grow up. I just want you to see the bigger picture. Even with a mid-level third-degree ability, there's only so far you can go. Wang Tian nodded. He's right. You two are still young. Sure, a third-degree awakened is impressive, but that doesn't mean we treat him like some kind of god. Wang Zhang stepped forward. Enough, Dad. Let's just keep watching. I believe in Mr. Yining. He won't let us down. Suddenly, a terrifying mutant burst onto the battlefield, striking with savage force. A corrupted green corpse tore through the soldiers, absorbing everything around it like a black hole. One soldier was hurled through the air, screaming, Help! Another turned in panic. That's a high-tier second-degree mutant. The rotting corpse. It's on the left. Alert Commander Shao. Commander Shao arrived with reinforcements, and the troops rallied. Commander Shao is here, they shouted. Advance! Shao summoned his weapon with a fierce cry. Blood sword! A crimson blade appeared in his hands as he charged forward, slicing the mutant in two with one clean strike. Unbelievable! The soldiers cheered. Let's go! But just then the ground shook violently. Deep cracks split the earth as a deafening rumble rose from below. Shao's expression shifted. That sound, no. It might be one, maybe even two third-level mutants. He turned grim. They're harder to kill out here than in any dungeon. We'll need at least 6 first-level awakens to handle just one. His voice thundered through the ranks. Retreat! Everyone fall back to the safe zone! As they began to withdraw, grotesque mutant worms exploded from the ground. Xiao shouted, Light the trenches! We'll hold this line with our lives until reinforcements arrive. Move! Hurry! Suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky. Yening. He flashed through the air, his blade dancing as he unleashed a flurry of slashes. Sword flow! The mutant worm split cleanly in two, severed mid-charge. Commander Xiao stood, frozen, speechless. He killed a 3rd-level mutant with a single move? He muttered. He turned his head, eyes widening. No way. Yanning? Yanning landed calmly, smirking. Commander Xiao, it's been a while. We'll catch up after I clean this up. He lifted his sword again. Sky-cleaving slash! A flaming arc roared through the air, carving straight through the second mutant worm. It exploded into chunks, scattered across the battlefield. Xiao stared into the sky, his voice cracking. It's really Yanning. In just half a month he reached 3rd level awakened? He dropped to his knees, stunned. He's already stronger than me. What have I been doing with my life? With a calm smile, the protagonist walked over and said, Commander Xiao, I think the soldiers can handle the rest from here. Come with me, there's something we need to talk about. Meanwhile, atop a nearby building, Chen Yang's group watched the scene unfold. Chen Yang couldn't hold back his excitement. Did you guys see that? That's the real strength of Yanning. Wang nodded. That was my first time seeing it in action too. He's on a completely different level from your typical 3rd degree awakened. Wang Tian added, Yeah, this guy is far from ordinary. Wang Zhong stared in disbelief. With that kind of power, even Chief Chen Kai Li might not stand a chance. Compared to most mid-tier 3rd degree awakened, he's still top tier. No wonder he's so confident. Then Chen Yang opened his status screen. Yining Lin just sent a message. He's waiting in the Tianfang conference room. Let's head over. Inside the Tianfang conference room, Commander Xiao was already seated alongside Yining. As Chen Yang's group entered, he was taken aback. Wait, Commander Xiao's here too? Yining smiled warmly. You're all familiar with each other, so let's skip the introductions. Please, have a seat. We're among friends. Let's talk. Xiao glanced around at the arrivals and thought to himself, Vice Commander Zhang Tao from Safe Zone 119, Wang Tian from the Tian Business Association. Just as I suspected, Yanning's not acting alone. He's got serious backing. Once everyone was seated, Wang Tian spoke up. Mr. Yanning's strength lives up to the hype. Even among 3rd degree awakened, that kind of power is rare. Cheng chimed in. Exactly. I've heard you've helped Chen Yang multiple times. On behalf of Safe Zone 119, thank you, and thank you for inviting me. Xiao's expression shifted. Did he say Yanning, or is it just their accent? Then Yanning spoke plainly. Actually, my name isn't Yanning, it's Yanning. That revelation stunned Xiao, so they don't even know his real name. That means no hidden forces are backing him. Then how did he climb to 3rd degree awakened so fast? Yanning continued. As you've seen, my current strength is at the 3rd degree level. Commander Xiao, could you bring me a testing device? I'd like to verify it here. Xiao stood up, hesitant. Mr. Yanning, we all saw your strength. Wang Tian nodded. There's no doubt. You're clearly a mid-tier 3rd degree awakened. No one's questioning it. Wang Zhang raised a brow. Mr. Yanning, do you really think we didn't notice? Ignoring the comments, Yanning simply said, Commander Xiao, please get the machine. All right, Xiao muttered and left. Wang Tian asked, Mr. Yanning, you didn't bring us all here just to confirm you're a 3rd degree awakened, right? Wang Zhang added, seems kind of pointless if that's the only reason. Trying to keep things civil, Yanning said, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we're already here. Waiting a bit longer won't hurt. He sat back, that smug grin never leaving his face. Soon Xiao returned with the machine. Yanning nodded in thanks. Zhang grumbled under his breath. Strong or not, he acts like a spoiled kid. Wang Tian chuckled. Arrogance isn't a bad thing, but wasting everyone's time just to show off, that's another story. Yanning stepped forward, channeled his energy into the device, and a purple flame surged around him. The machine lit up. Then came the result. Maximum level, 2nd degree. Everyone froze. 2nd degree? Did I hear that right? The room buzzed with disbelief. The group rushed to the testing machine, eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, what? You're not third degree? You're really just second degree? One of them blurted out. Wang Zhang shook his head. If he tested as high or even peak third degree, I wouldn't have been surprised. But Wang Tian was still stunned. A second degree awakened, showing the strength of a mid-tier third degree. That's unreal. Xiao stumbled backward, clutching his head. He's not third degree. Of course, I should have realized it. He was still taking second degree missions until recently. And yet, he displayed power like that, and he's doing it without any backing? Who the hell has a brain I can borrow? Chen Yang turned to him. Sir Yaning, what is going on? The protagonist stepped forward calmly. I get it. It's hard to believe I'm only second degree. Half a month ago, I was discovered to have sulfur monosulfide class talent. But because I awakened as a psychic, I was passed over for the seed project. They said my potential was too low. Wang Tian nearly shouted, SS class talent? Reaching max level second degree in just half a month and already matching third degree strength? Xiao snapped. Low potential? If this is low potential, then everyone in the seed project might as well quit. Yaning's gaze hardened. I brought you all here for two reasons, to prove myself and to ask for your support. By now, you all understand, I'll reach third degree without issue. I deserve to be part of the seed project. I'll shatter the bias against psychic awakens. I will claim the title of first sequence. He paused, voice sharp. One by one, I'll crush every fake genius in the seed ranks. The world will see who the real seed is. Wang Tian gave a faint smile. All right, Mr. Yanning, what exactly do you want from us? And what's really behind your power? Yanning answered, my true ability lies in converting mental energy into raw attack power. There's also a secret organization behind me, but I can't say anything else for now. I'll just make something up, he thought. As long as I don't reveal the sword god system, it'll be fine. Wang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Makes sense. That's why his power is so unique. Xiao watched him silently. Knew it. There's definitely someone backing him. Then Yaning got straight to the point. Here's what I want. Form an alliance under my leadership. I'll call the shots. You three assist me however you can. When I become the first sequence, I'll make sure you're all rewarded. He turned toward the door. You have 10 minutes to decide. As he stepped out and closed the door behind him, a thought crossed his mind. Xiao Hunkai has been stuck at early third degree for years. There's no path forward for him. Chen Yang's grandfather, vice commander of the North China War Zone, must have been a thorn in his side for ages. And Wang Tian always kept under the president's thumb. They'll want change. Inside the room, the discussion heated up. Chen Yang looked at Wang Zhang and asked, Uncle Wang Zhang, why are you hesitating? With Yining's potential, he's destined to be a general. That's way beyond Grandpa's reach. Meanwhile, in another room, Wang Zhang spoke up, Dad, why won't you agree with Yining? With his potential, we could become the top commercial group in all of Huaxia. Wang Tian turned to Wang Zhang. Brother Wang Zhang, what do you make of that secret association behind Ying? Wang Zhang replied thoughtfully, first off, he can't access spiritual fruits, so his backers probably aren't from any official faction. Second, the way he moves, the way he talks, he's got serious insight and experience. I'm starting to think he might just be an insanely strong individual on his own. Wang Tian nodded. Exactly, that's what I've been thinking too. Wang Yangping looked between them, confused. Uncles, what are you even talking about at this point? Cheng turned to him. Xia, there's something you don't get. Yining's potential is amazing. Sure, but siding with him means we'll be going against a lot of powerful people in the capital. Most of them support the Seed Project. That includes Zhang Yang's father, General Wang Jiangmeng, head of the Third Corps, and a high-level third degree awakened. Wang Tian added, these aren't people you want as enemies. Betting on Yining could cost us everything. Then Xiao spoke up. Gentlemen, even if you don't trust me, I've made my decision. I'm taking the risk. I've already made one big mistake. I won't make another. High risk comes with high reward. I've been stuck at the early third degree for too long, and I'm tired of it. Wang Tian turned to his father. Uncle Xiao's right. Dad, didn't you always say bigger waves bring bigger fish? Are you really okay staying vice president forever? His father said nothing, staring at the floor in silence. Wang Yangping stepped in. Uncle Wang Zhang, since you're here representing both my father and grandfather, you should already know exactly what they'd do if they were standing in your place. Wang Zhang remained silent as well, eyes downcast. Just then Yaning walked back in, smiling. So, have we reached a decision? One by one everyone stood and lined up before him. We're in, they said. We'll follow your lead. Yaning's grin widened. Perfect. Allies. Here's a list of everything I need. I hope you'll have it ready by tomorrow morning. And also, I need you to contact the high-level military officials in the capital. Let them know. I want to request a third-degree test. He handed over the documents. No problem, they all responded. Wang Tian looked over the papers and chuckled. So you had this list ready all along. You don't hold back when it comes to using people. You've got the makings of a real leader. Xiao walked toward the door. I'll send your updated info to the capital right away. Thanks, Uncle Xiao, Yining replied. As Xiao left with a sigh, the others began to follow. Later that night, Yining stood at the top of the building, gazing out at the lights across the city. Finally, I have my own faction, one in Hunan, one in North China Bay, and now a commercial powerhouse. Next step, shake the capital. That night, the capital sparkled under the glow of towering buildings. Inside the Seed Project's conference room, a tense meeting was underway. At the head of the table stood General Wang Yangping, his voice sharp. I'm sure you've all read the report. Hard to believe. I know. But Vice Commander Cheng Kai-li of North China confirmed it himself. An SS-class genius, still second degree, yet showing the strength of a third degree awakened. And we let him slip through our fingers. He glanced around the room, his tone turning cold. If anything else goes wrong, none of us will walk away from this clean. The officials nodded grimly, the weight of the situation settling in. This is serious, one of them said. We should notify higher authorities right away and make up for our mistake. Another agreed, adding, we should dispatch a third-degree squad to bring Yining safely to the capital. And as for his place in the sequence, leave that to the top brass to decide once he arrives. A silver-haired general with a sharp, unforgiving look stepped forward. At this point, there's no other move. For now, assign him the title of Special Sequence. It's unforgivable we didn't start cultivating a talent like his sooner. That's when Tang Zhang, an officer from the Seed Project, slammed his palm on the table. Is it really right to delay reporting this to our superiors? Shouldn't they be informed now? General Wang Yangping turned to him, voice thunderous. Tang Zhang, weren't you the one who dismissed Yaning when he was confirmed sulfur monosulfide class? And now you're changing your tune? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Caught off guard, Tang Zhang quickly raised his hands. That's not what I meant. I'm just suggesting maybe we delay the report for half a month. No, even a week would help. He hesitated, then added, General Wang Zhangmeng's youngest son, Wang Zheng, is currently ranked first in the sequence, but he hasn't even hit peak second degree yet. A heavy silence fell over the room. General Wang Yangping finally spoke. With Yining's strength, it's only a matter of time before he reaches the third degree. When that happens, Wang Zhang will have no choice but to give up the top spot. He paused, his voice lowering. But Wang Zhang has powerful backers, especially in the upper echelons. This complicates things. Turning back to Tang Zhang, General Wang Yangping gave him a sharp, calculating smile. Still, I admire your loyalty. You've got guts. But a week is too long. I can delay the report for 3 days. No more. He narrowed his eyes. This is your chance. But if Prince Wang Zhang doesn't break through to third degree in that time, everything will fall on his shoulders. With that, he signaled for preparations to begin. Get ready to bring Yaning to the capital, he ordered. General Wang Yangping's eyes darkened as he leaned toward Officer Tang, voice low but ice cold. Don't even think about interfering. If you do, the consequences won't fall on just you, but also on those backing you. Far from the capital, on a training ground surrounded by glowing crystals of every color, a young man finished drinking a potion and wiped his mouth. I just reached high-level second degree, he muttered. Now you're telling me to hit peak in 3 days? This was Wang Zhang, the current first sequence. From the shadows, a man stepped forward, rugged with a green buzzcut, a cigar dangling from his mouth. It was General Zheng Meng of the 3rd Corps Army, Wang Zhang's father. I'm serious, the general replied. Do you still remember Yaning? He's also SS class. With Cheng Kai's support, the kid's already reached peak second degree. And his power? It's third degree level. Wang Zhang tensed. So he's after my title? That's right, Zheng Meng confirmed. Cheng Kai himself isn't a threat. But if that boy breaks through to third degree first, your first sequence title is gone. He stepped closer. I'm sending you into high difficulty dungeons. That's the only way. When the third-degree test comes, as long as he's not the only one who passes, I still have ways to keep your position safe. He placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder. Don't let me down. Wang Zong nodded. I understand. I won't disappoint you. Zheng Mong gave a rare smile. Good. I'll do everything I can to stall. Yanning's still green. The road to the capital won't be smooth for him. Back in Tianfeng Safe Zone, 2 armed officers stood guard outside a room. Inside, Yanning sat quietly, facing a table stacked with spiritual fruits and a thick book. A soft bed sat nearby. Having his own faction made all the difference. Unbelievable, he thought. The army got their hands on spiritual fruits this fast. And Chen Kai even gave me a Class A sword skill. He knew. Just this skill book alone was worth more than Tianfeng Safe Zone could afford. Ye Ning took a fruit, bit into it, and felt his stats surge. A green glow pulsed around him as he clenched his fists, energy flowing through every inch of his body. So this is what it's like to have maxed attributes. His spiritual power moved faster, sharper, everything more precise. He reached for the skill book and read the description. Super Jump. Delivers devastating damage to the target, triggers paralysis and crush effects. Immune to all control during execution. Defense boosted by 200%. A perfect balance of attack and defense. Exactly what you'd expect from a Class A sword skill. And that's before any upgrades. He tossed the book into the air, and as it hovered, it opened with a flash, revealing a glowing orb encasing a sword. Instantly, the learning process began. Energy surged through him, his entire body lit up, and just like that, he unlocked a legendary SSS class skill, Falling Heaven. The skill details popped up. Effect 1. Soar into the sky. Lock onto any enemy within a kilometer. Once locked, the target is immobilized. Descend like a thunderbolt, striking with area-wide lightning damage and dealing massive critical hits. Effect 2. Complete immunity to control effects during activation. A spiritual shield forms, absorbing damage equal to your total spiritual power. If your willpower surpasses the target's, they won't be able to lay a finger on you. Skill summary. You become a god of death. Yining stared at the system window, eyes wide. A 1-kilometer lock-on range? That's insane. They can't even fight back once I activate it. I'm basically untouchable while the skill is running. He looked down, deep in thought. I'll have to see how this performs during the third-degree test in the capital. Opening his skill tree, he muttered, Too bad all my sword skill slots are filled. I've already hit my limit before breaking into the 3rd stage, but that's fine. Once I reach it, I'll unlock even stronger powers. Just then, another system prompt appeared. New mission. Collect 4 rare materials immediately. Mountain Destroyer's Heart. Human-faced Hawk Fluid. Corpse Ripper's Column. Abnormal Ghost Core. Reward. Skill Fusion. Grants the ability to use SSS class skills with no spiritual power cost. Cooldown time reduced to 12 hours. Yinning studied the list. A mission like this was rare. And the reward? Unbelievable. But those materials, they were anything but ordinary. The Mountain Destroyer? A notorious 3rd-degree mutant that emerged 27 years ago. It took several top-tier Awakened to take it down. As for the rest, he'd never even heard of them. They could be ancient relics, hidden deep within the nation's vaults. He made a quick decision. I'll only be able to gather them once I'm first in the sequence. That's when I'll gain full access to the national treasury. Suddenly, the door swung open. Commander Xiao stepped in. News from the capital, he announced. Yanning nodded. Come in. What's the update? They've arranged for an escort. You'll be taken to the capital tomorrow. Yanning smirked. Looks like they know what's good for them. And what about the sequence? Did they finally grant me the top spot? Zhao shook his head and replied, They didn't say anything about that. They're only giving you a temporary title, special sequence. The final decision will be made once you get to the capital. Yanning's expression turned serious. With the power I have now, there's no doubt I deserve to be first in the sequence. I'm sure the ones behind the Seed Project are just afraid of offending those who've benefited from it. Xiao tried to offer some advice. Yinning, Commander Chen Yang, and I think you're rushing things. The current number 1 is Zheng Mong. He's deeply connected in the capital. We're strong, yes, and we'll definitely earn our place there. But for now, maybe it's smarter to hold back a little. If you do, some of Zhang Meng's supporters might actually end up backing you. Yening raised his hand, cutting him off. Uncle, I get it. When a tree grows too tall, the wind will break it. But I have my reasons. Important ones. Ones I can't explain yet. I just need everyone to trust me. Every move I make is calculated, and if there are obstacles, I'll smash through them myself. With that, he gripped his twin blades. Instantly, red and blue auras surged around him, splitting down the middle of his body. The next afternoon, they waited as aircraft descended from the sky. Xiao stood beside Yening, watching the landing closely. They're here, he said. Those are the newest spiritual combat planes. With that kind of firepower, they could wipe Tianfeng off the map in minutes. Get ready to receive them. The escort unit disembarked, their bodies surrounded by a burning blue aura. The sheer pressure they gave off was overwhelming, exactly what one would expect from the capital's elite. Every single one of them was at least third-degree awakened. Liao stepped forward to greet them warmly. You all must be tired from the journey. I'm Commander Xiao of... But the soldiers walked right past him without a word, ignoring him completely. Xiao stood frozen, embarrassment washing over him. Of course, they weren't here for someone like him. He was just a local commander in a safe zone. At the front of the group, a light brown-haired man stepped up and held out his hand to Yening with a smile. You must be Yening. I'm Lin Rui, leader of the 27th Aerial Squadron, Capital War Zone. Just call me Old Lin. We'll be taking you to the capital. Yening shook his hand. Yening, he replied calmly. Lin raised an eyebrow. Yening's composure was unexpected. He didn't act like someone from a small-time place. Before Lin could say anything else, Yening cracked a smile and said, Old Lin, let's cut the pleasantries and get moving. The squad members around Lin glanced at each other in annoyance, clearly not used to being talked to like that. Lin hesitated for a moment, rethinking the plan he'd been given. Yening's confidence unsettled him. He suddenly remembered General Zhang Meng's words. Find a way to bring him back under control, or eliminate him. As the military aircraft sliced through the sky, Lin sat beside Yening and leaned in slightly. Sir Yening, we're almost at the capital's outer perimeter. Some high-ranking officials have arranged a welcome banquet in your honor. I hope you'll consider attending. Yening stayed quiet, his mind racing. Were they trying to stall him? Delay his participation in the third-degree judgment? He didn't trust the situation. Lin noticed a change in his expression and smiled calmly. Relax, Lin said. Meeting them could bring you a lot of advantages. You've had a long journey. You must be exhausted. Yening gave a polite nod. Thanks for the offer, he said, but I'll pass. We can talk again after I reach the third degree. Lin's smile faded slightly. General Zhang Meng had ordered him to buy time, but if the soft approach wasn't working, it was time for Plan B. He gave a subtle nod to the pilot. Without hesitation, the jet swerved sharply. There's a malfunction in the system, the pilot announced. We need to make an emergency landing immediately. Yening narrowed his eyes. He wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what they were doing. So that's how far General Zhang Meng is willing to go, he thought. Standing up, Yening moved quickly and pressed a dagger to the pilot's throat. Seems like the real malfunction is your flying, he said coolly. Keep going like this, and we really will crash. And if that happens, I don't think even your backers will escape the fallout. Step aside. I'll handle it. Lin stared in shock. Did he figure it out? He's serious. If a fight breaks out here, the whole aircraft could go down. How can someone from such a remote zone have this kind of nerve? Then, Lin stood up as well. If Yening says he can fix it, let's give him the controls, he said smoothly. After all, he was only supposed to buy time, not cause a disaster. Yening raised his voice. I'm only going to show this once. Pay attention. Don't misremember anything, especially not the people. He took the pilot's seat and gripped the controls, adjusting the jet's course with ease. The aircraft stabilized, slicing cleanly through the clouds. Lin watched silently, a mix of awe and doubt flashing in his eyes. Even among the capital's elites, I've never seen this level of resolve, he thought. This kid's future, it might really shake everything. Maybe I backed the wrong side. But it's not too late to fix that. Lin suddenly stood at attention, gave a formal salute, and declared, Lin Rui, commander of the 27th Military Air Squadron, salutes Yening. Yening turned and gave a small smile. Commander Lin, I'll be counting on you moving forward. By the time they reached the capital's war zone, the second military base was glowing with lights from towering buildings. Yening brought the jet in for a smooth landing. As they stepped out, they were greeted by General Wang Yangping, who welcomed him with a wide grin. I'm the one in charge of the seed project, he said proudly. Yening nodded. Pleasure to meet you. General Wang Yangping gestured toward the main hall. We've prepared a special banquet in your honor. Many high-ranking officials are here. They're all eager to meet you. Yening raised his hand, stopping the general mid-sentence. This banquet isn't important, he said flatly. I want to begin the third-degree trial, right now. The officials around him were stunned. Start the trial immediately? No rest? No preparation? Seeing their confusion, Yening explained, You've granted me the special sequence title, but withheld the first sequence, saying procedures need to be followed. Isn't that because the higher-ups still doubt my abilities? If I complete the third-degree trial now, they'll see the truth for themselves, and we can skip all those processes. General Wang Yangping studied him quietly. He's not wrong, he thought. He admired how Yening wasn't wasting a second. Confident but not arrogant. Assertive without being disrespectful. That kind of balance made him worthy of respect. Tang Jiang stroked his chin. This kid doesn't listen to anyone, he thought. He even wants to do the trial tonight, but Wang Yangping's still locked in the dungeon. He won't make it in time. He stepped in. Yening, how about taking the trial tomorrow instead? That way, more people will get to see your skills. General Wang Yangping nodded in agreement. That's right. Rest tonight. Prepare. Tomorrow, the stage will be yours. Yening smiled. Tomorrow works for me. I'll leave the arrangements in your hands, General. As he walked off, he thought to himself, the power of backing off at just the right time. It always works. He'd already planned to rest anyway, but saying that outright would have just given them another excuse to delay him again. Elsewhere, General Zhang Meng slammed his palm on the table. What is this? All you did was delay him by one night? You haven't even filed the report to the higher-ups yet. Where's Lin Rui? Didn't I tell him to bring Yening directly to me? Tang Jiang stood his ground. Yening wouldn't listen to me, or Wang Yangping, or Lin Rui. At this point, no one can force him. Zhang Meng's face darkened. This was spiraling out of control. He had to alert General Wang Zhang immediately. If nothing else worked, he might have to abandon the third-degree candidates he'd stashed in the dungeon. Back in his room, Yening lay on the bed, surrounded by shimmering spirit crystals, quietly absorbing their energy. He hadn't expected a mere temporary special sequence title to come with this kind of treatment. The country must be filthy rich, he thought. The crystals didn't do much for his power, but they were perfect for fine-tuning his state. What really motivated him, though, was the first sequence reward, a monthly stipend of 100,000 credits, a full set of customized blue-grade gear, and an epic weapon. On top of everything else, gaining the first sequence title would grant him access to the National Treasury. Twice a month, he'd be allowed to take anything he needed. With resources like that, Yening believed he could break into the fourth degree within a year. Meanwhile, the third-degree judgment tower loomed over the capital, a towering structure wrapped in smoke and circuitry reaching far into the clouds. Inside, those involved in the seed project were already gathered, waiting for the military's arrival. The air buzzed with whispers. Scientists in white lab coats murmured about the shocking news. Someone from the seed project had already qualified for the third-degree trial. How was that even possible, one asked. The project only launched recently. Others shook their heads. It took most of us 10 years just to reach the third degree. Then came the announcement. The military had arrived. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Every single candidate seemed to be in their 30s. Yening walked among the other participants, scanning the group. With a small, sly grin, he thought, they know their so-called seeds can't hit third degree this fast, so they've sent in peak second-degree substitutes to fill the ranks. A loophole to steal my moment, huh? Let's see how long they last. Up in the stands, General Wang Yangping sat with other military leaders. He stood and addressed the crowd. Welcome, all military personnel. The third-degree trial will begin shortly. Are all seed candidates present? A voice called out from the crowd. We're still missing the first sequence. Heads turned as a young man stepped forward, carrying an axe, clothes filthy with dungeon dust. It was Wang Zhang. The other participants stared in surprise. Yaning's eyes narrowed. Straight out of the dungeon, he thought. At least he's stronger than those fakes they sent. But no matter how tough he is, the title of first sequence will be mine today. Wang Zhang glared at Yaning, rage simmering beneath his expression. In his mind, 4 of his uncles had died in the dungeon trying to reach this trial, and he believed Yaning was to blame. One day, he swore he'd make him pay. Suddenly, a purple vortex swirled open before them. The entrance to the trial had appeared. General Wang Yangping raised his voice again. Since everyone is here, the trial will now begin. Strength type awakened. Step forward. Reach the 10th floor, and you'll ascend. The higher you climb, the better your rewards. And those who rise in the global rankings will receive even more. This is your chance. Make the most of it. Above the vortex, the global strength rankings lit up. First, North America. Second, Eastern Europe. Third, Russia. 7th, Daxia. Yening frowned. Daxia is only 7th? That didn't sit right with him. He made up his mind. He'd change that. He would erase the shame of being behind. From the crowd, Wang Zhang stepped forward and declared, I'm going first. I'm a dual type awakened. I'll make it to the top 5 in this trial. Others raised their hands, volunteering to join him. General Wang Yangping looked out over the group. Anyone else? Yining stepped forward without hesitation. Yining, psychic type. The general turned toward him with a frown. Yining, this is a strength type trial. Your psychic trial will open later. If you're really that eager, I can arrange it then. But Yining didn't budge. He shot back, is there any rule saying I can't enter? If not, then let's go. Not only will I take part in the strength trial, I'm entering 3 more categories too. I'll leave everyone speechless. Up in the stands, General Wang Zhangmeng chuckled. He's trying to guarantee he makes it through, he said. A nearby officer turned to him. What's his strategy, you think? Wang Zhang leaned back with a grin. Everyone knows the psychic trial is the toughest of them all. No one in history has ever cleared it. With his attribute points, sure, he might reach the 10th floor in the strength trial, but that still won't compare to someone who's truly built for strength. Even so, it's better than failing outright. He laughed again, and others nodded in agreement. Down below, Wang Zhang walked right up to Yaning and scoffed. You think you're on my level just because we've both maxed out our stats? Don't be stupid. My talent lets me go beyond those limits. Before he could finish, Yaning cut him off. Save it. If you're so confident, let's settle this inside. Or are you scared? He turned and strode straight toward the portal, leaving Wang Zhang fuming in silence. Grinding his teeth, Wang Zhang growled. Who does he think he is? Then, louder, fine. You want a challenge? You've got one. Just then, a system notification appeared for everyone present. Entering strength trial. Inside the judgment tower, you'll face waves of enemies. Clear each floor to advance. All equipment bonuses are disabled. Non-strength attributes will be greatly reduced. Combat begins in 10 seconds. Get ready. Yaning drew his dagger in one hand and his sword in the other. Examining the blade, he muttered, all blue-grade enhancements. Gone. Only basic functions left. Floor 10 is the threshold to ascend. Floor 20 or higher puts me in the top 3. Floor 23? That's the historical limit since the apocalypse. He smirked. Then I'll aim for 24. The early levels are just warm-ups anyway. A low growl sounded beside him. A zombie dog lunged from the shadows. One swift strike, and it collapsed in a heap. The first floor was cleared. 30 seconds until the next floor. On the second floor, a mutant charged. Yining met it head-on, slicing cleanly through it. Still nothing but weaklings. This was starting to get boring. Meanwhile, the military watched from the control room, tracking every move through surveillance feeds. General Wang Yangping spoke up. These first 7 floors aren't a challenge. Everyone's moving at a similar pace. We'll start seeing real gaps either by the 7th floor or at the 10th. General Zhang suddenly pointed at one of the screens. Look there, my son. He's already reached the 10th floor. He sneered. And that Yining? Still stuck on the 8th. A nearby officer turned to General Zhang with a smirk. Looks like Yining wasn't as impressive as people claimed. Inside the Judgment Tower, Yining was locked in battle with a 2-headed ogre, weaving around its attacks. As he moved, he thought to himself, once you pass the 7th floor, constant movement just drains your energy. These fools don't get it. It's not about who shines now. It's about who finishes strong. Meanwhile, Wang Zhang stepped onto the 11th floor. General Wang Yangping spoke up. After floor 10, the stronger mutants emit powerful magnetic fields. We lose all video feeds beyond that. Zhang crossed his arms, visibly proud. My son's screen was the first to go blue. That says it all. One of the flatterers at his side chimed in. He cleared 10 floors in 10 minutes, basically blitzed through. Yanning is embarrassing himself trying to compete in a strength trial. Zhang chuckled. Exactly. The first sequence still belongs to my son. General Wang Yangping, keeping an eye on the monitors, read aloud, Wang Kai is the 11th to clear the 10th floor. Wang Zhang's already on the 13th. Yanning just cleared the 10th, 18th in line. Zhang scoffed. 18th? He's crawling like a snail. One's on the 13th, the other barely past 10. The difference couldn't be clearer. Still, General Wang Yangping didn't dismiss it entirely. For someone who's not even a strength type awakened, Yanning's progress is unexpected. Back inside the tower, Yanning leapt onto a zombie's back and balanced atop it. He recalled a similar beast from a past trial. Its weakness is behind the neck. One clean slash, and the creature collapsed in a heap of fire and ash. He stepped away, letting the smoldering corpse fall behind him. I'm on the 12th floor now, he thought. Haven't even tapped into attribute conversion yet. My spiritual energy and resistance are untouched. The floor cleared, and the system gave him a 10-second breather. Perfect. Time to activate attribute conversion. He planned to burn some of his spiritual and resistance stats, pushing hard to reach floor 21. After that, he'd go all in. Elsewhere in the tower, Wang Zhang was struggling to catch his breath. Cleared the 16th, he muttered. I must be in the lead. Just a few more. I have to secure a top rank. I need to crush Yanning, humiliate him completely. Outside the tower, more awakened were exiting the trial, stumbling and gasping for air. Many dropped their weapons and shields the moment they stepped out. That was brutal, one said, nearly collapsing. How did those guys make it to floor 20? They're not human. They're monsters. I was dying by the 14th, another panted. Still, despite the exhaustion, they comforted themselves with one truth. They had passed the 10th floor. That alone was enough to complete the mission. More screens faded to blue as connections were lost. One by one, the feeds went dark. General Wang Yangping stood, voice firm, quote, quote. Most of the participants had already quit, but Yanning was still inside. He hadn't given up. He was still pushing forward on the 15th floor. As a psychic-type awakener, his progress was nothing short of remarkable. General Wang Zhang scoffed. The 15th floor is his limit. Unlike my son, he's already reached the 17th. Just 3 more floors and he could break into the world's top 10. A sycophant nearby chimed in, praising Wang Zhang's strength. But General Wang Zhang narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. After the 15th floor, Wang Zhang had noticeably slowed down. Yet Yanning, who had lagged behind, was now speeding up. Was it just his imagination? Suddenly, the screen updated. Yanning had reached the 16th floor. He wasn't seeing things. Yanning was accelerating. General Wang Zhang stared in disbelief. He's caught up to Wang Zhang already? How is that even possible? Another man added cautiously, is he just pushing himself too hard? If he slips up on the 16th floor, he could die. Yanning surged ahead, leaving everyone speechless. Whispers spread. He'd reached the 17th floor. A psychic awakener, climbing that high? It sounded like something out of a fantasy. General Wang Xing slammed the table. Desperation filled his voice as he encouraged his son, willing him to hang on and not let Yanning surpass him. Inside the judgment dungeon, Wang Zong clashed with a towering skeleton, his attack slicing green trails through the air. He laughed, willing the creature to fall. But the skeleton retaliated, smashing him into the wall with a deafening boom. Wang Zong coughed, clutching his side, his axe still in hand. This floor was his breaking point. He hadn't fully recovered from the last dungeon, and he could feel it. He wasn't at his peak. It wasn't worth dying for. Not when he'd already secured first place. At least, that's what he thought. His battle axe lit up with a brilliant green aura as he poured his spiritual energy into it. With a powerful leap, he hurled himself toward the skeleton. Heaven-cutting axe! Cleave it! With one decisive strike, he shattered the creature. Panting, he leaned on his weapon. Victorious, he stepped through the portal and emerged on the other side. His father rushed over, helping him up with a proud grin. I did it, Wang Zong beamed. Cleared the 18th floor. I'm number 1. But his father's smile faded. Wang Zong froze. What's wrong? I just broke Doxia's 2-year record. I'm first, right? Why isn't anyone cheering? He turned to the big screen. There it was, Yaning's name glowing. And next to it, 19th floor. His father's voice cut through the silence. 3 seconds before you came out, Yaning moved on to the 19th. Wang Jiang coughed up blood, eyes wide with disbelief. No way. How could he possibly reach the 19th floor? He wasn't having it. The system must be glitched. That has to be it. Everyone's seeing it wrong. But his father spoke firmly, trying to steady him. I get it. It's hard to believe, but we've confirmed it. From the 15th floor on, Yaning's clear time dropped to just a minute per floor, just like you before the 10th. Wang Zhong stumbled back, muttering under his breath, No, that's not possible. He couldn't accept it. He was a strength type, awakener, SS class talent. Losing was never part of the plan. And now his thoughts spiraled. Did my uncle sacrifice everything for nothing? His father gripped his shoulders. Listen to me. Don't think like that. Don't question your worth. You barely had any time to prepare for this. This is just a setback. Not the end. You're not weaker than Yaning. With proper preparation, you could have hit the 19th too. But then, gasps echoed across the room. All eyes shot to the screen. Yaning's name was now next to the 20th floor. The room fell into stunned silence. No one could believe it. He had cleared the 20th floor. Some muttered in disbelief. Others kept repeating it as if saying it out loud would make it real. That kind of achievement didn't just put him among the elite, it launched him straight into the global top 10. General Wang Yangping stood up abruptly. Get me all the intel you can, now, he ordered Vice Commander Xia. A soldier rushed off to carry out the command, as the general added, This kind of genius, a high-level military officer must oversee this personally. Inside the judgment dungeon, Yaning was already up against his next foe, a massive, humanoid, Cthulhu-like mutant. He assessed the situation quickly. After the 20th floor, all enemies were third-degree mutants, monsters too powerful to handle without advanced weapons or high-level abilities, and here he was on his own. He converted 5 points of willpower into agility and launched into a fast, evasive strike pattern. Toxic green spores burst from the monster's body as it attacked, but he kept moving, narrowly dodging the blasts. Still, he knew he couldn't just keep dodging forever. He had to fight. To stop the poison attacks, he leaped high, straight toward the creature's face, which bristled with tentacles and poison sacs. Another 5 willpower points converted, this time to strength. Flames erupted around his sword as he swung hard, tearing into the mutant. Green blood sprayed, laced with toxin. But the damage wasn't enough. 5 points weren't nearly sufficient. And with the limits on simultaneous willpower conversion, he couldn't boost strength, agility, and endurance all at once, making the battle even harder. Luckily, the monster couldn't spew poison anymore. That bought him a moment. He focused, gathering spiritual energy. Then, he shifted it all to strength, just in time to drive his flaming sword straight into the creature's skull. With one final swing, Yang sliced off the Cthulhu's head, spinning midair and leaving a fiery arc in his wake. Activating Meat Crusher Cut, he followed through, shredding the monster's body into pieces as they rained from above. He landed, sword in hand, just as the remains hit the ground. Floor 21, cleared. The system granted him a brief pause, 1 full minute. Things were about to get serious. He allowed himself a small smile, his blade still close to his face. He'd done it. From here on out, his ultimate abilities were unlocked. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the atmosphere shifted. Vice Commander Fang had arrived, a rugged man with a thick beard, brown hair, and a fur cloak. Alongside him was Hu Jiping, a bald elder and commissioner from the political department. General Wang Yangping stepped forward to greet them. Fang got straight to the point. What's the status? Yaning cleared the 21st floor just a minute ago, General Wang Yangping replied. He's still going. Fang was floored. He's still advancing? Just then, the screen updated. Yining had reached the 22nd floor. Commissioner Hu's voice cut through the moment. He's moved up again. Fang stared at the screen, astonished. A golden aura burst out from him, spreading fast as he shouted, "This puts Yining in 3rd place, worldwide!" The surge of energy rattled the room. Hu stepped in quickly, waving his hands. "Commander Fang, please, don't lose control. No one here can handle your aura." Fang blinked and reined it in. "My bad, I got carried away." He glanced back at the screen. "Back in my prime, I barely cleared the 21st. Took me half an hour, too. And now this kid, he just cleared the 22nd floor in a minute? That's insane." Even more confusing was Yining's earlier performance. He'd seemed average, up until the 15th. Then, everything changed. He started clearing each floor in under a minute. Even on the 20th, where he slowed down slightly, he still breezed through. But now? The 22nd floor had barely started, and it was already done. Hu squinted at the screen. They say he's a psychic-type awakener, but now I wonder if that's true. Could the info on him be false? There are people out there who'll do anything to win. Fang's tone turned sharp. I usually ignore the small stuff. But anything that threatens national integrity, I don't let that slide. General Wang Jiang stiffened, guilt creeping in. Is he talking about me? Sure, I bent a few things. But I'd never go that far. Behind him, Wang Jiang leaned against the wall, head lowered. Commander Wang Yangping broke the silence. It's almost been a minute, and Yining, he still hasn't stopped. Fang nodded. They say that after the 22nd, it's nothing but 3rd-degree mutants, and you face them alone. This isn't like a battlefield. No help, no shortcuts, just raw power. Inside the tower, Yining launched Divine Cut, a searing crimson, tearing through the enemy. The system blinked. He had advanced again, floor 23. General Wang Yangping announced it instantly. He's cleared. On to the 23rd. Fang stepped forward, eyes blazing. Unbelievable. Yining just overtook the top spot in the global rankings. Commissioner Hu couldn't hide his satisfaction. Yining was now officially the #1 in the world. Wang Jiang stood frozen, unable to process it. The title of first sequence. It's gone, he muttered, still in disbelief. A nearby soldier let out a bitter chuckle. We were hoping to have everyone advance to 3rd degree and just forget about Yining. But now? We're the ones being forgotten. General Wang Jiang stood stiffly, sweat rolling down his back. Vice Commander Fang, visibly moved, spoke with emotion. It's been 37 years since Buck Wade, the strength-type awakener from North America, claimed the top spot. He exhaled slowly, wiping at the corner of his eye. For the past decade, Daxia hasn't even cracked the top 10. Commissioner Hu Jiping nodded with a proud smile. Well, now we finally have something to be proud of. Fang turned to General Wang Yangping. Good. Relay this to the Supreme Commander immediately. Yang is to be treated with the highest priority. We'll begin preparations for his return. General Wang Yangping saluted. Understood. They all made their way to the entrance of the Judgment Tower. Standing at the base of the portal, Commissioner Hu Jiping looked up. It's been another minute, he noted. Why hasn't he come out yet? Was he attempting another floor? If he started the next round, he wouldn't be able to exit until it was over. Vice Commander Fang's eyes narrowed. The next stage includes mid-tier 3rd-degree mutants. No one should be fighting those alone. He paused, alarm growing. General Wang Yangping, think of a way. Anyway, to bring him out. He doesn't need to push any further. He quickly added, send a medical team to the tower, immediately. But General Wang Yangping shook his head. The tower blocks all transmissions. We can't contact him. Fang clasped his hands in prayer. Please, don't be reckless. Stop now, Yining. If anything happens to you, everything we've gained could be lost. Everyone waited, hearts pounding. Suddenly, a notification alert sounded above the portal. It was as if fate had answered their plea. Yining had completed the strength judgment. Fang shouted joyfully, He stopped! He finally stopped! But then his expression shifted. Wait, where is he? Why hasn't he come out yet? The trial is over. Why isn't the global broadcast showing anything? He turned sharply toward General Wang Yangping. Wang Yangping's face was grim. He opted for a no-exit path. He's gone straight into the agility judgment. There won't be any transmission until he leaves the tower. Inside the judgment, Yanning had already received the update. Teleportation to the agility trial had begun. He walked steadily toward the portal, analyzing his situation. He had planned to clear 2 more floors, but reaching the 23rd had already secured him the top rank. Now, he needed to conserve his trump cards: dimensional cut and celestial fall. There was another factor too, a hidden rule. In third-degree judgments, if a challenger took on multiple trials back-to-back, their results would stack. Exiting now would mean losing out on massive rewards, and Yanning couldn't afford that. Yanning reached out and touched the swirling purple vortex. A system prompt appeared in front of him. Agility Judgment, Monster Maze. Starting in 60 seconds. Rewards are based on clear time. There are hidden monsters throughout the maze. You cannot fight. Only dodge. Find the exit to clear the trial. The faster, the better. In the blink of an eye, he was transported into a massive labyrinth. A leaderboard appeared before him, displaying the global rankings for the Agility Judgment. At the top, Miyamoto Fujiyama from Japan's Warzone, 1 minute, 9 seconds. Second place, Gauss from Great Britain. Yanning analyzed both. Miyamoto's talent allowed him to meld with solid objects. He could phase into walls and keep running non-stop. Gauss had an agility-type awakening, and on top of that, a calculation talent. He could precisely map out the most efficient escape path. All 10 names on the board were sulfur monosulfide class. Yanning clenched his fist. Attribute conversion alone won't cut it. Elsewhere, a young woman with short brown hair watched the broadcast on a projected screen. "Now everyone's watching Yanning," she said with a neutral expression. "It's a bit uncomfortable, but it's not entirely bad. All of Doxia's top brass are tuned in." Her name was Huangling Yu, a genius agility-type awakener. "And let's not forget," she added with a faint smile, "he crushed Wang Zhang." The agility judgment began. The task was simple. Find the exit as fast as possible. Huang dashed forward. "If I beat Yanning here," she muttered, "I'll earn the title of second sequence. That'll be a huge win for the Chen Yao safe zone." She quickly noticed the maze's structure. It was complex, and the walls were unbreakable. Her best strategy? Stick to the right wall. It wasn't the fastest route, but it was reliable. Then came the monsters. A massive serpent lunged at her, but she leapt gracefully, slamming her foot down onto its head mid-air. The snake hissed, spitting venom with its fangs. But dodging was easy for someone with S-class agility. She rounded a corner with ease, the creature slithering after her, but she never slowed. Elsewhere in the maze, Yanning was on the run, 2 colossal monsters in pursuit. Though the labyrinth was intricate, the top clear times hinted it wasn't that large. His plan was simple: get to the center, then use dimensional cut to teleport to the exit. He moved fast, bouncing off the walls, the beast left trailing behind. But the deeper he went, the denser the mutant presence became. Fortunately, Yanning relied on something even deeper than speed, muscle memory. He dodged and weaved with flawless precision, jumping past the creatures like it was second nature. After all, he had fought these monsters before, in a lifelong past. Every move was etched into his body. Back in Huang's path, things were heating up. A massive octopus mutant loomed ahead. They were getting tougher. She didn't hesitate, unleashing her wind blast skill. A sharp gust tore through the creature as she sprinted forward. But just as she passed, another octopus appeared. Just as big and just as vicious. Caught off guard, she had to blast again. This time, she wasn't fast enough. The creature struck. Pain radiated through her side, but she didn't stop. Though bruised and winded, Huangling Yu Chen Yao felt a brief wave of relief. She'd managed to dodge the last strike. But her stamina was draining fast. She had to pick up the pace. The exit had to be close, and she refused to lose to Yanning. Meanwhile, deep in the heart of the maze, surrounded by towering beasts, Yanning finally locked eyes on his target. This chaotic center zone. It was the way out. Without hesitation, he activated Dimensional Cut, slashing through space itself with a flurry of razor-sharp arcs. Each strike cleared his path. He didn't have time to waste. Outside, Vice Commander Fang growled, "Why can't we see what's going on in there?" Commander Wang Yangping stepped beside him. "No need to worry, Commander Fang. The agility judgment is short, 5 minutes at most. The results will show up soon." Commissioner Hugh nodded. "Exactly. Based on his earlier performance, Yanning knows his limits." But Fang shook his head. "My concern isn't his skill, it's his mindset. The more confident he gets, the more fragile he'll be if he falls. Just look at Wang Zhang. 1 loss, and he's a wreck. Commander Wang Yangping remained calm. Yanning's different. He's a psychic-type awakener. He won't crumble like that. Off to the side, Wang Zhang looked broken, like a kid lost in the crowd. He turned to his father, voice trembling. Dad, he's going to lose this time, right? Right? General Wang Zhang forced a smile. He will, he has to. This time, he'll lose. Just then, whispers spread through the crowd. A signal had come through. Someone had cleared the trial. All eyes turned to the screen. Could it be Huangling Yu Chen Yao? She had incredible potential, and her time, just over a minute, was impressive. Everyone held their breath. The image appeared. Wang Zhang stared, his nose bleeding from stress. He clenched his shirt so hard it nearly tore. General Wang Zhang was frozen. On the screen, Yanning's name lit up once again. 1 minute, 8 seconds. Another world record. Another first place. Even Commander Wang Yangping couldn't believe it. Vice Commander Fang smiled in awe. Incredible. What else is this kid hiding? Moments later, Huang Ningyu stumbled through the purple portal, panting, hands on her knees. She looked around, hopeful. No one's here yet. Even Yanning hasn't come out. 2 minutes, 1 second. Not bad. I should at least make the global top 20. She turned to the screen. Her confidence vanished. Yanning's name glowed at the top. Her jaw dropped. I lost. Lost to him, even worse than Wang Zhang. The shock was too much. She collapsed on the spot. Officials rushed over as one of them shouted her name. Then the room shifted again. A tall man with white hair and full military dress stepped onto the scene. Gasps followed. The Commander-in-Chief! He's here! I've never seen him in person before. Yanning had drawn the highest authority in the country. This was Li Shuangguo, Supreme Commander of Daxia. Vice Commander Fang quickly stepped forward and saluted. Commander, Yanning just took first place in the agility trial. Li Shuangguo's eyes narrowed. Where is he now? He's still in the tower, sir. He's entered the physical judgment. The commander scowled. What? That doesn't make any sense. Stop the trial. Get him out of there immediately. Everyone was stunned by his sudden order. Then he let out a deep laugh. I'm kidding. Just trying to break the tension. He crossed his arms, grinning. Yanning must be a monster. Let's see what he does next. Feng Hao let out an awkward chuckle, thinking to himself, the commander really knows how to crack jokes at the worst times, probably trying to ease the tension. Instead, his humor only made things feel more intense. Meanwhile, inside the testing grounds, Yanning kept a close eye on the rankings for the physical trial. Sitting at the top was Arnau from Southeast Asia, boasting a tank value of 1.3 tons. Second place belonged to George from North America with 0.7 tons. Yang narrowed his eyes at the data. First place nearly double second. He must have some sort of second life skill, he muttered. Just then, the scene shifted. Yanning found himself transported to a harsh, smoky terrain surrounded by towering mountains and massive beasts. A system prompt popped up with the trial's instructions. Upon entry, participants are divided by region based on strength level. Mutants are categorized by tiers. Attacks are not permitted. The goal is to withstand as much damage as possible within 10 minutes. The higher the damage endured, the higher the ranking. You may exit at any time, but doing so counts as a failure. Yanning scanned the battlefield. Different zones. The weak ones are up front. Stronger ones are deeper in. Only defense allowed. If I want a top spot, I'll need to push through to the tougher areas, he reasoned. Without hesitation, he converted his willpower into agility. In a flash, he dashed forward, weaving past monsters with speed and precision. His goal, reach the third-class mutant zone and unleash Heavenly Fall to tank the incoming hits for a few precious seconds. Outside the arena, the commander-in-chief stood watching, arms folded. Feng Hao, think Yanning can snag first place in this trial, he asked. The vice commander hesitated. Sir, I'd love to see that happen. But realistically, people with strong physiques usually look the part. Take General Qin Feng or Zhang Hai, built like tanks. Yanning, though. The commander interrupted with a grin. You're overthinking it. Be honest. Before this, would you have believed Yanning could top the agility and strength trials? Feng Hao was silent. The commander laughed. Exactly. I believe he'll take first here too. In fact, I'd bet he'll become the top candidate for 4th class. And if I'm wrong, he slapped his own face, I'll eat my words. He kept slapping until Fong Hao intervened. All right, Commander, you've made your point. Back in the trial, Yaning was deep in the 2nd class peak zone, dodging relentless mutant attacks. Almost there, but this area is a real pain, he muttered. One of the mutants locked eyes on him. Red eyes flared, arms shot forward, and in a blur, it grabbed Yaning in a crushing grip. The pressure surged. Yaning gritted his teeth and activated a physical conversion, barely managing to break free. He hit the ground hard, coughing up blood. Before he could recover, the mutant lifted its foot to stomp. Yaning rolled out of the way, just as the ground exploded behind him. Smoke billowed. He shielded his face, just in time to miss another strike coming from the side. A tentacle lashed out. Crack. His arm snapped on impact. Yaning took off running. His left arm hung limp, completely out of commission. First things first, he had to get out of the 2nd class peak region. Thinking fast, he changed his strategy. A new threat emerged behind him. A massive beast that looked like a monstrous version of Cho'Gath. He quickly summoned his assistant. A small NPC popped up in a floating window. I need my sword, he ordered. The one I dropped in the sea. Retrieve it from inventory. With his weapon back in hand, Yaning turned to face what stood in his way now, a towering, undead brown elephant lumbering toward him. It was slow, but its power was undeniable. Its trunk could wipe out anything in its path. He studied the creature. If I can bait it, I might be able to use its power to my advantage. It was risky, but if he could get it to strike just right, it might launch him over the danger zone entirely. Yaning charged straight at the beast, sword ready. As he closed in, he shifted his stats from physical to defense, bracing himself. The elephant swung its trunk and made full contact. Boom! Yaning was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring across the battlefield at breakneck speed. He tore through the air, bypassing other creatures and crashing straight into the 3rd class peak zone. Still tumbling midair, he looked back and let out a breath. It worked. He slammed into the ground with brutal force, the impact shaking the earth. Sitting up slowly, he wiped the sweat from his brow, heart pounding. One more hit like that and he'd be finished. His body was close to its limit. But just when he thought he could rest, the ground erupted. A gigantic mutant worm burst through the earth, towering over him. Of course, he thought grimly. Figures. There was no running now. If he wanted to survive and rank, he had one shot. It was time to put Heavenly Fall to the test. He lifted his sword in front of him and yelled, Spiritual power, full charge. Heavenly Fall! Defense! A brilliant blue aura exploded around him, forming a glowing barrier like a shimmering sphere of ocean energy. The worm roared, lunging forward with its razor-sharp teeth. It sank them into the shield, gnashing like a predator trying to crush a gem. But the barrier held. Yaning smirked. That's one solid shield. These sulfur mono sulfide tier sword skills never disappoint. His tank value surged past the 1-ton mark and kept rising. 1.1, 1.2, 1.23 tons. Still climbing, but something was off. Why isn't the trial ending, he muttered. I've already beaten the top global score. My spiritual energy is completely drained. The barrier began to crack. The worm pressed harder, its fangs piercing the surface. Yaning winced. The shield wouldn't hold much longer, he remembered. Super jump and lightning attack were still active. He couldn't attack, but he could move. The barrier shattered. The worm recoiled from the burst of energy. Yaning didn't waste a second. He jumped, using the force of the explosion to launch himself skyward. The creature thrashed beneath him, a cloud of dust rising in its wake. He landed hard on a nearby mountain slope, battered, but safe. The clock hit 0. Trial complete. A soft chime rang out, and the screen shifted. Across the command center, military staff stared at the live feed as the results popped up. Yaning, rank 1. Physical trial. He'd beaten Arnau by 30%. The room buzzed. He dominated, someone said. 3 trials, 3 first-place rankings. This is insane. A miracle. He stood silently for a moment, arms crossed. His brow furrowed, then he let out a laugh. He's not human. He's a god. Then added with a grin. Just kidding. Don't panic. The commander burst into even louder laughter, his voice echoing through the room. The soldiers nearby exchanged glances, then awkwardly joined in. "Commander, you're doing it again," one of them said with a forced smile. Back in the trial zone, Yaning knelt on the ground, catching his breath. Only the willpower trial remains, he thought. I need to reconfigure my stats. My left arm's out, but this next trial doesn't require combat. I should be fine. A timer flashed in front of him. 1 minute until the final trial. He exhaled slowly. I wanted that hidden reward, but the system clearly isn't giving me time to rest. Fine then. Bring it on. This battlefield is mine, no matter what's thrown at me. He stood, still wounded but determined. A series of system notifications appeared. Choose your trial method. Normal willpower test. You may use all abilities and skills. Fight against waves of enemies. Pass after completing 7 rounds. Results based on monsters defeated and time taken. Advanced willpower test. Only innate talent skills may be used. Enemies are manifestations from your memories. Complete 7 rounds to pass. Yaning narrowed his eyes, reading carefully. In my last life, I gave everything I had to the first test. That's how I climbed to the top. But now, most of my skills are on cooldown. My left hand is useless. I don't have a choice. He selected the advanced test. The world around him shifted. His first memory materialized. The safe zone of Tianfeng. Sword in hand, he looked around. It was unsettling. Everything looked real. Commander Zhao ran toward him, arms outstretched. "Yanning, you're just in time. The zombie horde's on us. Fight with me." The commander reached out, but Yanning sidestepped him. His hand passed right through. No physical contact, no weight. Yanning's grip on his sword tightened. "I'm sorry, Commander." Without hesitation, he plunged the blade into Xiao's chest. The figure dropped to the ground, lifeless. Yanning stood over it, eyes focused. "You didn't even shift into a monster form. Is this trial testing my guilt, my mental resilience?" Xiao stirred slightly, voice trembling. "I didn't think you." But Yanning cut him off, stepping through the purple vortex that had appeared behind him. "There's no time. I'm sorry." Round 2 began. A swarm of zombies filled the scene. At the front, Chen Yong stood shouting, trying to keep them at bay. "Brother Chen Yao, hold on!" He turned to Yanning, eyes desperate. "Yanning, please help me! Chen Yao surrounded by mutants!" His voice broke. "I've never asked anyone for help before, but I'm begging you, take my sister and run. I'll hold them off." Yanning stepped forward without hesitation and struck Chen Yong. His blade slashed across her chest. She dropped instantly. "Yanning, why?" Chen Yong screamed in disbelief, his voice trembling with agony. Yanning's only answer came as his sword pierced through Chen Yong's body. "You two may have been close," he said coldly, "but not close enough to fool me. Sorry, next round." Leaving the illusion behind, he moved on. The next memory manifested. A woman he remembered well sat casually on the ground, legs spread, her voice taunting. "Come on, didn't you say you wanted to sleep with me? I'm not resisting. My shield's gone. This is your chance." Yanning's grip on his sword tightened. "For many psychic awakeners, this trial would be hell," he said, lifting his weapon. "But for me, compared to the last 2, this is nothing." He drove the sword straight into her chest. She collapsed without another word. He turned away without a glance, her body lying still behind him. The system's really underestimating me, he thought. Next. The scene shifted again. This time Chen Yao stood before him, the same girl who once tried to seduce him. Wearing only a bathrobe, she stepped into his path. "Yanning," she said softly, "I may act stubborn, but that's just to spite my father. This is my first time. I want it to be with you." She let the robe slip to the floor. Yanning closed his eyes for a moment, then walked forward. He gently reached out, covering her eyes. "Yan Yu Qing, thank you for your feelings. But close your eyes. Let this be my respect to you." Without hesitation, he delivered a swift, clean strike. Blood spattered upward, and her body crumpled behind him as he walked forward, silent. Another round down. The environment changed again, this time to a shattered classroom. Broken windows. Chairs stacked against the doors. Fear in the air. Outside, someone pounded violently on the door. "Kids, don't be scared. I'm your teacher. I'll get you all out of here." Inside, students in blue uniforms cowered behind a man wielding an axe. Among them, a younger Yanning stood, wide-eyed. This, he realized, was when I was 14. He stared at the trembling door, remembering that terrible day, the day he lost everyone. He was the only one who had survived. His eyes landed on a familiar face. Wang, his deskmate. She clutched a piece of bread in her hand. She hadn't eaten it. Instead, she offered it to him. He never forgot that. She turned to him now and gently took his hand. "Yining, you'll protect me, right? You'll get me somewhere safe?" He looked at her, guilt swirling in his gaze. "I wanted to save you," he said softly. "I wanted to save everyone." But then he took a step back and pulled his hand away. "Regret is just regret. I didn't get the chance then, and if I take you out now, I fail this trial, you won't truly come back." She blinked, confused. What are you talking about?" Overwhelmed by rage and sorrow, Yaning lunged forward, pinning Wang to the ground, his hands wrapped tightly around her neck. "I'm sorry! I'm sorry!" he shouted, choking her as his voice cracked. I really do feel terrible." She screamed his name, but it was already too late. As her body fell still beneath him, reality snapped. He froze, staring at the lifeless face of the girl he once shared childhood with. Hands shaking, he clutched his head in anguish. The world around him began to crack and blur, like a broken mirror closing in. "Damn it, system," he yelled. "Are you trying to kill me through my own memories?" Voices rose all around him, panicked, terrified. "He strangled Wang!" "Yining! He's mutated! Run!" Their screams echoed as they turned to flee. But Yining didn't move. Instead, he lifted his hand. Fragments of psychic energy flickered around his fingers. Sharp. Deadly. His gaze narrowed, and he gave the command, "Psychic control kill." In a heartbeat, his friends dropped one by one. He stepped over their bodies, walking toward the portal. "I'm sorry, everyone," he said softly. "I know it's cruel, but I have no choice. If there's really another life waiting, I'll meet you in the next round." He passed through the vortex. The scenery changed. He was home, his first home. His sister knelt beside their unconscious mother, crying out in desperation. "Mom, what's wrong?" Yining stood there, unable to speak, pain written across his face. Now it's family, he realized. Round 6 is about blood. How far is this test going to push me? His little sister turned and spotted him. "Brother, you're back," she cried. "I'm scared. Mom's not waking up." She ran into his arms, hugging him tightly. He gently stroked her head, his voice quiet. "Don't be scared, Shaoan. I'm here. Mom will be all right." She looked up at him and smiled faintly. "As long as you're here, I'm not afraid." Then, without warning, she thrust her hand into his side. Blood spilled from the wound. Yining staggered back, clutching his waist, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Why?" She stepped toward him again. "Brother, are you angry? Did I do something wrong? Why won't you hug me?" He didn't wait this time. With one clean slash, he cut her down. "I'm sorry, Shaoan," he said, voice cracking. "This is all your brother's fault. Please forgive me." Their mother stirred at the sound. Her eyes opened, and then widened in horror. "My Shaoan," she gasped. "Yining, what have you done?" Tears streaming down his face, he took one trembling step after another toward her. Then he raised his sword. "I'm so sorry, Mom." He struck. Her body collapsed silently. Bloodied and broken, Yining dropped to his knees, breath ragged. "I've killed even my own family." 1 round left. His eyes slowly lifted, filled with pain and defiance. "What else do you want from me?" he roared. Suddenly, something hit him. A crushing wave of sensation, a weight too heavy to resist. He sank, his body pulled down into a sea of blood, swallowed by his own consciousness. Is this death? He wondered. But no, what came next wasn't the end. Light pierced the darkness. Voices echoed faintly, calling to him. "Yining! Wake up! You did it! You made it!" He gasped and opened his eyes. Around him stood a group of officers, their faces glowing with relief. He was lying in a hospital bed. They crowded around him, cheering. "You're awake! You really made it through! You're incredible! He's awake! He finally woke up!" Yining sat up abruptly, clutching his head as confusion flooded his thoughts. "Where am I? What's going on? Wasn't I still in the 3rd-degree willpower trial?" An officer stepped forward with a relieved smile. "You made it, Yining. Right after passing the 4th-degree willpower test, you collapsed into a coma. We were all worried sick. But now that you're awake, there is hope again." Yining's eyes widened in shock. 4th degree? Coma? Everyone. Then it hit him. I've returned back to my previous life. An officer stepped forward with a relieved smile. You made it, Yining. Right after passing the 4th degree willpower test, you collapsed into a coma. We were all worried sick. But now that you're awake, there is hope again. Yining's eyes widened in shock. 4th degree? Coma? Everyone. Then it hit him. I've returned back to my previous life. Back before the capital was overrun. He looked down at his hands. Vivid streams of blue energy swirled around them, growing stronger by the second. His aura expanded outward, blue lines coursing across the room. My left arm, it's healed. The wounds on my stomach, gone. And the energy inside me, it's never felt this powerful before. The officer in front of him chuckled in awe. So this is the pressure of a 4th degree awakened. Even a peak 3rd degree wouldn't be able to stand up to that. We've got a real chance now. Just then, a soldier burst into the room. Commander Yining! The front lines are falling. A 4th degree mutant broke through our defenses and is leading the zombie horde. Yining turned sharply to Yining. Can you fight? He asked. If you need more time to rest, we'll hold them off, with our lives if we have to. But Yining wasn't listening. Energy continued to pour out of him uncontrollably. His mind was spinning. I remember that mutant. I died in that battle. Or I should have. But I didn't completely die. Some 3rd degree soldiers saved me. After that, I forced a breakthrough and blacked out. His hand trembled. There's something missing. I can't remember what happened after. Did I really reincarnate? Was it all a dream? His head pounded violently as his thoughts spiraled. Was everything he'd just lived through nothing more than a hallucination? Or was this? The confusion snapped something inside him. Yining let out a scream, frustration and despair tearing through his voice. His aura surged wildly, flaring across the room and throwing everyone back. Commander Yining instantly stepped forward, raising a barrier of energy to shield the others. Yining, stop! You can't control your power yet. Don't let it explode. If you burn yourself out now, it's over. He turned to the others. Everyone, fall back. Head to the front lines. We need to buy time. The room cleared. Yining remained, standing alone, breath ragged. His thoughts locked on one goal. Control it. Get a grip. With effort, he slowed his breathing, centered his mind. The storm of energy began to settle, and finally, he stood tall. He had to leave this room. There was only one way to find out what was real. He needed answers. Outside, despair poured from the sky. Mutants soared above, spreading havoc as screams filled the air. The front lines were on the verge of breaking. Underground, beneath all this chaos, was the only refuge left. Let me in first. I've got a family. Panic erupted as a mutant with wings dived down, snatching people still trapped outside. Cries for help echoed, but no one had an answer. There wasn't enough space for everyone. Someone had to be left behind. That thought crossed every mind. Then chaos turned uglier. A low rank awakened, suddenly shoved a woman and her daughter aside, kicking them down. Move! I'm awakened! Anyone in my way dies. Before the shock could settle, others showed up, armed and just as furious. You think you lowlifes can stop us? Awakened should be the only ones left standing. Another awakened stepped forward, shouting back, I'm awakened too. You're the ones in the way. Mortals should perish. We're the future. Instead of fighting the real threat, they turned on each other. Blades clashed. Blood spilled. It was madness. Then, out of nowhere, blue lightning crashed down from the sky. Every awakened who had raised a hand against the innocent was struck, their bodies crumbling under the blast of energy. All eyes turned upward. Is that Lord Yining? There he was, our protagonist, hovering midair. Blue flames circled him. A matching robe clung to his figure, a flowing cape trailing behind. The symbol of humanity's last hope. His voice echoed with authority. Enter the bunker. One at a time. If anyone dares to kill again, you'll be treated as monsters. Just then, a swarm of flying mutants charged from the sky. Yining turned, calm and composed. He raised his hand. Energy surged. A massive sword, glowing with blue spiritual power, formed in his grip. He swung it once. A single slash tore through the sky, cutting down a wave of incoming beasts like paper. The force behind it was immense, unstoppable. Power surged through him. The strength of the fourth degree coursed through his body. It was solid, overwhelming. And this time, he was ready. The front lines called. Smoke and fire blanketed the city. Panic spread like wildfire. But soldiers stood tall, exhausted yet fearless, guarding the last safe zones. Then the beasts came. The first soldier was struck down, dragged into the dirt, devoured. But he didn't back down. Even as his limbs were torn away, he fought with what remained, his teeth. He bit into the monster, rage pouring out. "Even if I lose everything," he shouted, "I've still got my bite." He tore flesh from the creature, spat it out with a grin. "It tastes like hell," he laughed. And in his final breath, as the beast consumed him, he roared, "Humanity never dies." The soldiers surged forward, hearts burning with purpose. Their commander had fallen in battle, but instead of despair, it sparked a fire within them. Gripping their weapons tighter, they charged. If they had to die, it would be charging ahead, just like him. Above, the sky split with the roar of awakened warriors flying at full speed. The vice commander, the chief, all of them were there. Leading the airborne charge was Li Xuan Guo. His voice rang out. "This is it. One shot. If we can take down that fourth-degree mutant, or even wound it, we still stand a chance to stop the zombie horde." He flew beside him and replied, "Chief, even if we fall, we've still got Yenning. He's our final hope." Nearby, an officer let out a heavy sigh. "Shame he still can't fully control that power of his." But Feng Hao snapped back without hesitation. "That's on us. If only we'd found him sooner." Commander Yenning, always the one to cut through the mood, laughed and said, "If regret had a cure, I'd have a whole bunch of grandkids by now. Enough talk. We're closing in. Get ready." There it was. The monster. The same nightmare that had faced Yenning before his return. It stood massive and grotesque, its black form wrapped in crackling purple energy, tentacles whipping around like serpents. The command was given. Attack. Now, while they were still in formation. Aim straight for its head. From the ground, the soldiers watched the aerial unit make their move. Hope lit up their eyes. "When the 7 heroes of Daxia fight as one," they shouted, "they can tear through mountains and part the sea." Once that mutant falls, hope returns. The strongest warriors in the nation launched their joint strike. Every one of them unleashed their ultimate ability, synchronized, focused, precise. All aimed at a single target. One goal: end the fourth-degree mutant. But the creature responded with terrifying speed. The eye embedded in its chest pulsed, glowing, charging, then fired a beam of energy. It looked like a beautiful display of light. But it was death, flying straight toward humanity. The commander cursed. The creature had dodged them, and retaliated instantly. Tentacles lashed out, snaring the officers mid-air. "No, how?" Feng Hao gasped. "Why is the gap in power so massive?" They didn't get an answer. The monster fired again, this time a deadly beam at each of them. Skin melted. Skulls turned to dust. The elite gone in 3 seconds. Shock rippled through the troops below. Their heroes destroyed. Just like that. It felt like the end. No one could understand what had just happened. Inside the control center, Commander watched it all unfold on the screen, eyes wide in disbelief. "Li Xuan Guo, all of them." He turned to his staff. "Notify Yinning. Tell him to fall back with the last group. We have to preserve the future. I'll make one last broadcast and finish this." But his assistant yelled out, pointing at the screen. "Wait! Look there!" And there he was. Yenning. Marching forward, wrapped in brilliant blue energy, a confident smile on his face. Ahead stood the creature, his old enemy. They met once more. The fourth-degree mutant tensed. Yenning stepped closer, his aura burning hotter and heavier with every stride. The pressure he radiated was immense. The tide was about to turn. The soldiers spotted him and roared with renewed spirit. "He's here!" "Yenning has arrived. Look, the zombies are backing off." The undead horde was actually retreating under the pressure of his presence. "Brothers, charge!" But the fourth-degree mutant didn't move. It just stood there. Yanning scanned the scene. The zombies were pulling back, yet the mutant remained still, silent, unshaken. How? Even for a creature of its level, this was strange. Was it all an illusion? A trick? Maybe this was still part of the trial. If so, was the real test defeating that mutant? Maybe that was the only way to finally finish what he'd left undone in his previous life. All around him, the soldiers' cries echoed, urgent, desperate, filled with hope. "Yanning, now's the time!" They begged him to strike, to act before the creature could retaliate. He gripped his sword tighter. His heart ached with longing, the kind that comes from a mission left incomplete, a duty cut short. If he wanted to end the nightmare, this was the moment. Whether it was real or just another test, it didn't matter. If destroying the mutant could erase the regret in his soul, then it had to be done. And yet, he paused. Something inside him hesitated. Why? The answer came in a voice. His sister's voice. He turned and saw her. His mother was there too, appearing out of the air. The two of them embraced, smiling warmly. "Ning, why are you hesitating?" they asked. "Kill him, and we'll be together again. Kill the monster. We can finally live happily ever after." Then his childhood friend appeared behind them, calm and serene. "Yanning," she said gently, "once you kill that creature, I'll come back to you." Now he understood. He laughed quietly to himself. So that's what this is. The system is trying to push me to act. The realization clicked. This is the final test. And if they all wanted an ending, then he'd give them one. He raised his sword, eyes locked on the enemy. Outside the illusion, the officials monitoring Yanning's trial were growing anxious. "It's been nearly 9 hours, one of them said. "Why hasn't he come out yet?" He breezed through the other stages. "Something's off," another muttered. If he picked the first test, he'd be out by now. Even if it was the second, he should have cleared it. He must have chosen the third, the willpower trial. One officer nodded slowly. If that's the case, then he must be absolutely sure of his mental strength. Yeah, unless he's worn down from everything else. Commander Yanning crossed his arms. "Either way, we wait." Suddenly, Wang Jiangmeng slammed his fist onto the table and stood, his voice cutting through the room. "Everyone, listen up. There might be another reason Yanning hasn't come out yet." Fang Hao turned toward him, clearly irritated. "Wang Jiangmeng, what are you implying?" "Just say it." The general stepped forward, his son following closely behind. He faced Commander Yanning directly. "Commander, what I'm about to say could impact the entire nation. I request that you issue an immediate full lockdown. All external communications must be severed, and every person in this room placed under first-class security control." Fang Hao's patience snapped. "Wang Meng, have you lost your mind? You want to lock down this entire place just because of a theory?" But the general raised a hand, cutting him off. "If I'm wrong, I'll resign on the spot." That statement silenced the room. It was a bold move, too bold to ignore. Commander Yanning hesitated for a moment, weighing the weight of those words. Then he nodded. "Seal the perimeter. Initiate Level 1 confidentiality protocol." A red shield shimmered into existence, wrapping the entire facility in absolute silence. Only then did General Wangzhong speak again. "Commander, my theory is this. Yanning didn't pass the 3 tests with strength alone. He's found a loophole." The room went quiet. He didn't rely on overwhelming talent. No matter which trial he chose, he passed because he exploited a system flaw. And now, he's stuck in the trial that's most favorable to him. Fang Hao snapped again. "You're making wild accusations." "That's pure speculation." But Wang Zhong held his ground. "Is it really that impossible? Have you forgotten what happened 16 years ago? North America had an awakened individual who could duplicate items. The copies were useless, but dungeon NPCs accepted them. He cleared countless dungeons, gained unimaginable resources, until the system discovered him and wiped him out." He paused. "Since then, we've known, even the divine system isn't perfect." Wang Zhang, the general's son, stepped forward, grinning. My father's right. Yenning found a loophole. He always had the advantage over me, but I've never been weak. The general gave a proud nod, then turned back to Commander Yenning. Commander, if Yenning returns, I recommend a full interrogation. If he truly discovered a reusable method, Huasha would gain a massive edge. Yenning said nothing. His silence carried weight. Feng Hao stepped in, trying to defend. Commander, don't you think this is too harsh? He's still inside the trial. We don't even know the full story. To interrogate him the moment he steps out. It's too cruel. We shouldn't. But Yenning raised a hand. Enough. Both of you. His voice was calm, but firm. He'd already made his decision. They would wait. Back inside the test, the voices echoed all around Yenning. Brother, kill him. Yenning, finish it. Yenninger, end it now. The pressure built, but so did his resolve. Yenning looked at the illusion of his family and spoke calmly. I'm sorry, but I don't believe in chasing the past. No matter how perfect it looks, past or future, I don't want to live in a lie. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and drove it into his own chest. The blade pierced deep. Blood rushed out. Pain followed, sharp and real. His aura flickered. His strength drained, but his voice rang out, strong despite the agony. Even if reality is cruel, I'll face it. And I'll change it. Because the only truth is what lies ahead. In a flash, he was back, standing at the test's entrance. He pulled the sword free, the blood vanishing as if it were never there. He shouted into the void. It's true, I died a miserable death in my past life. And yes, I'm still afraid of failing again. But this time, I'll destroy you. With new resolve, he raised his sword once more. Every barrier had been broken. Nothing was holding him back. A brilliant blue dome pulsed around him and shattered into pieces. The test of willpower was complete. He stood alone at the top. Rank 1 in the world. One by one, system notifications flashed before him. Test complete. He was teleported again, this time to the real world. He landed, kneeling before the glowing purple vortex, clutching his arm. Commander Yenning's voice broke the silence. He's out! Yenning made it. He finished the test! Excitement erupted. He's first. First in the world. The only one to clear grade 3 willpower? Yenning was gasping, drenched in sweat, struggling to breathe. He couldn't hold on much longer. And then, ding! The global broadcast lit up. Everyone across the planet saw the same message. Test Tower Global Rankings Update. Strength Test Number 1, Huaxia Warzone, Yenning. Agility Test Number 1, Huaxia Warzone, Yenning. Constitution Test Number 1, Huaxia Warzone, Yenning. Willpower Test Number 1, Huaxia Warzone, Yenning. The world was stunned. Huaxia and Yenning stood at the top across all categories. Finally, Yenning let himself fall back, smiling faintly. Stupid system. I didn't suffer for nothing. Feng Hao came sprinting out. Chief. Yenning. Y-E-N-I-N-G? He turned and screamed, Where's the medical team? Move. Don't just stand there. Go help him. The officials quickly followed behind as the on-duty doctor knelt beside the unconscious Yenning. Commander, Vice Commander, please stay calm, he said. He's fine. Just a fractured left arm and a bit of mental exhaustion. He needs rest, nothing more. Commander Yenning let out a long breath. That's a relief. I nearly thought the worst. Standing off to the side, General Zhang watched with clear disdain. First place in every series. And this is all he walks away with? Seems far too convenient. Then he spoke, loud and clear. Commander, I stand by what I said earlier. We should use psychic force to awaken Yenning and begin the interrogation immediately. Before he could say more, Feng Hao stepped forward and jabbed a finger into Zhang's chest. Try it, Zhongmeng, and you'll answer to me. If you want to lay a hand on Yenning, you'll have to go through me first. The general's eyes flared. So you'd put personal emotion over national security? If I'm right, Yenning is just the beginning of something worse. He might be the sacrifice we need. The tension cracked like lightning. Both men locked eyes, unmoving, furious. Then, he broke the silence. His voice was calm, measured. Commander, this is too dangerous. What if he's innocent? What if you're wrong? Another officer chimed in. Exactly. Yanning's proven himself again and again, and now we're treating him like a criminal? If we push this, we're not just betraying him. We could destroy Hakia's future. Commander Yanning finally spoke. 3 days. We'll wait 3 days. If he doesn't wake by then, I'll make the call. Until then, take him downstairs and guard him well. No harm is to come to him. General Zhang's lips curled into a sly grin. 3 days? Fine. I can wait. Let's see if you dare wake up Yanning. 3 days passed. The officers now gathered around Yanning's hospital bed. Still unconscious, Zhang approached Commander Yanning. Sir, we've had over 117 nations ask about Yanning. What do we tell them? Yanning frowned. It's been 3 days. Zhang seized the moment. Even our top doctors agree. Yanning is fully healed. If he's not waking up, it's because he's hiding something. Guilt, perhaps. We should begin the mental interrogation now. Fang Hao stepped in immediately. I still disagree. Strongly. Zhang snapped back. We had an agreement, Vice Commander. Are you going back on your word? Before they could argue further, Commander Yanning cut through the noise. Enough. We can't afford to sit on our hands any longer. Zhang's eyes lit up. Understood, Commander. He turned and shouted. Bring the equipment. Now. We're starting the psychic interrogation. Assistants rushed in, wheeling a booth with a helmet toward Yanning's bedside. Fang Hao stepped in again, refusing to stay silent. We can't treat Yanning like this, he insisted. Zhang narrowed his eyes. Are you planning to rebel now? Commander Yanning's voice cut through. I don't want to go through with this either, but this concerns our entire nation. Realizing he was alone, Fang Hao clenched his fists and backed off, silent. The assistant moved in, placing wires across Yanning's body. Just as he reached for the helmet, Zhang ordered him aside and stepped forward himself. With a wicked grin, he savored every second, lowering the interrogation helmet over Yanning's head. But right then, Yanning stirred. His eyes fluttered open, dazed. Where am I? A wave of relief and celebration swept the room. He's awake. Thank God, he's finally awake. Commander Yanning smiled. That's enough. Take the equipment off him. Yanning sat up slowly, his gaze falling on the booth and helmet next to him. What is all this? This isn't medical equipment. Before he could say another word, Fang Hao quickly pushed the cart away, smiling wide. I'm Fang Hao, Vice Commander of Wuxia, he said warmly. Then, gesturing around, he added, You probably haven't met everyone yet. That's Commander Li Xuan Guoguo, the highest-ranking officer in Wuxia. And over there we have the WHO committee, and, of course, you've already met General Dang Mang. Yanning wasn't paying attention to introductions. He pulled the helmet off himself, frowning. What is this thing? Definitely not for healing. He stepped forward calmly, smiling. Since you're awake, we just need to ask you something. What's your talent? Can you open your system panel for us? The atmosphere changed. Yanning quickly understood what was going on. It wasn't a welcome party. It was an interrogation. He didn't expect praise, but this was insulting. After everything he'd done, they were treating him like a suspect. He almost laughed. Still, he couldn't afford to reveal the Sword God system. That would only bring danger, possibly even death. So he kept his composure. WHO committee? Doesn't the military already know my talent? Since when are awakened individuals required to display their system panels? The officers hesitated, unsure how to respond. But General Zhang didn't hesitate at all. Yanning, we believe your test results were manipulated. Did you pass them using a system bug? This is a serious matter. I hope you'll cooperate. Don't even think about hiding anything. Yanning turned to him, eyes sharp. A bug? You think I cheated? Fang Hao jumped in, trying to de-escalate. Wait, he didn't mean it like that. Let us explain. Commander Yanning raised a hand to his chest and spoke solemnly. Yanning, we can't ignore this. I'm sorry, but your results are too extraordinary. We're proud of you, truly. You brought great honor to Wuxia, but if you did use a bug, that in itself might be a valuable discovery. As commander, I give you my word, if you're honest with us, you'll still stay in the first sequence. Zhang scoffed and stepped forward. Commander, we can't just let this slide. If awakened individuals from other nations get wind of this, the fallout could be catastrophic. Commander Yining's eyes narrowed. That's enough, Wang Zhangmang. One more word, and your real motives will be laid bare for everyone to see. Wang Zhang clenched his fists, swallowing his anger. He's lying. Yining is definitely hiding something. That system panel. He doesn't dare show it. I was right all along. And yet, the commander still rewards him with the title of first sequence. Then everything I did was for nothing. Meanwhile, Yanning let out a quiet sigh. It's obvious now. The root of the issue is Wang Mang. I get why those in power are cautious, but still, it's hard not to feel disheartened. They're questioning my ability today, and if I let this continue, who knows what they'll do tomorrow. I won't let history repeat itself. He looked up at the room full of officers. Fine. You want to know what the so-called bug is? Vice Commander Fang, bring me the highest grade talent test crystal you've got. Without hesitation, Fang Hao dashed off to fetch it. Wang Zhang scoffed from the side. What's he trying to prove? Showing your system panel only takes a second. A test crystal won't change anything. Even if he shows SS in every category, that still doesn't explain how he ranked first across all tests. It proves nothing. He's just stalling. Yanning turned calmly toward him. Officer Wang Zhang, right? Once I finish the test, if you still have doubts, come ask me then. Moments later, Fang Hao returned, wheeling in a massive, glowing purple crystal, the highest grade available. Yanning stepped onto the cart and placed his hand on the crystal. You wanted to know what the bug is? He said coolly. Then, pay attention. A pulse of energy surged from his body into the crystal. It started to glow, and then intensified, growing brighter and brighter. The light became blinding. What is that? Cover your eyes! Gasps echoed through the room as the crystal shone with such power no one could look at it directly. Yanning kept channeling energy, unwavering, until finally, the crystal revealed the result. Talent grade, SSS class, psychic. The room fell into stunned silence. An SSS class. Yanning turned, a small smile tugging at his lips. So? Is this the bug you were all so afraid of? Still think I cheated? Commander Yanning stared in amazement, then broke into a wide smile. Fang Hao practically cheered. I knew it. I told you, he didn't cheat. The rest of the officials were speechless. SSS class? That actually exists? I thought it was just a myth. This is unreal. General Wang Zhang staggered back a step, the fight draining from his face. He was done. Finished. As fragments of the now shattered crystal floated in the air, Yanning looked around at them all. I get it. I do. But I also heard that to claim a spot in the first sequence, there's more than just a test. I still need to fight the other candidates in a duel, right? One of the officers waved it off. Yanning, there's no need for that. With your power, there's no competition left. The commander already named you first sequence. Yanning didn't move. He stepped closer to the general and said, Yanning looked toward Officer Zhang and spoke with calm confidence. I heard your son, Wang Zhang, held the title of first sequence before me. I believe in fairness. I don't accept special treatment. Wang Ping's strength is real. So how about we settle it properly? With a duel? Zhang was stunned. Before he could react, Yanning turned to Commander Yanning. According to the rules, a lower-ranked individual can challenge someone above them. I reject the title you've just given me. I want to challenge Wang Zhang in a life-or-death match. Wang Zhang's face twisted in disbelief. What? What do you mean by that? Commander Yanning fell silent. This boy. He's ruthless. I wanted to reward him, and now he throws me into this mess. Wang Zhangmang did cross a line, but killing his son? That's pushing it. Meanwhile, Wang Zhangmang was panicking. I can't escalate this. If I do, the commander will turn his back on me for good. I have no choice. I need to surrender and save face. He forced a smile and stepped forward. Yanning, there's no need for all this. Your talent far surpasses my son's. I hereby relinquish the first sequence in Wang Zhang's name. And as for what happened earlier, I was just concerned for your well-being. A misunderstanding, that's all. Yanning stared at him, expression firm. Officer Wang Zhang, you're being too kind. But we must follow the rules. I don't want anyone saying I claimed the first sequence through favoritism. Wang Zhang is strong. Let's let the arena decide. Isn't that the proper way? Zhang was speechless. There was no argument left to make. Old Hugh stepped in, turning to the commander with a spark in his eyes. Commander, if Yanning insists on following protocol, let's give him the chance. But he just advanced to the 3rd rank. He'll need time to adjust. How about this? Give him 3 days. After that, he can face Wang Zhang. Once the duel ends, we'll release the final sequence rankings and hold the award ceremony. Commander Yanning glanced at him, intrigued. Old Hugh, you sly fox. Always so careful. Yet here you are, speaking on Yanning's behalf, before even Hao Zi opens his mouth. You must know something. Still, 3 days buys us time. That works. He nodded. We'll proceed as Old Hu suggested. Wang Zhang stood off to the side, fury burning behind his clenched jaw. So that's it? The commander siding with him? Am I and my son just being cast aside like trash? No. Yanning, I won't let you take my son's life. If you're going to kill him, then I'll kill you first. Yanning smiled faintly. They say a gentleman waits 10 years to take revenge, but waiting even a day is an insult. Don't worry, Wang Zhengman. I'll make sure you and your son meet again. In the underworld. Dot. Later that night, Commander Yanning and Commissioner Old Hu stood atop a rooftop, overlooking the city's glowing skyline. Yanning broke the silence. Old Hu, be straight with me. Why did you side with Yanning? Old Hugh didn't hesitate. Commander, have you forgotten? The state dungeon opens in 10 days. Our previous losses already crippled our strategic resources. This dungeon, it's critical. If we fail to secure enough spiritual energy this time, most of our combat fleet will be grounded permanently. Commander Yanning turned to Old Hu. So you want Yanning to join the dungeon expedition this time? Old Hu nodded. Exactly. The participants won't just face the mutants inside. They'll be up against 3rd grade awakened from other countries. This is the perfect chance to see just how strong Yanning really is, and more importantly, whether he has what it takes to kill. Killing a mutant is one thing, taking a life is something else entirely. Yanning folded his arms. But what happens when Wang Zhang dies? Wang Meng could lose it completely. The chaos he might cause. Old Hugh cut in, calm and composed. That's why I gave him 3 days. Time for Wang Zhang to prepare, and time for us to prepare 2 separate strategies depending on how this all plays out. The commander let out a laugh. You really are a crafty old fox, always thinking 3 steps ahead. Old Hugh wasn't finished. Also, I think we should go public with Yanning's talent as SSS class. If we keep it under wraps, it'll only stir more suspicion. Worse, it might draw the wrong kind of attention. Yanning nodded slowly. All right, let's go with the plan. Make the announcement. Meanwhile, in a dim, silent room, Wang Zhang sat alone in the center, hugging his knees, his face half hidden in shadow. The door creaked open, casting light across the floor, and his father's silhouette filled the doorway. Wang Zhang's head lifted. There were deep bags under his eyes. His voice cracked with desperate hope. Dad, you're back. Did they test Yanning's talent? Did he cheat? He scrambled to his feet and rushed over. Did they catch him? Did they find the bug? I'm still first sequence, right? Tell me, what happened? Wang Meng looked at him, then let out a long sigh and shook his head. They tested him. He didn't cheat. He paused before delivering the blow. And he's challenged you to a life-and-death duel. In 3 days! Wang Zhang froze. What? His breathing quickened. No way! He didn't cheat? You're saying he's clean? And now he wants to kill me? A life-and-death duel? I don't want it anymore. He can have the first sequence. I'll give it to him. Isn't that what he wants? His father's expression didn't change. I already offered that. He refused. He insists on the duel. Wang Zhang snapped. He rejected it? He wants me dead? Then kill him, Dad. Kill him before the duel. Don't let him take me down. Go now. Kill him. Wang Zhangmang gritted his teeth. Do you think I don't want to? But it's impossible. Right now, he's under constant surveillance. A full squad of third-grade awakened guards is protecting him. Wang Zhang's eyes widened in panic. Then target his family. Threaten them. They'll give in. But the general cut him off sharply. The military already sent people to protect them too. We can't get near them in time. A cold dread gripped Wang Zhang. His voice trembled. So I'm really gonna die? But his father grabbed him by the shoulders and snapped, Wang Yangpinger, listen to me. You're my son. I won't let that happen. I've already reached out to some high-level, third-grade, awakened. When the time comes, they'll step in and pull you out. Wang Zhang looked up, his eyes wide with fragile hope. I've given this country decades of my life, Wang Zhangmang continued. No matter how much the higher-ups value Yanning, they'll turn a blind eye, just this once. A twisted grin returned to the boy's face. Then, do you have anything? Equipment? Something that can help me win? His father exhaled deeply. It won't work. Equipment's banned during the duel. No enhancements, no tech. But since Yanning is so obsessed with the rules, we'll use them against him. Wang Zhang leaned in. How? The general smiled darkly. There's more to this duel. Let's just say we've also arranged for some outside help. Snipers. Wang Zhang burst into crazed laughter. No matter how powerful you are, Yanning, even a dragon gets hunted when it returns to the snake's den. 3 days later, in the capital's military zone, the dueling arena came alive under a massive, glowing blue dome. The stage was set. In the stands, high-ranking officials gathered, whispering among themselves as the buzz grew. Old Hugh approached Commander Yanning. We're ready. 3 high-level third-grade referees are on standby, and the arena's shield is up. We can begin at any time. Yanning nodded. Inform the referees. Let's get this started. Just then, Yang entered the arena, walking calmly toward the gathered officials. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Is that him? That's Yanning? Doesn't look like much. Skinny as a stick. He looks 17 at most. I could probably knock him out with a flick. The rumors say he's insanely powerful, but he doesn't look it. At the center of the arena, the main referee, L, sharp green eyes, short brown hair, stepped forward and handed a list to Yanning. Mr. Yanning, this is the official lineup for today's life and death duel. If everything looks correct, we'll begin. Yanning took the list, raising an eyebrow. Wait, I thought I was just challenging Wang Zhang. Why is there a whole list? Are there 9 others too? Is Wang Zhang even last? Lu replied, according to the rules, since you're the one who issued the challenge, all the other candidates also have the right to challenge you. If you can't make it through all 9 rounds, the duel ends there. Before he could finish, Yanning raised his hand. Understood. He then turned, lifted the list high, and shouted, All challengers, come at me now. Face me together. I'll defeat every single one of you. The audience erupted in stunned murmurs. Did I hear that right? He's challenging all 10 at once? He's out of his mind. No matter how powerful he is, no one survives that many attacks at once. He's digging his own grave. Luan stood frozen. So the higher-ups agreed to that list just to save Wang Yangping? He couldn't believe it, but no one said things would go this far. Wang Yangping can't die, and neither can Yanning. What now? Suddenly, a man sprinted over, yelling toward Yanning. Don't do anything rash. You don't have to accept the duel. Turning it down won't cost you your spot as the first sequence. But Yanning had already drawn both swords from his back. He stepped forward and said, Is there any rule saying I can't fight them all at once? If not, then let's go. Trash is still trash, no matter how much of it you pile up. Fang Hao burst out laughing. He's nuts. I like him. Old Hu frowned, clearly not amused. This is going to stir up even more trouble. Commander Yanning didn't hesitate. He barked, If this is what Yanning wants, then we'll go through with it. Referees, step in when needed. But deep down, the commander had his doubts. This kid reminds me of myself at that age. I like his spirit, but being too bold brings pain. He'll have to learn that the hard way. The referee wiped sweat from his brow. It was obvious the commander wanted to protect Yanning, but his hands were tied. He raised his voice. Since the commander approves, all 10 main candidates, including Zhang Yang, get on stage. Zhang Yang's eyes flared with rage. He turned to his father. He's mocking me. I'll kill him. I swear I'll kill him. The general held him back. Zhang Yang heir, calm down. This is good. The cockier he is, the easier he'll fall. Let the others wear him down first. Once his energy's drained, you'll finish him. All 10 challengers lined up inside the massive dome-shaped arena, staring down Yanning. The referee stepped up and announced, "This is a life-or-death duel. Be ready. No enchanted items allowed. Everything will be disabled." He started the countdown. 10-9. The crowd leaned forward, whispering, "Never seen anything like this before. How long do you think he'll last? 3 seconds? Maybe 5? I'm giving it 10 at most. He's the fastest and toughest in Huaxia. Might hang in longer. 2-1! The signal dropped. The match was on. Zhang Yang roared, swinging his axe. "Kill him! All of you now!" The challengers charged with everything they had. Yanning stepped into the chaos and slashed an X in the air. 3 arcs of blue energy shot out, cutting through the front line. Again and again, he repeated the same move. Bodies dropped. No one could dodge. No one could block. Before hitting the ground, the challengers screamed, "We were tricked!" Zhang Yang panicked. "Mercenaries! Help him! Take him down!" One fighter lunged at Yanning with a massive hammer, screaming, "Yanning, if I go down, you're going with me." Yanning spun around midair and slashed an X-cut, slicing the attacker clean into 4 pieces. A split second later, the man's body exploded, revealing his hidden plan. Yanning gave a cold grin. "You really packed a mini-nuke? Too bad you'll never get the chance to use it." Zhang Yang dropped to his knees, frozen in fear. The glowing arcs of energy spiraled toward him, and all he could do was beg for help. General Wang Zhang instantly shouted for the referee team. "Protect my son, now!" The referees rushed in, throwing up a massive energy shield in front of Zhang Yang. But even as they did, they were whispering nervously among themselves. How is this even possible? That speed, that power. Is this really a third-grade first-class fighter? Forget the others. We can't let Zhang Yang die. If he does, we're done for. Zhang Yang panicked and bolted, screaming, "Dad, help me!" "I surrender. I'm not fighting anymore." His father shouted back, "Don't worry, I've got you." But it was already too late. Zhang Yang turned with sheer terror on his face. And then his head flew clean off, a trail of blood arcing through the air before landing near his body. The referee froze. He's dead? Zhang Yang is dead? How? The entire arena went silent. In the stands, the officials stared in disbelief. He took them all out in one move. Unreal power. And that killing intent. Did anyone even see how Zhang Yang died? No. He was behind the barrier. It's like time stopped. Was that some kind of illusion? Yanning stood motionless, eyes sharp and cold. His thoughts were clear. No one can stop me from killing who I choose. Potential? Forget that. I want everyone to see what I really am. Unstoppable. Down in the arena, General Zhang Meng clutched his son's severed head, screaming in anguish. He refused to accept what had just happened. Then, rage overtook him. He charged at Yanning, energy surging through his body. "You monster! I'll kill you myself!" Yanning didn't flinch. He just smiled. "Perfect timing. I was worried you might run." General Zhang Meng flew forward, unleashing his skill. Tiger's Fist. A massive green tiger burst into the air behind him as his fist roared toward Yanning. But Yanning stood still, locked on his opponent. "You may be stronger nearly at the peak of the 3rd grade, but you still won't kill me. You'll die here, just like the others." Just then, Fang Hao leapt in, blocking the strike. "Zhang Meng, stop!" He launched his own attack, Dragon Domination Fist. Their blows collided. Orange fire clashed violently with green energy. The force of the explosion blasted General Zhang Meng backward, away from Yanning. Zhang Meng staggered to his feet. eyes burning with fury. Fang Hao, you dare get in my way. If I don't avenge my son, I'm not his father. Fang Hao shouted, Zhang Meng Meng. If you stop now, the commander might still spare you. But if you keep going, don't blame me for what happens next. Truth was, he wanted to end Zhang Meng right then and there. But politics and appearances held him back. Zhang Meng paused. He knew taking on the vice commander wouldn't be easy. But hesitation wasn't what Yanning wanted. If Zhang Meng backed down now, there'd be no excuse to take him out. Yanning raised his middle finger, flashing a mocking grin. This is a life-and-death duel. There's no running. Your son was trash, and I didn't think you could be worse. But I guess you really are two of a kind. That was it. Zhang Meng exploded in fury. Move aside, Fang Hao. I'm killing him. Fang Hao responded by unleashing his fiery dragon energy into the sky. Yanning, still holding up his middle finger, shouted, Zhang Meng, come on then. Try me. You're begging to die. The overwhelming energy from the dragon slammed into Zhang Meng, knocking him off his feet and sending him crashing to the ground. He hit hard, coughing blood. On his knees, Zhang Meng turned toward the stands and shouted, Commander! He was my son, my only heir. I gave my life for this nation. Please, please give me justice. Commander Yanning remained silent, deep in thought. He's already lost. What's the point of dragging this out? But Yanning wasn't done. He walked right up to the fallen general and said coldly, Old dog, now you're begging for mercy? Realized you can't kill me, and now you're trying the sympathy card? You must be dreaming. He leaned down, grinning darkly. They say never push a man into a corner. Today, I'm doing exactly that. I'm standing right here, he whispered. You wanted to kill me? Go ahead. Try it. Take one swing. But if you so much as scratch me, your whole family will suffer. Even your pets won't be spared. Zhang Meng lost it. You demon! I'll end you! The vice commander stood by, smiling quietly. He saw exactly what Yanning was doing. Smart move, Yanning. You've opened the door. I won't waste the chance. Zhang Meng charged again, eyes wild with rage. Fang Hao didn't hesitate. He stepped in and punched forward with all his might, yelling, Today, I'll show you the difference between a real peak third grader and a fake. The impact was thunderous. Yanning shielded his face from the blast, thinking, the gap between levels is insane. I can crush any awakened fighter or mid-tier third grader, but against a peak or higher? I don't stand a chance. Zhang Meng's body didn't even twitch. He was buried deep in a crater in the ground, motionless. Fang Hao turned to the stands and raised his voice. Commander, Yanning was in danger. I panicked, and, well, it just happened. Before Fang Hao could say another word, Commander Yanning cut in sharply. Your actions were an act of desperation. We will hold a grand funeral for General Zhang Meng. But behind his composed voice, anger brewed. Fang Hao, do you think I'm senile? You and Yanning played this together, didn't you? You think I can't see that? No matter. It's already done. Good thing old Hugh prepared a backup plan for this exact situation. Yang turned toward Fang Hao and clasped his hands respectfully. I am grateful to both the commander and vice commander. You saved me and brought justice. I swear, I'll dedicate myself to serving the nation to repay this debt. Commander Yanning studied him closely. You're bold, boy, and smarter than you let on. You want fame? Fine. I'll give it to you. He raised his voice, echoing across the arena. Starting tomorrow, the inauguration ceremony for the new first sequence will be held in the Capitol Square. The crowd broke into gasps and murmurs. What? I still haven't even processed what just happened. Yanning killed every main candidate in the blink of an eye, and now Zhang Meng is dead too? This is too much. I'm gonna have a heart attack. That guy, he's terrifying. I'll never go against him. Not ever. An investiture in the Capitol Square? That's national-level recognition. Huaxia is about to change in a big way. Among the stunned faces stood Lin Rui, a blue-haired, middle-aged man and once loyal subordinate of Zhang Mengmang. He stared in shock. With the general gone, I'm next. There's no way out of this. Beside him, another of Zhang Meng's men, Tang Zhang, watched anxiously. But a small wave of relief washed over him. Thank God I stepped back earlier. Or I'd be dead already. Commander Yening turned to the commissioner at his side. Old Hugh, I'm leaving the ceremony preparations to you. Make it spectacular. He leaned in slightly. And keep today's duel a secret. That includes Yening's abilities and performance. Anyone caught leaking what happened here will be treated as a traitor. Old Hugh gave a firm nod. Understood. The event moved forward. By the next day, the capital square was buzzing with celebration. Fighter jets streaked across the sky, fireworks booming as crowds gathered for the national ceremony. Yening stood beside Commander Yening on the podium as the announcer's voice rang out across the square. Effective immediately, Yening is named the new first sequence of the SEED project by the Army. Applause exploded across the plaza. Additionally, in recognition of his outstanding performance during the global test rankings, the following rewards will be granted. His authority is now raised to Class S. His resource quota, previously set to Class A, is upgraded to unlimited. He will receive 3 million credits per month and an annual bonus of 10 million credits. Commander Yening stepped forward, pinning a shining medal to Yening's chest. And lastly, his equipment selection rights are upgraded from Epic to Legendary grade. His division status is now Vice Military level. His rank is officially promoted to Brigade General. At the same time, Yening was officially appointed as an honorary member of the Permanent Committee. Several familiar faces from his past were also in the crowd, watching the ceremony unfold. Wang Tian, Vice President of the Tiancheng Commercial Association, chuckled as he watched the 21-gun salute. This level of pomp, it's almost like he's the commander himself. Nearby, Xiao Hai, the commander of the Tiancheng safe zone, nodded with a smile. I still remember when Yening stormed the Tianfeng exam site a month ago. Who would have thought? Chen Kai was there too, beaming. Just got word I'm getting a raise. All thanks to Yening. Back on the podium, Commander Yening turned to Yening. Do you have any further requests? Yening hesitated for a moment. These rewards are already more than generous. Asking for more now might seem greedy, but if I don't speak up, I'll miss my only shot. He stepped forward. Commander, I'd like to attend the upcoming Triennial Military Conference in 2 days. Yening raised an eyebrow, caught off guard. This kid, always aiming higher. Not easy to handle. Commissioner Hugh had his doubts. He's only 18. What's the point of him sitting in on a high-level strategy meeting? Fang Hao was listening too. This guy's got real potential. But still, you'd expect him to be more focused on battle than boring conferences. Even so, Yening placed a hand on Yening's shoulder and gave a nod. No problem. As an honorary member of the Permanent Committee, you have the right to attend. If you have valuable suggestions, we'll listen. Yening smiled in appreciation. Thank you, Commander. The celebration carried on. Later that day, outside the capital square, Yening sat quietly, deep in thought. Don't just analyze, make them act. If I want to stop the disaster that happened in the EC from repeating, I'll need the Army's strength. From here on out, every step must be calculated. Fang Hao appeared beside him unexpectedly. Follow me. Yening got into the convoy, and together they drove across the city. Eventually, they arrived at a massive, spherical fortress, the military's core complex. As they walked toward the entrance, Fang Hao explained, From today on, this will be your home. It's not only the safest place in the region, but it's surrounded by rare spiritual plants. Luxurious doesn't even begin to describe it. They stopped in front of a solid metal structure. This is the meeting hall, Fang Hao said. I brought you here to assign you a secret mission. You just reached the 3rd grade. We normally wouldn't do this. But there's no one else more suited. Inside the meeting room, Yening took a seat at the table. Uncle Fang, just tell me what the mission is. Fang Hao nodded. There's a state dungeon, Class A difficulty. It's called Zombie Nation. All nations have agreed to allow only 2 mid-level 3rd graders and 8 first-grade awakened fighters to enter. He paused, then added, Your mission isn't just about surviving the mutants or completing objectives. You'll also need to go up against other awakened ones to absorb their spiritual energy mines. Yening rubbed his chin, deep in thought. He had been in that dungeon once, back in his past life. But at the time, it wasn't classified as a state dungeon, and there definitely hadn't been any spiritual energy mines involved. Then, without warning, a system notification popped up in front of him. Mandatory mission. Enter the dungeon, Zombie Nation, and obtain the highest authority within it. Reward upon completion. Class S war weapon blueprint for a special aircraft carrier. The message took him by surprise. Fang Hao noticed his pause and spoke up. Yanning, I know this mission is dangerous. But don't worry. The combat team will make your safety their top priority. Even if you fail, we'll protect you. Yanning stood up straight and saluted. Uncle Fang, I accept the mission. I'm not afraid of the risks, and I don't intend to fail. Fang Hao grinned. Good. That's the response I expected. You didn't hesitate one bit. I knew you were the right one for this. Before you leave, go to the National Treasury. Take whatever you need. Yanning walked along the balcony, hands in his pockets, still processing the mission. That blueprint. I have to get it. It's not just a reward. It's essential. The aircraft carrier is a monster. 17,000 meters long, 34,100 meters wide, with a load capacity of 10,100 tons. It can carry 64 combat jets, powered by spiritual energy. There are 26 spiritual cannons mounted at the rear and 2 massive main cannons at the front and tail. It supports 7,000 crew members, comes with a spiritual energy shield, and has a full automatic locking system. This thing is overpowered. It's practically a cheat code. Just reading about it is jaw-dropping. If I can really build this, I could control the entire world. No question, I need to make it mine. He took a breath. Now that I've ascended to the 3rd grade, I've unlocked 2 more skill slots. I've got a few days to prepare, and I need to get as strong as possible. As the first sequence, I have access to the National Treasury. First stop, 2 Class S sword skills. Just as he turned a corner, a sudden wave of intense energy hit him like a wall. A peak 3rd grader, and based on the speed they're closing in, they're not here to chat. He stopped and called out, "Who's there?" A figure leaped at him from above. It was a girl, dressed in a sleek black jumpsuit, short lavender hair framing her face. She landed directly on him, throwing him backward into a hug. "Personal Guard 009, reporting for duty," she chirped. "Assigned to protect you up close, mister." Yanning. He stared at her in stunned silence as she clung to him. Then, slightly annoyed, he pushed her face away. "Personal Guard? Who sent you? And since when does close protection mean sticking to me like glue?" The girl answered cheerfully, "Vice Commander Fang Hao sent me. I just learned everything from today's study materials." Yanning raised an eyebrow. "Study materials?" Before he could get a straight answer, she started fumbling awkwardly, striking overly suggestive poses. She got down on all fours, shifted into a kneeling stance, then leaned in like she was about to kiss him. "Stop," Yanning ordered. She froze, blinking in confusion. He sighed and looked away. What were those high-ranking officials thinking? Are they really that worried just because I'm young? I'm being completely underestimated. He activated his psychic observation ability. A purple aura rippled out around him. Scanning her body carefully, Yanning's mind processed the data quickly. 2 antennae linked to a chip embedded in the brain. Internal circuits woven throughout her body. Her original brain, it's already withered away. Everything she does is controlled by that chip. She's not human anymore. She's basically a machine. He looked her in the eyes. 009, how did you end up like this? She gently took his hand and placed it on her forehead. As his fingertip touched the center of her brow, her circuits lit up. A mechanical voice echoed. Unlocking. Command update complete. Fingerprint recognition successful. Suddenly, a memory surged into his mind. He saw Fang Hao standing beside a hospital bed. The girl lying there, young, frail, her face pale and worn, reached out with trembling fingers to hold his hand. She smiled weakly. "Dad, don't cry. I'm going to die anyway. But instead of letting my body go to waste, I want to donate it. If the experiment works, maybe I can still serve the nation in some way. I've always known you cared about humanity's future." Fang Hao held her hand tightly, tears streaming down his face. "But Fang, this experiment, it's worse than death. No one's ever survived it, and even if it works, your soul will vanish. You'll become a machine. How can I accept that?" She reached up and wiped the tears off his face. "You always told me stories about heroes, people who gave everything. Their bodies died, but their spirits lived on. Why can't I do the opposite? Let my spirit die, and let my body keep fighting. Compared to dying with regret, what's a little pain? I believe you'll make the right decision for me. Tears welled in her eyes as she smiled at her father one last time. The memory faded. Yanning slowly pulled his hand back from her forehead, stunned. He turned away from her and stared off into the distance. Uncle Fang, just how much do I matter to you? What were you feeling when you sent her to protect me? 009. That name. You probably made it up on the spot. Maybe it's how you try to hide your grief. Pretend she's just a machine. He turned to her and gave a direct command. 009. Listen carefully. The robot responded instantly, awaiting your orders. Erase all data related to guarding me closely. From now on, just stay nearby and follow my instructions. Understood, she replied, her eyes glowing as the command took effect. He turned and started walking. Come with me. We're heading to the Army's first research center. I need an S-class sword skill. Silently, she followed. As they moved, his thoughts drifted. Uncle Fang. Before this ends, how can I truly set aside my feelings? I may not fully agree with your methods, but thank you. One day, I'll repay you. If you believe I'm the future's hope, I won't let you down. As they reached the research center, a man burst through the entrance. I swear, Mr. Yanning, welcome. I'm Vice Director Wang Xiaotian. It's an honor! Yanning didn't waste time. Director Wang, I need 2 books, S-class sword skills. Are they available? Wang nodded quickly. Yes. Please, follow me. Yanning turned to 009. Wait here. I'll be back soon. Inside, they walked through endless rows of shelves. Wang spoke as they moved. Mr. Yanning, we currently have 4 S-class sword skill books left. There are far more A-class options. Would you like to browse those first? No need, Yanning replied. Just take me to the S-class section. Wang hesitated, about to object, but Yanning cut him off sharply. Is there something you want to say? Wang lowered his voice. It's not that I'm trying to stop you, but with so many third-degree awakened individuals in the capital, giving out these S-class techniques could lead to serious issues. Yanning waved off the concern. I understand. Let me see them. With a nod, Wang led him to the secured shelf. 4 books lay before him. Yanning read through each description. Desperate / uses 5,500 spiritual energy. Activates when your health drops below 10%. Strikes once with full force, dealing 100% damage. If the enemy dies, 30% of your health is restored. Hellfire costs 6,000 spiritual energy. Bury your sword into the earth. After 10 seconds, it triggers a volcanic eruption. Death Hymn requires 18,000 spiritual energy. Unleashes a sweeping circular slash. If the target dies, their soul is captured, granting you their final powers for 3 seconds. Annihilation. Fueled by blood energy. Charges up for 10 seconds, unleashing damage that surpasses your current level. During charge time, movement and other abilities are disabled. He rubbed the back of his neck and muttered, So that's why these were left behind. Desperate / only works when I'm nearly dead. Hellfire needs a specific terrain. Death Hymn burns through 18,000 spiritual energy. What human even has that much? And Annihilation? 10 seconds of charging basically turns me into a sitting duck. Wang, clearly anxious, wiped the sweat from his brow. Mr. Yanning, perhaps you'd like to browse the A-class sword skills instead? We've got 800 options. Their effects aren't too far off from these S-class ones. But Yanning ignored the offer. He calmly stretched out his hand toward 2 of the S-class books. As his energy surged, it swept over them with a powerful current. Wang's jaw dropped. Did he just learn both Death Hymn and Annihilation? Just like that? He asked in disbelief. Mr. Yanning, what are you doing? Turning with a slight smile, Yanning replied, I'm short on time and honestly too lazy to sort through hundreds of A-class skills. Wang stood frozen, his hand clutching his head in disbelief. Short on time? Lazy? That doesn't add up at all. Yanning didn't wait for more questions. He simply walked away. Thanks for your help, Director Wang. I'll be going now. Wang watched him go, overwhelmed by confusion. Third-degree awakened users have limits, so how did he learn those two so easily? Doesn't he face the same restrictions? Hands in his pockets, Yanning made his way back toward the entrance, his thoughts calm and focused. S-Class? Flawed or not, these skills pack ridiculous power. Death Hymn traps souls. Annihilation can break through level limits. With the Sword God system backing me and enough spiritual energy to handle it, why not take the risk? As he allocated his points, a series of notifications rolled in. Sword skill upgraded. S-Class skill, Death Hymn, evolved to SSS class skill, Mortal Asura. Cooldown, 48 hours. Effect, consumes 20,000 spiritual energy. Upon killing a target, resurrect any dead souls within 100 meters as undead for 10 seconds. The undead retain full combat ability. S-Class skill, evolved to SES class skill, God's Fury. Cooldown, 48 hours. Effect, consumes 20,000 spiritual energy. Summons a fourth-degree shadow for 10 seconds to unleash devastating damage on the target. System note, God's Fury is terrifying. He read the updates with a grin, still walking. The Sword God system never lets me down. My sword flow now does area damage. Sky-splitting slash takes out elites. Dimensional slash handles assassinations. Heaven's Fall can tank damage. And now, Mortal Asura lets me raise the dead. Drop me in a zombie horde, and I'll raise an army. In God's Fury? A fourth-degree shadow. No way even a top-tier third-degree awakened survives that hit. Plus, I can use these without spiritual energy every 48 hours, or anytime I want by spending energy. That means I finally have my own skills, ones not tied to the system's preset path. He clenched his fist slightly, energized by the thought. I can't wait to try them out, but the state dungeon opens in 2 days. I'll wait till then. Just as Yanning was about to exit, a woman in military uniform, hair tightly tied into a bun, stepped into his path. Yanning, she said sharply, the system reports you've just used 2 S-Class skill books. He smiled, unfazed. That's right. Is there a problem? Am I not allowed? She barked back. You are allowed. But before you leave, you're required to log a combat power report. Yanning raised an eyebrow. Required? According to which rule? Is that an official regulation? Yes, she snapped. It absolutely is. Just then, Wang hurried over, clearly in a panic. Mr. Yanning, please forgive the interruption. This is our chief director, Miss Wanru. She's requesting a combat power record of the 2 S-Class skills for the Army's database. It's not actually mandatory, just a recommendation. It's entirely up to you. After all, you're doing this for the nation too. Before he could finish, Wanru cut in, her voice rising. That's nonsense. Regulations are regulations. He must be tested. Not just those 2 skills. All of his skills need to be evaluated. Wang froze, thinking to himself, fool. Don't use this as an excuse to deal with him because of your useless son. Don't drag me into your mess. Yanning's expression hardened. I refuse, he said plainly, locking eyes with her. She glared back, furious. You've accepted military resources. That comes with responsibility. Blood work, resistance tests, muscle scans, they're all mandatory. And if you ever become a star, would you dare defy a direct military order? His gaze turned cold. She looks at me like I'm just some lab rat, acting like she's doing all this for the country. How many awakened has she already exploited for personal gain? Even if the Sword God system didn't restrict him, he wasn't about to let this slide. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his sword from his inventory cube and looked her dead in the eye. So what if I refuse? You gonna force me? She recoiled slightly, then spat. You wouldn't dare. Wang rushed in, trying to diffuse the tension. Please. Director Wine didn't mean to offend you. Just go, Mr. Yanning. No need for this to escalate. But Wanru barked, no one's going anywhere. He's disobeying a direct military order. I have full authority to detain him, and I don't care if the commander hears about it. The security team behind her stepped forward. Yanning ran his finger along the blade of his sword and smirked. Looks like Director Wang is threatening me, he said coldly. Guess I'll use you as my first test subject. In the next instant, steel clashed. The fight was brief but brutal. Moments later, Director Wanru lay pinned to the ground, a boot grinding her face into the floor. 009 stood over her, calm and unwavering. The threat has been neutralized. Do you want me to terminate her? She asked, foot pressing harder. The guards were frozen, stunned by how quickly it all happened. The director, now trembling, broke into hysterics. No, please. Don't kill me. I'm begging you, please. Wang rushed forward, pleading. Mr. Yening! Please, spare her. She realizes she was wrong. I apologize on her behalf. Please just let her go. Yening really wanted to finish her off, but he'd already killed Zhang Taomeng 2 days earlier. Adding another death so soon could stir up trouble. He sighed and gave a command. Fine. Don't kill her. Just move her. She's in my way. Without hesitation, 009 lashed out. Her kick sent the woman flying across the room. Director Wanru smashed into the wall with a sickening crack. Her neck snapped on impact. She crumpled to the ground, lifeless and broken. Wang stood frozen, utterly speechless. Even Yening paused, slightly taken aback. 009 turned to him. Apologies. I misjudged her flight trajectory and overestimated her impact resistance. Yening slowly looked over at Wang. You saw it too, right? Just an accident. Wang forced a laugh, beads of sweat trickling down his temple. Yes. Director Wan ran into the wall herself. Completely accidental. You had nothing to do with it. Damn, this kid's terrifying, he thought. I'm not crossing him. Yening turned to leave. I'll let you handle the rest. We'll talk again soon. Wang gave a shaky smile and waved him off. Of course. Leave it to me. Safe travels. As they walked away, 009 asked, Did I cause you any problems? Not at all, Yening replied casually. She wasn't worth keeping around. I already wanted her dead. If the higher-ups are scared of me now, so be it. 2 days later, the National Committee Conference convened. Officials filled the hall, seated at their desks before a large podium. Yening was already there, standing quietly with a folder under his arm. Around him, murmurs spread. Is that Yening? He actually showed up? He's just here for the drama. No way he's serious. Look at that folder. Is he really planning to make a proposal? He's just a kid. This is all for attention. Ignoring them, Yening walked to an empty seat and sat down. To his right sat Tang, Minister of the Armed Forces for the Eastern Sea War Zone. Tang stared at him, eyes burning with rage. Yening, you killed my wife, Wanru. I won't let you walk away from this. Maybe I won't kill you now, but I'll strip you of everything. An assistant approached Yening with a folder. Mr. Yening, your serial number is 119. You're an honorary committee member. This is the agenda. Please review it carefully. No communication with the outside is permitted during the conference, and leaking information is strictly forbidden. Yening closed his eyes briefly. I led this conference countless times in my past life. I know every detail, but now I have to pretend like it's my first time. What a pain. The assistant pointed to a button on the desk. You have voting rights here. If you'd like to submit a proposal, press this button after the main session. But think carefully before doing so. Yening gave a small smile. I get it. Relax. But when I make my proposal, I won't be pressing anything. I don't need you to guide me. The assistant started to walk away, then paused, stunned. Wait, did you say proposal? Are you seriously planning to make one? She stared in disbelief. No way. The boss told me to keep everything clear so he wouldn't do something reckless. This is bad. I have to report this. Now. Without another word, she turned and left in a hurry. Yening watched her go, confused. What am I, a monster? Why'd she run off like that? Just then, Feng Hao walked over and sat beside him with a grin. What's got you staring? Isn't 009 enough for you? Planning to flirt with the receptionist now? Yening chuckled. Uncle Fang, 09's already perfect. She deserves the best man on earth. I just told the receptionist I wanted to submit a proposal, and she bolted. Feng Hao raised a brow, then laughed. So that's why you wanted me sitting next to you. Trying to stir things up, huh? Come on, what's this proposal of yours? You'll find out soon, Yening replied. Don't worry. It's nothing crazy. Fang Hao let out another laugh, but his tone shifted. You're good at keeping secrets, I'll give you that. But let me give you a bit of advice. As someone who's been around, no matter what you're planning to propose, be cautious. The military and the government have always kept each other in check. Rocking the boat isn't as easy as you think. Yening nodded. Got it. Don't worry, Uncle Fang. Fang Hao paused, lost in thought, remembering the last soldier who had saluted him before being sent home. Yening, you were the one who shut down the relics field and sent those men back. I believe you won't do anything to harm this country. You're someone worthy of carrying F. Fang's legacy. Up front, Commander stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand. Behind him, a massive screen lit up. I now declare the official opening of the 13th Congress of Survivors. Let's begin reviewing today's agenda. The topics began to flash across the screen. Border skirmishes with neighboring nations have intensified. Our resources are being stolen. The Army proposes mobilizing 30% of our forces for retaliation. Tensions between awakened descendants and normal civilians continue to rise. The North American war zone is reclaiming the C-shaped islands. Plans are underway to build an overseas military base. 6 hours passed. Yening remained quiet, elbows on the table, lost in thought. 9 proposals total. 6 deal with foreign issues. This is exactly why Daxia was so vulnerable before the catastrophe in my last life. This is why they need someone like me to enter the state dungeon. Then, Commander voice echoed through the chamber. It is now time for committee members to submit proposals. You may step forward. Once voting concludes, we'll begin the review process. 2 profile photos appeared on the screen. Serial number. 119 Honorary Member Yening requests to make a proposal. Serial number. 23 Minister of the Armed Forces of the East, Fang Tang, request to make a proposal. The room instantly stirred with protest. Yening wants to propose something? Are you kidding? He thinks he can do anything just because he's popular now. So naive. He's just a kid playing politics. Fang Tang turned sharply toward Yening. Did you press that button by mistake? If so, take your seat now and don't get in my way. Yening crossed his arms and replied calmly, Oh? And what exactly are you going to do if I don't? Interesting. I haven't even mentioned the Eastern Sea yet, and he's already reacting. That means he knows. But how? 009. Got that info for me. There's no way it should have leaked. Fang Tang turned to Commander, raising his voice for all to hear. Commander, fellow committee members, 2 days ago, Yening went to the first research center and killed Chief Director Wan, my wife. This is outrageous. No matter how gifted he is, no one is above the law. I formally propose that we strip Yening of all privileges and benefits granted to him as first sequence. Yening chuckled inwardly. So that worthless director was his wife? That makes things even easier. Commander turned to Yening. Is this true? Did you kill her? Smiling, Yening replied, I think Minister Fang is confused. Yes, I did visit the research center and acquired 2 sword skills. But I didn't kill anyone. Director Wan got a little too excited when she saw me, tripped and smacked her head into a tree. An unfortunate accident. Fang Tang exploded. What did you say? Say that again. Still smiling, Yening faced him directly. I said, your wife saw a handsome young man like me and couldn't control herself. One look was all it took. Bam! Straight into a tree. Tragic, really. I guess she never met a real man in her life. The room erupted with shocked murmurs. What's going on? This is chaos. This is a serious conference, not a gossip session. Fang Tang airing his family's dirty laundry in front of everyone? Commander coughed loudly, trying to regain control. Everyone, please maintain order. Minister Fang, if you have personal matters to resolve, do it outside this chamber. But Fang Tang wouldn't stop. Commander, this isn't personal. Yening is arrogant and power-hungry. He must be removed. Suddenly, Fang Hao stood up, glaring. Don't you dare, Fang Tang. Yening gently placed a hand on his shoulder. It's fine, Uncle Fang. I've got this. He turned to face the assembly. If you doubt me, ask Director Wayne yourself. He saw what happened. Then, without hesitation, he raised his voice and continued. As for your proposal, Not worth our time. Now it's my turn. He stood tall. And yes, my proposal involves you. I move to dismiss Feng Tang from his role as Minister of the Armed Forces of the Eastern Sea War Zone. In addition, I request full military mobilization of that entire region. All 670 million civilians in Safe Zone 239 off the coast must be evacuated immediately. In 17 to 23 days, a Class A marine monster invasion will strike the coastline. The room exploded. What kind of nonsense is this? Is this some kind of joke? Where did he get that information? He's never even set foot in the Eastern Sea. Commander slammed his hand on the podium. Enough! Maintain silence during proposal review. He turned to Yening with a sharp gaze. You better have a damn good reason for this. Yening pulled out the documents from his folder and laid them flat on the desk. In Section C-13 of the Eastern Sea Zone, he began, spiritual energy levels in the water have risen by 1.9% over the last 2 months, the highest recorded in the past 40 years. He flipped the page. In Section D-51, there have been 43 underwater quakes in just 6 months, each one classified as at least B+. That's the most ever recorded since records began 4 decades ago. He held up another sheet. At resource port number 2, the seawater monitoring device has malfunctioned 13 times since last year. During those maintenance intervals, 3 combat teams vanished. 23 engineers died in a Class D incident. The cause? Still unknown. Then his voice sharpened. Marine monster attacks in the Eastern Sea have jumped by 195.7% compared to last year. Again, the highest spike in 40 years. From the corner of the room, Fang Hao was stunned. How does he know so much about the Eastern Sea? Yening slammed his hand on the table. Every single detail I mentioned comes from Eastern Sea Safe Zone data. If the military doubts me, check it yourselves. And if anything I've said turns out to be false, I'll take full responsibility. Commander turned to Fang Tang. Minister Fang, are these statistics accurate? Fang Tang hesitated. He leaned forward on the table, face dark with rage. Whether I confirm it or not, I'm done for. Negligence like this? They'll drag me in front of a military tribunal. I'm already finished. So if I'm going down, I'll take Yening with me. Without warning, he leapt over the table. Yening, you're dead, he roared. He threw a punch bursting with energy, slamming into Yening and sending a shockwave through the room. Yening crossed his arms to block the hit, skidding backward as the blast knocked him off balance. Feng Tang didn't stop. He came charging again, energy surging. But before he could land another blow, Feng Hao stepped in and blocked the attack. Feng Tang, are you out of your mind? Feng Tang's face twisted with rage. Shut up, I'm already finished. One way or another, he dies today. Commander slammed a fist on the podium. You dare cause chaos at this conference? Guards! Detain Feng Tang. Use lethal force if needed. At that moment, 009 detected the minister as a level 1 threat. She moved forward swiftly, activating combat mode to defend Yening. Feng Hao lit his fists with flames, bracing himself to counter the incoming attack. Across from him, Feng Tang charged another punch, now condensed with violent energy. Yening pulled his sword from his inventory cube and stepped forward. Uncle Fang, stand down. I'll handle this myself. Feng Hao stepped forward. No need. I'll end this in one hit. With a burst of speed, he charged straight at Feng Tang, flames blazing around his fist. The punch landed square in the minister's chest, sending a wave of fire rippling through his body. The impact hurled Feng Tang backward across the room. Without missing a beat, Feng Hao called out, 009, finish it. The android leapt into action, launching herself at the collapsing minister. She drove her knee into his spine with full force, and a sickening crack followed as Feng Tang cried out, blood spraying from his mouth. His body hit the ground, motionless. Threat neutralized, 009 reported coldly. Feng Hao turned to Yening. You good? Yening scratched his head and gave a relaxed smile. All good. Just didn't expect you to be that fast. I didn't even get a chance to show off. Around the hall, voices buzzed in amazement. Unbelievable. A high-ranking level 3 general taken down in under 5 seconds? Well, Deputy Commander Fang is at peak level 3. And that android, her combat level must be near peak as well. The commander didn't even give the execution order. Yenning's clearly under national protection now. Commander noticed the whisper spreading and cleared his throat loudly. Ahem. Quiet, everyone. Clear the floor. The meeting continues. He looked around the room. Regarding Yenning's proposal, this matter is critical. You now have 3 minutes for discussion before we vote. As 009 dragged Fang Tang's limp body out of the room, the committee debated fiercely. Fang Tang's outburst proves Yenning's evidence wasn't made up. Even if the data is real, a beastide isn't guaranteed. But if we wait and disaster hits, what then? Evacuating too early would be costly, but waiting could cost lives. 3 minutes passed quickly. Commander stood once more. Time's up. We begin the vote. The results appeared on the big screen. Votes in favor, 114. Votes against, 1. Abstained, 1. Commander raised his voice. Proposal approved. Effective immediately. Deploy specialists to the Eastern Sea Zone. Begin evacuation planning and confirm all action protocols. The next day, in the courtyard of the military district, inside Yenning's residence, Feng Hao approached, with 2 soldiers following behind. He addressed Yenning and 009. Yenning, you're heading to the Intercontinental Dungeon this afternoon. It's restricted to those below intermediate level 3, so 009 won't be allowed to join you. Yenning smiled, giving a casual wave. No worries, Uncle Fang. I know the rules. Feng Hao motioned to the crates the soldiers were carrying. Inside these boxes is the legendary level equipment the nation promised you. And these, he pointed at a reinforced chest, are the grade A materials you requested from the treasury, the heart of the mountain destroyer, and the vertebrae beads of corpses. Yenning noticed something missing and asked, what about the human-faced hawkbone fluid and the ice ghost core? Fang replied with a shake of the head, those are far too rare. The National Treasury doesn't have them. The human-faced hawk alone took over 60,000 lives in the Southern War Zone 27 years ago. Even 4 high-tier level 3 experts couldn't take it down. It escaped. As for the ice ghost core, some say it's not even natural, but the work of supernatural forces. I've already informed the 7th Research Institute. They're looking into the 3 major incidents. But it'll take time. Yenning nodded with a faint smile. Got it. Thanks, Uncle Fang. Just bring me everything that's available. I'll study them first. We'll worry about the rest after our return from the Intercontinental Dungeon. Once Feng Hao left, Yenning finally had the room to himself. He opened the boxes in front of him. Inside were the materials he requested. Hovering his hand over them, he murmured, looks like the rest will take a while to gather. For now, upgrading the Sword God system will have to wait. He picked up the heart of the mountain destroyer. A soft blue glow began to absorb it, and a system notification popped up. Their asterisk, special materials consumed. Upgrade progress, 2 out of 4. Material 1, heart of the mountain destroyer, 1/1. Material 2, empty octahedral crystal, 0/1. Material 3, destroyed corpse, vertebrae beads, 1/1. Material 4, ice ghost core, 0/1, asterisk, asterisk. Yenning then placed his hand on the legendary set box. Even the chest felt unique, crafted like no ordinary container. As soon as he touched it, a blue light flickered and a robotic voice responded. Identity confirmed. Honorary member level A+, Yenning. Legendary set items acquired, bracers and elemental wind blade. The bracers shimmered inside the case. Their specs appeared. Bracers, skill +1/2. Corpse annihilation, blood explosion. Energy consumption 500 to 700. Classification masterpiece, built for bloodshed and destruction. Beside them, the elemental wind blade rested on a red velvet cloth. Droska blade, strength, +5, agility, -5. Skills, scalding flames, 700 energy, deals 175% extra fire damage, creates a fire shield for 10 seconds. Frost, 900 energy, triggers an AoE freeze explosion. Yenning strapped on the bracers and gripped the blade. This set is wild, scorching hot, and freezing cold. I'm gonna need time to get used to it. He lowered the sword until the tip touched the ground, and instantly a small explosion cracked the concrete. Flames spilled out in waves, melting the stone beneath. Intrigued, Yaning gave another command. Ice crystals surged from the blade, freezing and devouring the solid floor. That was Frost, the embodiment of extreme cold. Yaning pulled the blade back, gave it a quick glance, and let out a satisfied smile. Now this set is worthy of an SSS level finisher. With this, plus my 6 ultimate techniques, I can unleash 7, maybe 8 devastating attacks in one go. He chuckled to himself, comparing it to his old weapon. My previous blazing flame sword? Nothing but a glorified heating stick. Ever since topping all the system rankings, the Sword God system had granted him a draw ticket. He figured it was time to use it. A projection lit up in front of him, a glowing gacha wheel spinning in place. My offensive stats are already maxed out. Strength, agility, willpower, all covered. But if I hadn't dodged Fang Tang's punch last time, things would have ended differently. Time to fix the weak spot, defense. With that, he activated the spin. The wheel turned rapidly, and with the Intercontinental Dungeon drawing near, every advantage counted. Finally, it stopped, and an item appeared. It looked like a simple black shirt. Epic-grade equipment obtained. Experimental infantry combat suit, Type 3, modified. Yaning raised an eyebrow. Seriously? An epic-grade suit that looks like fabric? No metal? No plating? This better not be a joke. But as he scrolled through the item's specs, his skepticism quickly vanished. Combat suit, Type 3, modified. Attributes: Constitution +7, Speed +3. Effects: Dominator Shield, Bullet Immunity, Explosion Immunity, Fire Resistance up to 3000 degrees Celsius, Cold Resistance down to -95 degrees Celsius, 33% damage reduction from artifacts, relics, and long-range attacks. Adaptive form, suit durability, underwater mobility. This thing's a fortress disguised as clothing. Immunity across the board, and all at Dominator level? Not even the best gear I've ever owned comes close. He flipped to the skill section and read the final ability. Endless Inferno. Upon defeating a target, their soul is sealed within the suit. Souls can be released to block incoming damage. The stronger the soul in life, the more damage it can block. Effect duration, unlimited. Classification, Divine Artifact, Spiritual Peace World. Origin, a common combat suit that evolved after absorbing the blood of countless powerful life forms. Warning, possession of this artifact may attract attention from entities of other worlds. You may be relentlessly pursued or feared and worshipped. Handle with care. Yaning looked at his hands, eyes narrowing. Endless Inferno, a perfect match for my ultimate judgment of the underworld ruler. One captures souls for defense, the other consumes them for offense. His thoughts shifted. Spiritual peace world, that lines up with what I know about the peace ring. If this world created something this powerful, then its gods must be at least level 5. If the original owner ever learns I have it, will they come for me? He slid into the combat suit. Black shirt and pants, elemental bracers, a long coat tied at the waist, and gray boots. Fully geared, he was ready for whatever came next. Yaning shrugged and said, "Whatever. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. It's not like I stole anything. If someone has a problem, they can take it up with the Sword God system. I'm ready now, and it's almost time to head into the Intercontinental Dungeon." The next morning, in the capital's military district, an aerial vehicle sat ready for deployment at the Air Force Base. Inside, soldiers sat in formation, facing one another across the narrow cabin. One of them glanced at his watch and muttered, "Captain, it's almost 11 o'clock. Where's that kid, Ying? We still need 4 hours to reach the dungeon entrance. If he doesn't show soon, we'll miss the opening window." Captain Ming Luo looked up calmly. "Just wait a bit longer. He'll be here. And when he arrives, watch your mouth. Don't call him kid. You'll address him as a team member, or better yet, your excellency. He's already surpassed us all." The one who asked was Zhang Cheng, who raised his hand slightly. "Captain, I'm just saying he could have come earlier and coordinated with us." A female soldier next to him cut in. "Coordinate for what? Command already made it clear. Our mission is secondary. His safety is the real objective." That was Wang Yun. Cheng blinked. They changed the mission again? Before anyone could explain further, another voice barked across the vehicle. Then why are we even heading into the intercontinental dungeon? Isn't this about fighting for resources? If he's so scared, he shouldn't go. But no, he goes and still needs a full escort? That's ridiculous. That voice came from the Obin, followed by a short laugh. But Vice Captain Zhang Chang shot him a sharp glare and said in a low tone, Quiet. He's here. Yanning entered, flanked by several elite soldiers. The entire cabin went quiet. Zhang Cheng watched the procession and thought, 6 advanced level 3 specialists walking with him? This is insane. He's not a legend. He's beyond that now. Captain Ming Luo rose from his seat. The rest of the squad followed, standing in formation and saluting. Yanning, Your Excellency. I am Captain Ming Luo, assigned to lead this mission. Yanning gave a relaxed smile. No need to be so formal. Just call me Yanning. Let's get to the briefing. The captain nodded and continued. This mission includes 10 members. Vice Captain Zhang Chang and I are both intermediate level 3. The others are beginner level 3. We've got 3 range specialists and 4 melee fighters. He pointed at himself. I'm dual attribute, strength and agility. Specialize in assault. Then he gestured to his second in command. Vice Captain Zhang has the rare combination of agility and willpower, perfect for reconnaissance. He glanced around the group. Our top priority is collecting as much psionic ore as possible. That said, eliminating awakened individuals from other war zones? Highly encouraged. Yanning nodded. Understood. Can I get intel on the awakened from the other zones? Captain smiled. Of course. But wouldn't you prefer to review the dungeon briefing first? I've already studied it, Yanning said as he took a seat. The captain handed him a folder, thick with intel sheets. We're up against 6 nations this time. Nation H, Nation R, Nation C, Southeast Asia, and 2 more. It's shaping up to be one of the most intense showdowns in years. Yanning flipped through the documents, glancing at the names. Daiwa Ichigo, Lee Jae-seok, Higashino Kaze, Kim Yu-woo. Who even are these people? Never heard of them. The squad exchanged looks after hearing Yanning's reaction, unsure if he was underestimating their enemies or simply someone great who liked to talk big. Captain Ming responded quickly. Your Excellency, Yanning. I don't doubt your strength, but we must not take them lightly. We've faced these opponents before. Even our past teams with intermediate level 3 members suffered heavy losses. Yanning's grip tightened around the intel sheets, crumpling the paper in his hand. His voice was cold. So they've killed many of ours. Then, this time, they'll repay that debt in blood. A massive portal loomed ahead, marking the entrance to the intercontinental dungeon. Its frame was decorated with the skull of a horned beast, and within it, a swirling vortex of energy pulsed like a heartbeat, inviting, yet foreboding. Crowds of soldiers rushed up the stone stairs toward the portal, their boots echoing with urgency. Near the entrance, a heated argument had broken out among representatives from different war zones. Nation R should get 40% of the rewards from this operation. 40%? Are you out of your mind? 30 is the max. Most of Nation H's awakened were seasoned third-year elites, except for 2 newcomers. Tensions were high. Then, a bald man with sharp teeth, armored shoulder pads, and heavy bracers stepped forward, his voice cutting through the noise. Enough. Stop fighting about rewards, he barked. We'll divide things the way we always have. What matters now is stopping the Hakia battle zone from getting anything. That man was Yamato Ichijo, captain of Nation R's battle zone unit. With a calm but sinister smile, he turned to the crowd. If we cut off their spiritual energy supply and cripple their air force, their entire safe zone becomes our playground. Another soldier stepped up beside him, nodding. Captain Yamato is right. If we make them afraid to send more awakened, they'll hesitate to compete in the future. Others began to murmur in agreement. This time, we need to be extra cautious. Huaxia's lost too many times already. They might finally send their strongest. Attack them hard. All their former captains died at our hands. They're cowards. Exactly. They're not like us. Their country is huge, but their elite awakened have to stay home to guard the borders. The ones who come here, They're the leftovers. Talent with just enough background to be disposable. As the discussions grew louder, a man in a white shirt trimmed with blue, his hair pure white, stepped forward and approached Zhang Chenyao, the captain of Nation H's squad. Resting his hand on his sword, he smiled arrogantly. Those awakened from Huaxia? Just a bunch of class talent fodder. I could kill them all by myself. A woman behind him chimed in. Of course. Captain Zhang Chenyao's already on par with high-tier third years. Someone in the group challenged. But didn't a global announcement go out just days ago? Said Huaxia produced a new number 1, top of all classes. Zhang Chenyao scoffed. So what? We don't even know if Huaxia will let him participate. And even if he does show up, what can a freshly awakened third year really do? Just then, a red-haired boy approached, an intense crimson aura swirling around him. Gripping a knife tightly, he grinned with unhinged excitement. If Eining really has the guts to show up, I'll slice off his head and keep it as a souvenir. People nearby began backing away, whispering nervously, Let's keep our distance from that maniac. No telling when he might snap and start killing everyone here. The red-haired boy, radiating a violent aura and flashing a grin full of sharp teeth like Yamato's, was none other than Higashi no Kaze, the vice-captain of the R battle zone. His eyes burned with a twisted light. His face curled into a sadistic smile. I've already collected pig heads from Xena as trophies, he sneered. A world first. Never been done before. Each one. Worthy of my collection. Suddenly, a system-wide notification popped up, flashing across everyone's view. Trimes ** Huaxia Battle Zone has entered the Zombie Nation region of the State Dungeon. Countdown in progress. Enter before time expires. Dungeon type, no restart state dungeon. Difficulty, Class A. Intro, this is a parallel world where technology has reached extreme advancement. Most rules mimic real-world logic. Progress, NPCs are not awakened, but their tech includes battlesuits and machines rivaling third-grade awakened power. Warning, no large-scale zombie outbreaks have occurred yet. Only isolated incidents reported. Captain Yamato stepped forward and crossed into the portal, motioning his squad to follow. Beside him, the bloodthirsty Higashino marched in without hesitation, barking orders with a crazed gleam in his eyes. Kill everyone. No exceptions. Some time later, Yening was dropped into the dungeon via teleportation, landing among a scattered field of unconscious fighters. Rubbing his temples, he tried to sit up. Ugh, already inside? He muttered. Even with strong willpower, this teleport still messes me up. He looked around, eyes narrowing as the environment came into focus. Multiple energy domes shimmered around him, each enclosing different groups. Just then, a notification blinked into view. You are currently in a temporary holding zone. This space is used to manage participant flow. Annexation functions disabled. Teams will be sent into the dungeon in order based on average team level 30 seconds after confirmation. Yening read the message and raised an eyebrow. Huh. Team deployment order? That's new. In my past life, this dungeon didn't have a mechanic like this. He glanced at the nearby domes. Most of the fighters were still unconscious, until movement from one of the opposing domes caught his attention. A boy from another faction sat up and blinked at Yening. Huh? Someone from Huaxia already awake? He muttered. I thought I was fast. But this guy beat me to it? That's impossible. He squinted, trying to size him up. He feels like a first-class awakened, but there's something unstable about him. Back in Yening's dome, Zhang Cheng stirred beside him, groaning as he pushed himself up. SS class willpower, he wheezed. That explains how you're up so fast. Impressive. Yening turned. You're awake, Zhang Cheng. What's this temporary space all about? Still catching his breath, Zhang Cheng nodded. It's what I mentioned before, advantage time. The dungeon gives weaker teams a head start. Lowest average level teams go in first. Around them, more soldiers began regaining consciousness, slowly standing while holding their heads. Ugh, that teleport messed me up. My head's pounding. Meanwhile, in another dome, the squad from the R battle zone was beginning to stir as well. One fighter looked around and smirked. Hey, did the Hakia battle zone give up this time? Then he spotted Eining through the transparent dome. A new guy? This one actually dares to show up? Another soldier from Nation R smirked and said smugly, "Ha, other than Ming Luo, their whole team's a joke." Higashino Kaze, eyes sunken with dark rings, flashed a twisted grin. "Then I'll take Ming Luo's head as a souvenir this time." Captain Yamato stepped to the edge of his dome and motioned for the others to join him in greeting the Washa squad, his version of a warm welcome. He slammed his fist against the energy barrier and shouted mockingly, "You lot actually came back? Didn't you lose enough last time? A pack of garbage like you isn't even fit to lick my boots." Then, with a disturbing grin, he added, "Your last captain tasted great, by the way. Took me a while to cook him properly." Beside him, Higashino licked his teeth and laughed. Trash like them should just rot in a septic tank. The Huaxia fighters erupted in anger, yelling from behind their own barrier, "Screw you, pigs! We'll make you pay this time. We'll avenge our captain." Yamato sneered, "Go clean yourselves up and get ready. I'll turn every one of you into stew." Vice Captain Zhang Cheng placed a firm hand on the shoulder of one of the shouting soldiers and addressed the squad. "Hold it! Don't take the bait. Stay calm. They're taunting us, because they know we'll be the first team to enter. Don't let them throw us off." Yining watched the scene unfold, silently approving. Zhang Cheng's calm under pressure was exactly the kind of leadership they needed in this kind of battlefield. Then, Zhang Chenyao stepped forward from another dome and yelled toward them, "Your new leader really doesn't have the guts. If your last captain hadn't saved him before, he'd be dead already. But I guess it doesn't matter. Whether you're brave or not, you're all going to die anyway. Makes no difference to me." Hearing that, Ming Luo's expression twisted with fury. "What the hell? I thought these domes were supposed to isolate teams. They're coordinating. This has to be a union item." Yening narrowed his eyes. "That's not just coordination. That's a strategic alliance, and it's affecting intel flow." Captain Ming confirmed it grimly. "Our intelligence was wrong. We're in trouble." Yamato laughed again and jeered. "So you pigs finally figured it out. Your superiors didn't mention this." "Oh, that's right. Trash-like, you probably don't even get briefed properly. Even your intel is garbage." Yening stood quietly, observing everything. "Let him talk. That alliance won't matter. Without high-tier third years on their side, no one here can stop me, even if there are dozens of them. Trash is still trash. But if our intelligence was off, that means there's either a mole in our team or someone leaking information from higher up." Then Yamato leaned forward with a malicious glint in his eye. "If you get on your knees and beg, maybe I'll let you die with your body whole. Otherwise, I'll grind you all into fertilizer. Or," he pointed at Huang Yun, "you could offer her in trade. Give us your woman, and maybe we'll return your corpses in one piece." That was the final straw. Huang Yun's face twisted with rage as she sprinted toward the barrier, screaming, "You disgusting scum! I'll kill you." Captain Ming Luo grabbed her arm, stopping her in time. "Hold your ground." That's exactly what they want. Just then, a soldier from the War Nation F side chimed in from another dome, grinning. "Hey, don't you want psionic ores too? You can trade for them. Just send your women over." Leaning casually against the energy wall, the leader of War Nation Y smirked. "Not a bad idea," he said, voice oozing malice. "Gotta admit, your awakened women look appetizing." Then Yamato spoke, and his words dripped with cruelty. "You still remember Zhang Mengwei from Huxia? Heard she was the most beautiful in your entire army." His voice turned twisted, filled with mockery. "You loved her, didn't you, Ming Luo? Do you know how long I played with her after we caught her?" Ming Luo clenched his fists, jaw tightening. Just hearing her name brought back painful memories. "She was the pride of your squad," Yamato continued, taunting him. "Strong, respected, untouched. A real treasure, huh? Too bad. Do you know how many men she begged before she died? Cried for mercy, like a child. And you ran. You left her." He laughed again, drunk on the agony he caused. Beside him, Higashino pulled out a skull and ran his tongue along its surface. "I can still taste her," he said with a sick grin, giving a low chuckle. That was the breaking point. Ming Luo's fury erupted. His eyes flared and his voice roared through the dome. "Shut your mouths." He charged forward and slammed a flaming fist into the energy wall, the dome trembling from the impact. "I'll kill every one of you. Give her back." Seeing their leader lose control, the rest of the squad snapped. They surged forward, shouting in unison, Leader, we're not making it out alive anyway. Let's go in and tear them apart. Sensing the situation was slipping into chaos, Yening stepped forward, his body radiating a powerful aura. His voice boomed through the space. Enough! He turned to Ming Luo. Calm down. Use your head. You know as well as I do. A third-level awakened can self-detonate at any moment. Do you really believe she was humiliated like that? Think. Could someone like her ever be broken that easily? Across the dome, Yamato fell silent. The laughter faded from his face as he quietly muttered, This kid, he's sharp. His mind drifted to that day when Jiang Mingwei exploded her own body, taking several of his soldiers with her. A final act of defiance. He began to wonder, was Yening speaking with such clarity because he didn't know her personally, or was there something else behind those words? Back in the Huaxia Dome, Captain Ming Luo took a breath and looked at Yening, his squad standing behind him. We know, he said. But Yening, don't worry. We've made up our minds. If anything happens, use the item the military gave you. No hesitation. Live. And if you get the chance, avenge us. Yening sighed as he looked at them. We haven't even stepped inside, and they're already preparing to die? Not worth explaining. I'll just handle all the teams myself. On the other side, Yamato leaned closer to his vice captain and asked, Kazi, did you hear Ming Luo just now? He called that guy Yening. Higashino's eyes glowed under heavy shadows. A twisted smile crept across his face. Well, didn't expect that. So that's him. The #1 in the world. He licked his lips. His head is mine. Just as Higashino finished his chilling remark, the dungeon system broadcasted a message across all teams. Confirmation period ended. Huaxia Warzone team, please enter the dungeon. All other Warzone teams may enter in 6 hours. Ming Luo allowed himself a faint smile. 6 hours, maybe we've still got a shot. Yening, on the other hand, didn't react outwardly, but in his mind, he scoffed. This dungeon still goes easy on the weak. Honestly, it's embarrassing. As the energy dome around the Huaxia team dissolved, a swirling blue vortex opened up. One by one, squad members passed through the portal. Yening lingered for a moment at the edge. Then he turned toward Ichigo and shouted across the field with a mocking grin. Hey, fat pig! Since you love eating crap so much, when you get in here, I'll make sure your head gets shoved right where it belongs. And as for the rest of you, don't expect mercy. I'll feed your manhoods to the dogs. The other teams erupted into laughter. That brat's threatening us? A rookie level 3? What a joke. Guess he's just a newborn calf. No fear of the tiger. But Yamato narrowed his eyes. Something's off. He's way too calm. Zhang Chenyao glanced at him. Captain Yamato, forget him for now. What really matters is timing. They have 6 hours to disappear. By the time we get in, they could be anywhere. He let out a sharp laugh. But Higashino just licked the edge of his blade. Let him hide. Even if he's underground, I'll still carve his head off. Meanwhile, a message appeared for the Huaxia squad. Entering State Dungeon Zombie Nation. Remaining time before other Warzone teams enter. 5 hours, 59 minutes, 32 seconds. Mission 1. Locate the Genetics Institute and retrieve the anomaly data from the last 3 months. Mission 2. Prevent spiritual energy leaks. Minimum quota, 100 kilogram. Bonus points for higher amounts. Mission 3. Locate the central character of this world, Lin Rui. Once found, new mission phases will unlock. Warning. Completing all 3 missions unlocks the exit option. Note. Killing an awakened from another team increases mission score by 1.2% and may grant special rewards. As the group assembled, Captain Ming Luo raised his voice. Move fast. We need a system interface connected to the local internet. Track down these NPCs' coordinates. We finish all 3 missions before the enemy teams arrive. But suddenly, he noticed Dining moving off alone. Wait, Yening. What are you doing? If you provoke the NPCs, we'll be hunted by the entire system. Yening didn't stop. With a swift motion, he slashed ahead, carving a glowing mark into the air. I'm taking command now, he declared. And I'll lead you all to victory.